before becoming the emperor of the Tao. You never dared to stay up late, only because every time you slept, your cultivation would skyrocket by 1,000 years. In just 2 days, you transformed from a chi refining stage and to a nascent soul expert. After a year passed, you had become the current emperor. At this moment, your Tao companion returned with a new lover, asking you to give up your cave dwelling for them to cultivate a yin-yang harmonizing technique. When you just crossed over, you became a chi refining stage and admired by thousands. Not only do you have average aptitude, but you also have mixed spiritual roots, no background, no savings, only the only inheritance left by your parents, which is this cultivation cave. It really confirms the saying of Lu Shang, as long as you can endure hardship, there will be endless hardships to endure. Feeling emotional, the door was pushed open. Let's break up. The woman's tone was cold, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Chen Lin was stunned for a moment, then reacted, realizing that Dao Lu was Chu Tianzhou. Why? Chu Tianzhou sneered. Do you still have the face to ask why? Your talent is mediocre. Your savings have been squandered. You have been painstakingly cultivating for many years and have only reached the 3rd level of chi refining, while I have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Do you think you can still match up to me? Also, I want this cave residence. Chu Tianzhou continued. Pack up your things and move out quickly. Chen Lin clenched his fist, burning with anger in his heart. It's really too much to bully people, even more excessive than a money-grubbing woman. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host, activating the Tian Dao entry system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tian Dao entry. Daily cultivation increases by 1,000 years. The host's cultivation can automatically increase by 1,000 years every day. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Chen Lin's mind. Chen Lin was stunned, then ecstatic. Cultivation increasing by 1,000 years every day. This is too incredible. Considering this, Chen Lin said coldly, Chu Tianzhou, you will regret it. Chu Tianzhou sneered disdainfully. I'm waiting for the day you make me regret. Move out as soon as possible. Leave my cave. System, please check what spiritual root I have now. The host has the lowest grade miscellaneous spiritual root. Cultivation level, chi refining 3rd layer. Let me see how powerful this daily growing 1,000-year cultivation is. Chen Lin sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. The host's cultivation has increased by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, foundation establishment peak. The host's cultivation has increased by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, golden core mid-stage. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Chu Tianzhou, you didn't expect this, did you? In just 2 days, I have broken through from the 3rd level of chi refinement to the golden core mid-stage. Now, it's time for me to settle the score with you. Chen Lin stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again. Chu Tianzhou and a young man in Chinese clothing walked in. Chen Lin, why haven't you moved out yet? Chu Tianzhou frowned in disgust. Move out? Why should I? Chen Lin looked speechless. Why? Just because I, Chu Tianzhou, am now a foundation building stage cultivator, while you are just a chi refining stage waste. Chen Lin sneered and released the pressure of the golden core stage. Chu Tianzhou and the young man's face changed drastically, looking at Chen Lin in disbelief. How is this possible? You are clearly just a waste at the chi refining stage. How could you break through to the golden core stage? Waste? Who is the waste now? Chu Tianzhou, you betrayed me and still want to take over my cave. Today, I will make you pay the price. Chen Lin raised his hand and a spiritual force turned into a sharp blade, heading straight towards Chu Tianzhou. Chu Tianzhou's face turned pale, wanting to avoid, but found himself unable to move at all. Bold! The young man took out a magic weapon and blocked Chen Lin's attack. Who are you? Chen Lin asked coldly. I am Li Qingyun, the young master of the Tianjian sect. Chen Lin, I advise you to behave yourself. The young man reached out and placed his hand on Chu Tianzhou's shoulder. Otherwise, what? Just based on you, you also deserve to threaten me? Chen Lin sneered. Without any hesitation, he made his move again. This time, he directly unleashed a full-force attack at the golden core stage. The pure power of true essence raging, Li Qingyun was blasted out of the cave and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. How dare you hurt me? Li Qingyun covered his chest in unbearable pain, glaring fiercely at Chen Lin. So what if I hurt you? I dare to kill you too. Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens and deal with you too. Just as Chen Lin was about to make a move, suddenly, a muffled sound came from the distant horizon, and a stream of light descended from the sky, heading straight for Chen Lin. Chen Lin instinctively reached out his hand and caught a stunning fairy falling into his arms. The fairy was dressed in white, with exquisite beauty, ethereal temperament, delicate skin, and a seductive figure, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens. Chen Lin was stunned, And the fairy weakly murmured before fainting. Chen Lin looked at the fairy in his arms, then glanced at the stunned Chu Tianjiu and Li Qingyun, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It seems like today is really a lively day. Chu Tianjiu and Li Qingyun have already come to their senses from the shock at this time, especially Li Qingyun. His face was terribly gloomy, and he also had some covetousness for the beautiful fairy in Chen Lin's arms, thinking that he, the distinguished young master of the Tianjin sect, was actually beaten to vomit blood by an unknown little cultivator. He must intimidate Chen Lin and snatch away this unconscious peerless beauty. How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? Li Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke me, you will have to pay the price. As he spoke, he once again burst out with the aura of a golden core cultivator, showing off his cultivation level dazzlingly. Chu Tianjiu was also panicked at this time. She never expected that in just 2 days, Chen Lin would actually break through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the golden core stage. This is simply unbelievable. How did you do it in the end? Chu Tianjiu said stutteringly, his eyes full of fear. Very unexpected? Chen Lin looked at her coldly. Chu Tianjiu, do you think that by climbing up to the young master of Tianjin sect and getting a cheap foundation establishment pill from him, you can live worry-free? You are simply too confused, being someone else's stepping stone without even realizing it. What a pity. It's really a pity. Chu Tianjiao's face was pale, subconsciously took a few steps back, with a look of regret in his eyes, as if struggling. Chen Lin, don't be complacent. Tianjin sect will not let you off. Just wait. After speaking, Li Qingyun grabbed Chu Tianjiu and was about to escape. Chen Lin snorted coldly, raised his hand and waved. A spiritual force turned into a barrier, directly blocking the way of the two. Since you're here, then leave something behind. Li Qingyun's face changed drastically and angrily shouted. Chen Lin, if you dare to touch me, the Heavenly Sword Sect will never let you go. Heavenly Sword Sect? Just so, do you think I would be afraid? Before the words fell, a spiritual force turned into a sharp blade and went straight towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun and Chu Tianjiu screamed in unison, and blood instantly dyed their clothes red. You dare! Li Qingyun covered the bleeding area, his eyes full of fear and resentment. Chu Tian covered his abdomen, spitting out blood from his mouth, looking extremely embarrassed. Get lost, Chen Lin said coldly, next time I see you too. It won't be so simple. Li Qingyun gritted his teeth, dared not say more, and pulled Chu Tianjiu away from the scene in embarrassment. Chen Lin looked at the backs of the two people leaving, feeling very pleased. Although he had already provoked the Tianjin sect, a huge entity, and would face many troubles in the future, he could increase his cultivation by 1,000 years in just 1 day. So what was there to fear? The path of cultivation was always against the heavens. As a man, if he didn't even have this bit of courage, then what was the point of cultivating immortality? Chen Lin lowered his head and looked at the fairy in his arms, his brows slightly furrowed. This fairy's origin was unclear, suddenly falling from the sky and landing in his arms. It seemed like trouble no matter how you looked at it, but it had to be said. She was indeed very beautiful. Forget it, save people first. Chen Lin smiled and walked into the depths of the cave with the fairy in his arms. This injury doesn't seem to be caused by ordinary fighting. After some thought, he took out a healing pill from his storage ring, refined it with the fire of a golden core cultivator, and carefully fed it to the fairy. Sure enough, after a moment, the fairy slowly opened her eyes. Did you save me? The fairy's voice was gentle like the wind. With a hint of weakness, the girl fell from the sky and landed right in my arms. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thank you for saving me, sir. I am very grateful. Chen Lin waved his hand. It was just a small effort. No need to be polite. However, why did the girl suffer such a serious injury? Did she encounter any trouble? The fairy, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of a complex expression in her eyes, seeming somewhat hesitant. If the girl is not convenient to speak, I just casually asked. The fairy shook her head and said softly, the young master saved me, so I should not hide it. But, this matter is very involved. I am afraid of implicating the young master. The girl doesn't need to worry. Although I, Chen Lin, am not a big shot, I am not afraid of trouble. The fairy looked at Chen Lin. A hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and then she slowly said, I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace, named Bai Ji. During this trip down the mountain for training, unexpectedly encountered an ambush by the demonic cult, and suffered serious injuries. If the sun does not rescue, Chen Lin frowned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Bai Ji nodded, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. The demonic sect has been restless in recent years, seemingly planning something big. As the leader of the righteous path, my Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace naturally cannot stand idly by. I just didn't expect that the demonic sect would be so rampant, even daring to lay hands on me. Bai Ji looked at Chen Lin. with a hint of apology in her eyes. "I know this may cause you trouble, but I am seriously injured now and unable to return to the sect alone. I don't know if the young master can escort me for a while?" Qianlin smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, this is really big trouble now. He looked at Bai Ji's weak appearance, and in the end, he couldn't bear to refuse. "Okay, I promise you," Qianlin nodded. "But I have to deal with some things first." "Thank you, young master. It seems that I need to improve my strength as soon as possible," Qianlin thought to himself. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "The host's cultivation has increased for 1,000 years. Current cultivation level, late golden core stage." Qianlin was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this trouble can also be resolved. In just 3 days, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the later stage of golden core. This kind of cultivation speed is probably unprecedented in the entire cultivation world. System, my cultivation is increasing so quickly. Will it harm my body? Host, please rest assured. The heavenly principle of daily cultivation growth for 1,000 years is bestowed by the heavenly principle and will not cause any negative effects on the host. With such an incredible cultivation speed, what does he have to fear from the heavenly sword sect or the demon sect? As long as he is given enough time, even the 9 heavens profound lady palace may not necessarily be able to contend with him. Qianlin smiled and was about to speak when suddenly a noisy sound came from outside the cave. "Qianlin, get out of here." Qianlin frowned, thinking to himself, they came so quickly? Outside the cave, after taking medicine to recover, Li Qingyun, with more than 10 disciples of the Tianjian sect, stood there aggressively. Li Qingyun's face was slightly pale. Apparently the injuries inflicted by Qianlin earlier had not fully healed. "Qianlin, prepare to die." Li Qingyun saw Qianlin and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. "Li Qingyun, you dare to come again? It seems the lesson from last time was not enough." "Qianlin, don't be arrogant. Today I have brought my senior brothers from the Tianjian sect. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." Qianlin glanced at the Tianjian sect disciples behind Li Qingyun and found that most of their cultivation levels were in the foundation building stage, with only one middle-aged man reaching the early golden core stage. Just these people? "Qianlin, don't think that breaking through to the golden core stage is impressive. The heritage of my Tianjian sect is not something that you, a casual cultivator, can compare to." Qianlin couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. He raised his hand. A spiritual force turned into a sharp blade, heading straight for Li Qingyun. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, raised his hand and waved it. A spiritual power barrier appeared in front of Li Qingyun, resolving Qianlin's attack. "Kid, you are too arrogant. How dare you hurt the young master of my Tianjian sect? Today, I will take justice into my own hands." "Take justice into your own hands? Just based on you?" The middle-aged man couldn't be bothered to say more, and summoned a flying sword, heading straight for Qianlin. Qianlin did not dodge or evade, raised his hand and waved. A surge of spiritual power turned into a giant fist, directly knocking the flying sword away. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He did not expect Qianlin's spiritual power to be so pure and powerful. He gritted his teeth, once again summoned the flying sword, and formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing a powerful sword technique. The heavenly sword technique. All swords return to the ancestral sect. Qianlin raised his hand and waved it. A spiritual barrier appeared in front of him. The sword lights collided with the barrier, dissipated one after another, unable to harm Qianlin in the slightest. "How is that possible? Are you far above me in your cultivation?" The middle-aged man widened his eyes, looking at Qianlin in disbelief. Qianlin raised his hand and waved it. A spiritual force turned into a giant palm, directly knocking the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Li Qingyun saw the situation. His face suddenly turned pale. He did not expect that even the junior brother at the early stage of the golden core was not Qianlin's opponent. "Don't come over." Li Qingyun stepped back in fear, his voice trembling. Qianlin looked at him coldly and said lightly, "Li Qingyun, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't have the ability." Li Qingyun gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a jade talisman from his arms, crushing it fiercely. "Qianlin, you wait, the elder of my Tianjian sect will be here soon. You are dead." Li Qingyun threatened madly. Qianlin frowned slightly, vaguely sensing the approach of a strong presence. Sure enough, after just 2 breaths, a strong pressure came from the sky, and a figure in green clothes descended from the sky and landed next to Li Qingyun. That is an old man with white hair, wearing the elder attire of the Tianjian sect, and his cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage. "Qianlin, how dare you hurt a disciple of my Tianjian sect? Today, I will take justice into my own hands." The white-haired old man looked coldly at Qianlin, his eyes full of killing intent. Qianlin's heart sank. He knew that his current strength was not enough to confront a strong opponent in the nascent soul stage. This is big trouble now. It seems that I can't be too impulsive. I can only run away. Chen Lin gritted his teeth, ready to slip away. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the cave. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Such great power. Even daring to touch the guests of my nine heavens profound lady palace. With the voice falling, Baiji slowly walked out of the cave, her face still pale, but emitting a strong pressure. Also at the nascent soul stage of cultivation, the white-haired old man saw Baiji. His face changed drastically. Baiji Fairy of the Nine Heavens Xin Nu Palace. What? Does the Tianjian sect now even look down on my Nine Heavens Xin Nu Palace? The white-haired old man quickly bowed and saluted. Respectfully said, Baiji Fairy misunderstood. We did not know that Master Chen is your guest. Please forgive our offense. Baiji snorted coldly. In that case, you better leave now. The white-haired old man dared not say more, and quickly led Li Qingyun and others away in embarrassment. Chen Lin looked at Baiji, feeling grateful in his heart. He didn't expect Baiji to stand up to help him at this moment. Miss Bai. Thank you very much, Chen Lin said with a bow. Baiji looked slightly worried as she glanced at the sky. Young master saved me, so I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Tianjian sect has always been narrow-minded. They will not give up easily. It's better for young master to make plans early. Young master, I have a favor to ask. Baiji suddenly spoke up, with a hint of hesitation in her tone. Chen Lin smiled and said, Miss Bai, please go ahead. I went down the mountain this time to seek a spiritual medicine called Nine Revolving Soul Grass. This medicine is extremely important to our Nine Heavens profound palace, but I was ambushed by the demon cult on the way and suffered serious injuries. Today my injuries have not healed. I am afraid I cannot complete the task alone. I wonder if the young master can help me. Chen Lin frowned slightly at the words, Miss Bai, this matter may be a bit tricky. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and slowly said, although I have some cultivation, I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to face the demon sect. Baiji nodded. What your excellency said is very true. However, I am not letting the eunuch face the demon sect alone. All that is needed is for you to escort me to the Nine Spectres Valley, where the Nine-Turn Soul Restoration Grass grows. After I pick the spirit medicine, you can leave on your own. Chen Fei's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this. If he was just escorting Baiji to the Nine Spectres Valley, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Since that's the case, then I'll accompany Miss Bai on her journey. A touch of joy surfaced on Baiji's face as she said softly, Thank you, sir. Chen Fei waved his hand. Miss White doesn't have to be polite. However, before that, we have to make some preparations. Baiji nodded and said, Your Excellency is right. The Nine Spectres Valley is located in a remote area, and we may encounter quite a few dangers on the way, so we do need to make some preparations. Chen Fei secretly calculated in his mind that the Nine Spectres Valley was at least 1,000 miles away from this place, and on the way, not only did he have to face the threat of the demon sect, but he might also encounter other immortal cultivators who might block his way. With his current strength, although he was not afraid of ordinary Jindan stage cultivators, if he encountered a Yuaning stage powerhouse, he would still find it difficult to cope. Gotta get my strength up soon. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The host's cultivation has grown by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, early Yuaning. Chen Fei was stunned. Then his heart was ecstatic. In just 4 days, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the early stage of Yuaning. This kind of cultivation speed is really refreshing. With the cultivation of the Yuaning stage, the bottom line of facing the demon sect and the heavenly sword sect was much stronger. Miss Bai, when are we leaving? Chen Fei turned his head and asked. Baiji pondered for a moment. If your excellency is not in a hurry, how about we leave tomorrow? I need to recuperate for another night. Chen Fei. Good. Then we'll leave first thing in the morning. That night, Chen Fei sat in his cave, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew that he appeared to have been involved in a huge strife. The Heavenly Sword Sect, the Demon Sect, and the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. Any one of these forces was not something that could be easily messed with. Since there's no escaping it, we'll just have to rise to the occasion, Chen Fei secretly said in his heart. He looked at the storage ring in his hand, which contained some earth-ranked magic treasures and pills he had accumulated over the years. Although they were not of high grade, they were better than nothing. When we wait until we reach the Nine Spectres Valley, we might be able to find some opportunities to further enhance our strength. Chen Fei was calculating in his mind. Just then, Baiji handed the jade slip to Chen Fei and said softly, My lord, this is a secret art of my Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace, called the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Technique. When this art is cultivated to the extreme, it can condense the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Dharma phase, which is infinitely powerful. If you are interested, sir, you can take a look at it. Chen Fei's heart shook as he heard this. The secret art of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. That was a treasure that countless immortal cultivators could only dream of. Miss White, this This is too valuable. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of it, Chen Fei politely said. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Your Excellency doesn't need to excuse yourself. You saved me and promised to escort me to the Nine Spectres Valley. This token of appreciation is nothing. Then, okay. Chen Fei really liked this secret art, so he did not push back anymore. After receiving the jade slip, he said solemnly, "Thank you, Miss White." Bai Ji smiled warmly. "You're welcome, Your Excellency. Let's continue our cultivation and leave early tomorrow morning." After saying that, she resumed her meditation and settled down. Chen Fei returned a smile, sat down on his knees, and began to comprehend the secret techniques in the jade slip. 9 Heavenly Mysteries Technique. "I'm coming," he murmured, a flicker of determination in his eyes. As his mind sank into the jade slip, an arcane power continued to slowly surge into his body. 1 hour later. Ding! The host has realized that 9 Heaven's Xin new skill. His cultivation level has increased. Current cultivation level, mid-yuaning. The system's voice sounded in Chen Fei's mind, and he snapped his eyes open, a glint flashing in his eyes. It seems that this 9 Heavenly Mysteries skill is truly extraordinary. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he felt the surging spiritual energy in his body. Devil Sect. Heavenly Sword Sect. You guys can come all you want. I'd like to see. Who can stop me? P.S. Like the book brothers and sisters, remember to add a bookshelf. Throw some free gifts to encourage the author. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Updates are not a problem, as long as people support them and people like them. This street is willing to. More or not dead to the dead more. Chapter 5, A Trip to the Nine Spectres with Bai Ji. Early the next morning, Chen Fei and Bai Ji officially embarked on the journey to the Nine Spectres Valley. The Nine Spectres Valley was located in the extreme north of the immortal cultivation realm, where it was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the spiritual chi was thin, but it nurtured countless rare spiritual medicines. The nine-turn soul-restoring herb is one of them. The two of them flew with their swords at an extremely fast speed. Although Chen Fei had just broken through to the mid-yuaning stage, he was extremely skillful in controlling his spiritual energy, and his sword control was even more refined. Although Bai Ji's injuries had not yet healed, she was after all a disciple of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace with a profound cultivation, and her flying speed was not slow at all. "My lord, your cultivation seems to have risen again?" Bai Ji suddenly opened her mouth and asked with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chen Fei smiled and said, "Slight breakthrough last night, not worth mentioning." Bai Ji nodded, but in her heart, she was even more curious about Chen Fei. She was able to sense that Chen Fei's cultivation had already reached the mid-yuaning stage. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. Gongzi is really gifted, Bai Ji said softly, a hint of appreciation in her tone. Chen Fei smiled and didn't say anything more. He knew that his cultivation speed was completely dependent on the heavenly Tao words. If he didn't have this heaven-defying plug-in, he was afraid that he would still be a small cultivator in the chi refining stage. The two of them flew all the way, occasionally encountering some demonic beasts along the way, but they were all easily solved by Chen Fei. Although Bai Ji's injuries had not yet healed, she was after all a yuaning powerhouse, and her strikes were infinitely powerful. "My lord, ahead is the Nine Spectres Valley." Bai Ji suddenly pointed at an ice mountain range in the distance and said softly. Chen Fei looked up and saw a white world of ice and snow in the distance, with mountains rolling up and down, as if a giant dragon was perched on top of the earth. Between the mountains, a deep canyon was faintly visible, and that was the Nine Spectres Valley, the Valley of the Nine Ghosts. Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. He knew that although the Nine Spectres Valley was rich in spiritual chi, it hid countless dangers. Not only were there powerful demonic beasts there, but one could also encounter assassinations from other immortal cultivators to seize treasures. "Miss Bai, let's be careful," Chen Fei reminded. Bai Ji nodded and said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. Although the Nine Spectres Valley is dangerous, I have the Demon King's relic that the Nine Heavens Xianwei Palace had contracted back in the day, so ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't dare to come close." Chen Fei's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this. The Demon King's relic of the Nine Heavens Xian New Palace could indeed deter quite a few demonic beasts. The two of them landed at the entrance of the Nine Spectres Valley, and immediately felt a piercing coldness come over them. Chen Fei operated his spiritual energy to dispel the coldness, then walked into the canyon with Bai Ji. Inside the Nine Spectres Valley, ice and snow covered the surroundings and it was silent. Chen Fei vigilantly observed his surroundings, fearing that some danger would suddenly pop up. "My lord, the Nine Turns rejuvenation grass grows in the depths of the Nine Spectres Valley, and we need to cross this icy zone," Bai Shi said softly. Chen Fei, "Okay Miss White, stay close to me and be careful." The two of them traveled along, occasionally encountering some low-ranked demonic beasts along the way, but they were all easily solved by Chen Fei. As they went deeper into the Nine Spectres Valley, the coldness around them became heavier and heavier, and even the operation of their spiritual energy became a bit sluggish. The chill here. Something's not right, Chen Fei said with a frown. Bai Ji nodded and said, the coldness of the Nine Spectres Valley is born from heaven and earth and is extremely special. If you feel uncomfortable, you can run the 9 heavenly Xianwei technique to ward off the cold. When Chen Fei heard this, his heart stirred and he immediately operated the 9 heavenly Xianwei technique. Sure enough, the coldness in his body was instantly dispersed, and his spiritual energy functioning returned to normal. Thank you, Miss Bai, for reminding me, Chen Fei said with a smile. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, there is no need for you to be polite, sir. The two continued on their way. Suddenly, a low growl came from up ahead. Chen Fei frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. There are demonic beasts, Chen Fei whispered. Bai Ji nodded, a trace of gravity flashing in her eyes. Listening to this voice, it should be a frost giant wolf, with a strength comparable to that of a Yuaning stage cultivator. Chen Fei's heart sank. The frost giant wolf was one of the overlords in the Nine Spectres Valley and was extremely strong. Bai Ji's injuries have not yet healed, and she is afraid that it will be difficult for her to cope. Miss Bai, back off. I'll deal with it, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Bai Ji shook her head and said, Gongzi, the frost giant wolf is strong. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to deal with it alone. Let's join forces. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and nodded. Good, then we'll join forces in a battle. Just then, a huge wolf-shaped demonic beast suddenly rushed out from the ice and snow in front of them. It was covered in ice-blue fur, its eyes were scarlet, and its mouth was spitting out cold air. It was the frost giant wolf. Roar! The frost giant wolf let out a roar and pounced straight at Chen Fei and Bai Ji. Chen Fei snorted coldly and raised his hand. A spiritual force transformed into a giant palm and slapped it straight at the frost giant wolf. Bai Ji was also not willing to show weakness, and her hands formed a seal, casting a powerful spell. 9 Heaven Xian Nu skill, Xian Nu descends. With Bai Ji's shout, an illusory Xian Nu's phantom immediately appeared in the sky, holding a long sword and chopping straight at the frost giant wolf. The frost giant wolf was forced back by the two men's attacks, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it became even more furious. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a cold ice blue gas that came straight at Chen Fei and Bai Ji. Chen Fei's face changed, and he hurriedly operated the 9 Heaven Xian Nu skill to dispel the cold air. Bai Ji, on the other hand, sacrificed a magic treasure and blocked in front of the two of them, dissolving the cold air. The strength of this frost giant wolf is even stronger than I imagined, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Bai Ji nodded. Yes Gongzi, we can't hold back any longer. We must fight quickly. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. Yes, he made a seal with both hands, and the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, instantly condensing a huge spiritual sword shadow. 9 Heaven Xian Nu skill, Xian Nu slash. As Chen Fei droned, the spiritual sword shadow went straight towards the frost giant wolf and chopped it. Bai Ji was also not willing to show weakness, controlling the Xian Nu Dharma phase to swing her sword and stab suddenly, 2 powerful attacks bombarding the frost giant wolf at the same time. Boom! The frost giant wolf was struck by the two men's attacks, letting out a mournful scream as its huge body crashed to the ground. Chen Fei and Bai Ji let out a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. Gongzi, we made it, Bai Ji said softly. Chen Fei nodded and flew to the front of the frost giant wolf, chopping out successive swords and easily fetching the frost giant wolf's beast core. Miss Bai, take this beast core. It will greatly benefit your recovery. Bai Ji shook her head repeatedly. No. Sir accompanied me to come is already a great risk. I cannot want this beast core, or Sir left it. After saying that, Bai Ji swung her sword and easily peeled off the frost giant wolf's wolf skin, and quenched it again with the fire of true essence. In the blink of an eye, 2 snow-white wolf fur cloaks were made. My lord, this cloak can block the wind and cold, so put it on. Bai Ji personally helped Chen Fei put on the cloak, and almost instantly, Chen Fei felt a surge of warmth. And then, Bai Ji split the wolf bones and wolf meat, all of which were included in her nascent sack. As for the beast core, she was adamant that she didn't want it. In the end, Chen Fei had to accept. With that done, the duo continued on their way. Both of them knew that the danger in the 9 Spectres Valley was much more than just a frost giant wolf. Miss White, we have to find the 9 turns soul restoring grass as soon as possible. Do you still remember the approximate location? Bai Ji nodded. Knowing that Duke, I've been here before. We need to move on. The two continued to go deeper into the 9 Spectres Valley. Finally, in front of an ice wall, he found the 9 turns rejuvenation herb. The elixir was crystalline and emitted a faint glow, as if it contained endless life force. This is the 9 turns of the soul restoring herb, Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, a hint of marvel flashing in his eyes. Bai Ji nodded and carefully picked the 9-turn soul restoration grass and placed it into the jade box. Gongzi, let's go, Bai Shi said softly. Chen Fei nodded his head and was about to turn around, when suddenly, there were bursts of loud earth-shaking sounds coming from the surroundings. Bai Ji's face changed dramatically. Not good. Duke, the guardian beasts have realized that the spirit grass has been harvested. Run away. After saying that, she pulled Chen Fei by the hand and began to flee at an extremely terrifying speed. Chen Fei's heart was shocked. Worthy of being a fairy of the 9 heavenly mystical maiden palace, this secret escape method of hers could be too terrifying. Ding! The host has comprehended the 9 heaven Xian Nu skill and realized the shrinking ground into inches escape technique. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Fei's heart burst with joy. It turns out that this powerful secret art of escaping is also from the Xian Nu skill. Ah, good stuff. The secret art that Bai Ji gave me is really good stuff. It seems that I need to be more perceptive in the future when I have time. The two of them escaped out of the 9 Spectres Valley, and just rested on the front foot. They felt something was wrong on the back foot. From the surrounding icy woods came a burst of eerie laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that someone would dare to break into the 9 Spectres Valley and actually pick the 9-turn soul restoration grass. Chen Fei's face changed and he immediately looked around vigilantly. Only a dozen figures slowly walked out of the ice and snow, and at the head of them was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a grim smile on his face. Demonism, Bai Ji whispered, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chen Fei's heart sank. Looks like the real trouble has just begun. Chapter 6, 9 Turns of Soul Restoring Grass. Fairy shyness into my arms. Chen Fei and Bai Ji stood in the ice-covered mountain forest, surrounded by the people of the devil cult. The black-robed middle-aged man let out a cold smile as his gaze swept over the two. It finally rested on the jade box in Bai Ji's hand. 9 Revolutions Soul Restoring Grass. It's really something good. From so far away, only can smell its fragrance and that pure soul power. The black-robed man laughed obscenely. Fairy Bai Ji, I didn't expect you to be so capable that you personally fetched this kind of spirit medicine to give it to me. It's really flattering to us. Bai Ji's face was icy cold, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Demon sect demons, how dare you ambush us here? You are really bold. The black-robed man laughed loudly and said, Fairy Bai Ji, your 9 heavenly mysteries palace has always prided itself on being the leader of the righteous path, and since you have fallen into our hands today, you won't want to leave alive. Of course, if you obediently tie your hands, I can let you be my cauldron. Bai Ji was furious with murderous intent. Chen Fei, however, chose to remain calm and was not provoked by the other party's words. He could sense that the black-robed man's cultivation was very strong, having reached the late Yuaning stage, and even faintly showing signs of breaking through the god transformation stage. The surrounding disciples of the demonic sects also had cultivation levels above the Jindan stage. Miss Bai, the situation is not good, Chen Fei said in a low voice. Their strength is too strong. I'm afraid we'll have trouble dealing with them. A hint of determination flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Gongzi, I'll hold them off later, and you take the opportunity to escape. Chen Fei sniffed and frowned. Miss Bai, what do you mean by that? Am I Chen Fei not someone who was greedy and afraid of death? Bai Ji shook her head and said, My lord, the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoring Grass is extremely important to my 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace, and must not fall into the hands of the demonic sects. You take the elixir and leave. I'll hold them off. Chen Fei's heart shook as he knew that Bai Ji was ready to make a sacrifice. But how could he leave such a watery Bai Ji and escape alone? Miss White, there is no need to say much. Today, we will live and die together, and we will never leave you alone, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Bai Ji looked at Chen Fei, a complex look flashing in her eyes, finally nodded. Good, then we will fight side by side. The black-robed man laughed coldly when he saw the two men talking in low voices. What? Negotiated who's going to die first? Ha ha ha, but it's too late. I'll have you all on the road together. Boom! Before the words fell, the black-robed man raised his hand and a black spiritual energy transformed into a giant palm, shooting straight at Chen Fei and Bai Ji. Chen Fei snorted coldly and raised his hand, a spiritual barrier blocking in front of the two. Bai Ji was also not willing to show weakness, and her hands formed a seal, casting a powerful spell. 9 Heaven Xian Nu skill, Xian Nu descends. With Bai Ji's drink, an illusory Xian Nu phantom suddenly appeared in the sky, holding a long sword and chopping straight at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed, and he hurriedly offered a magic treasure to block in front of him. The Xian Nu Dharma phase's attack was neutralized, but he was also forced back a few steps. Worthy of being the secret technique of the 9 Heaven Xianwei Palace, it's really powerful. The black-robed man sneered. But do you think you can get away with this? He raised his hand and waved, and the surrounding demon cult disciples immediately surrounded Chen Fei and Bai Ji. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. He knew that if he didn't fight for his life today, He was afraid that it would be difficult to get out. Miss White, let's join forces and kill our way out. Bai Ji nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Yes. The two of them stood back to back as Chen Fei operated the Nine Heavens Xian Nu skill, his body's spiritual energy surging wildly, instantly condensing dozens of huge spiritual energy sword shadows. Nine Heavens Xian Nu skill, Xian Nu chop. Enhanced version. Give me the chop. Along with Chen Fei's shout, a spiritual sword shadow went straight towards the black-robed man from all directions. Bai Ji was also not willing to show weakness, controlling the Xian Nu Dharma phase, summoning dozens of cold and ice-sharp blades to greet the surrounding demon cult crowd, while slashing at the black-robed man with her sword. Two powerful attacks blasted towards the black-robed man at the same time. The black-robed man's face changed, and he hurriedly offered a magic treasure to resist. Click! Unexpectedly, the magic treasure was shattered without attacking itself, and it seemed to have been tampered with. This caused him to be instantly disoriented. Boom boom! The Dao attacks hit him at the same time, instantly blasting him out. Put! The black-robed man spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Damnable! Who said they tampered with this elder's magic weapon? Looking for death. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Elder! The surrounding demon sect disciples were shocked when they saw this. Chen Fei and Bai Ji looked at each other. Bye. Seconds away. Holding hands, the two of them simultaneously performed the shrinking ground escape technique in the Xian Nu skill. With the double boost, escape was a lot faster. Chase! Never let them escape! The black-robed man roared. The demon sect disciples immediately chased after them, but Chen Fei and Bai Ji's speed was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the snow and ice. The two of them flew away from the icy mountains and forests, and their imperial swords traveled above the clouds. Chen Fei looked back. It was a relief to realize that the people of the devil cult did not catch up. Miss White, we're safe, Chen Fei said in a low voice. Bai Ji nodded and looked at Chen Fei with an appreciative expression. Your Excellency, you are too powerful to have learned my Xian Nu Palace's secret escape technique so quickly. Chen Fei, Miss White is too kind. I see you're a bit tired, so let me take you flying next while you rest a bit. Bai Ji's face, however, remained pale, and it was clear that the battle just now had consumed a great deal of her spiritual energy. She bit her lower lip lightly with some shyness. Miss White, what are you hesitating for? We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The people of the demon sect won't stop. Bai Ji nodded. Good. Okay. Then, Chen Fei hugged Bai Ji's small waist from behind, and the two of them stepped onto the same flying sword. Don't worry, Miss White, I'm going to speed up. We'll go back to the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace right now. Bai Ji felt the warmth behind her, and the thick arms that held her tightly. She couldn't help but redden her cheeks, but in his eyes, there was still a flash of surprise. Your Excellency, are you really willing to follow me back to the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace? Chen Fei sniffed the faint fragrance. With a sincere face, he said, Miss Bai, since I promised to escort you to the Nine Spectres Valley, I will naturally escort you back. What's more, the people of the demon sect have set their eyes on us, and only the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace can guarantee our safety. Bai Ji did agree with this point, and a trace of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Gongzi's great kindness, Bai Ji is unable to repay. Chen Fei laughed. There is no need to be polite. Miss Bai. The two of them flew all the way in stealth and finally arrived at the location of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. It was a huge palace suspended in the air, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was a fairyland. This is the Ninth Heavenly Palace, Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, a hint of marvel flashing in his eyes. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Yes sir, let's go in. The two of them landed in front of the palace and were immediately greeted by several disciples of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. Senior sister Bai Ji, you're back, a disciple said in surprise. Bai Ji nodded and said, Quickly go inform the palace master that I have something important to report. That disciple hurriedly nodded his head and turned around to run into the palace. Chen Fei and his duo followed suit and stepped inside the hall. A moment later, a middle-aged woman dressed in white walked out. With her stunningly beautiful appearance and dusty temperament, she was none other than the palace master of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace, Xian Nu Fairy. Bai Ji, you're back. Fairy Xian said softly, a hint of concern in her tone. Bai Ji hurriedly saluted and said, Palace Master, my disciple was fortunate enough to retrieve the Nine-Turned Soul Restoration Grass. Immortal Xian Nu nodded and took the box into her palm, her eyes full of praise. Following that, his gaze fell on Chen Fei. Bai Ji, who is this? Bai Ji hurriedly introduced herself. Palace Master, this is Prince Chen Fei. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid that disciple wouldn't be able to complete the mission. His life is not guaranteed. He is the disciple's savior, and also the benefactor of our Xian Nu Palace. When Immortal Xian Nu heard this, a trace of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Mr. Chen, thank you for helping my Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. Chen Fei arched his hand and saluted, saying, You're welcome, Palace Master. My juniors are just raising their hands. Immortal Xian Nu nodded. Since Mr. Chen is here, why don't you be a guest in the palace for a few days? And I, Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace, will be sure to provide good hospitality. Chen Fei's heart stirred as he heard this. He knew that the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace was a top power in the immortal cultivation world, and if he could cultivate here, it would greatly benefit his cultivation enhancement. Thank you, Palace Master. Then, I'll do as I'm told, Chen Fei said with an arch. Fairy Xian Nu smiled faintly and turned to Bai Ji. Bai Ji, take Mr. Chen to rest. Bai Ji nodded and led Chen Fei into the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Chen Fei looked at the scenery around him with a lot of emotions in his heart. What a great place. Beautiful view. Beautiful palace. Beautiful people. Chapter 7, Accidentally. I become a god transformation stage powerhouse. Inside the palace of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries, the clouds were so dense that the aura was almost condensed into water. Chen Fei followed Bai Ji through the layers of palaces and eventually arrived at a quiet courtyard. My lord, this is my residence. You can rest here for now, Bai Ji said softly, a hint of gentleness in her tone. Chen Fei nodded and looked around, realizing that although this compound was not large, it was extremely elegantly decorated. The courtyard was filled with exotic flowers and plants, and the air was filled with a faint scent of flowers. Miss Bai, this is really a good place, Chen Fei said with a smile. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, It's good that your son likes it. You rest for a moment. I'll go and resume my orders to the palace master and come back later to accompany you. Chen Fei nodded, and after seeing Bai Ji leave, he sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and began to meditate and cultivate. He had just broken through to the mid-yuaning stage, and although the spiritual energy in his body was surging, it still needed to be further consolidated. The aura of the Nine Heavens Xianwei Palace was extremely dense, making it the perfect place to cultivate. Chen Fei operated the Nine Heavenly Mysteries skill, and the spiritual energy in his body slowly flowed, gradually merging with the surrounding aura. He could feel that his body was being nourished extremely comfortably, so much so that he wanted to shout a few times. At this point, ding! The host's cultivation has grown by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, late yuaning. The system's voice sounded in Chen Fei's mind, and he snapped his eyes open, a glint flashing in his eyes. Late stage of yuaning. Ha ha ha. Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, his heart bursting with ecstasy. In just a few days, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the third level of qi refining to the late stage of yuaning. It was awesome. Just then, a light footstep came from outside the courtyard. Chen Fei looked up and saw Bai Ji walking in slowly, holding a jade slip in her hand. Gongzi, how was the rest? Bai Ji asked softly. Chen Fei smiled and said, Thanks to Miss Bai's concern, I'm already much better. Bai Ji nodded and handed the jade slip to Chen Fei, saying, My lord, this is the cultivation tips of my Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace. It might be helpful to you. Chen Fei received the jade slip and was moved for a moment in his heart. He knew that the cultivation tips of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace were priceless, and Bai Ji had unexpectedly given them to him without hesitation. Miss White, this is too expensive. Chen Fei hesitated. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Your Excellency doesn't have to be polite. You saved me and helped me retrieve the 9-turn soul restoration grass. This token of appreciation is nothing. Chen Fei nodded and said solemnly, Many thanks to Miss Bai. Bai Ji looked at Chen Fei, a complex look flashing in her eyes as she said softly, Your Excellency, in fact, I have a favor to ask. When Chen Fei heard this, his heart was flabbergasted and he hurriedly said, There's no harm in speaking. Miss Bai. Bai Ji pondered for a moment and said slowly, Your Excellency, recently my Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace is going to hold a big competition to select the best of the younger generation. I'd like to ask your son to fight. Chen Fei froze, not expecting Bai Ji to make such a request. Miss White, I'm afraid there's something wrong with it, isn't there? I'm not a disciple of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. How can I go to battle? Bai Ji shook her head and said, Gongzi, do not have to worry. This grand competition is not limited to the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. This has been the rule for several years. Only this year, this grand competition, it's my turn for the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace to organize it, and young cultivators from other sects can participate. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the palace master. Chen Fei's heart stirred as he heard this. He knew that this kind of grand competition was an event in the immortal cultivation world, and if he could make a name for himself here, it would help his reputation and cultivation immensely. Miss White, this matter, I need to think about it. Bai Ji nodded and said, Your Excellency does not need to reply in a hurry. You can take your time to consider it. However, the grand competition will be held in 3 days, so if you are willing to participate, you need to decide as soon as possible. Chen Fei nodded, secretly calculating in his heart. Although participating in the grand competition had a chance to gain opportunities, it also meant facing more dangers, especially the people of the Devil Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. I'm afraid they won't easily miss. Miss Bai. I will give you an answer as soon as possible, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Good, then I won't disturb your son's rest. With that, she turned to leave. Chen Fei looked at Bai Ji's back. His mind was filled with thoughts. He knew that he had been involved in a great strife. Jiu Tianxian Women's Palace, the Devil's Cult, the Heavenly Sword Sect. These forces at random one is not easy to mess with. That's why we have to mess with them hard. Since there's no escaping it, we'll just have to rise to the occasion. He looked at the jade slip in his hand, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The grand competition of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace might be an opportunity. Chen Fei sat down on his knees and began to comprehend the cultivation insights in the jade slip. As his mind sank into the jade slip, an arcane power slowly surged into his body. Ding! Host's participation in the 9 Heavens Xianwei Palace's cultivation insights has led to an increase in cultivation. Current cultivation, early stage of transformation god. The system's voice sounded in Chen Fei's mind, and he snapped his eyes open as a glint flashed in his eyes. God transformation stage. Holy, Laozi just transformed into a god without saying a word? Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, his heart bursting with ecstasy. Cool, ha 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 ha, Devil Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, you can come all you want. I'd like to see. Who can stop me? Chapter 8, Fairy Angelica is very active. After Chen Fei broke through to the early stage of transformation, the spiritual energy in his body surged like a river, and he carried a powerful pressure between his hands and feet. He stood in the courtyard, feeling the surging power in his body, and his heart was filled with great pride. The God transformation stage. Sure enough, it's extraordinary. Chen Fei murmured in a low voice as a glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that he had stepped onto the path to the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world, and the grand competition of the 9 Heavens Xian Nui Palace was the opportunity for him to come into prominence. Just then, a light footstep came from outside the courtyard. Chen Fei looked up and saw Bai Ji walking in slowly, holding a white robe in her hands. My lord, the grand competition will be held tomorrow. This is the battle robe I prepared for you, Bai Ji said softly, a hint of tenderness in her tone. Chen Fei took the robe and realized that it was soft in texture and embroidered with the logo of the 9 Heavenly Mystical Maidens Palace. Clearly an extraordinary magic treasure. Miss White, this is too expensive. Chen Fei hesitated. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Your Excellency doesn't have to be polite. You represent my 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace in battle, so naturally you can't lose your honor. Chen Fei nodded, a wave of emotion in his heart. He knew that Bai Ji trusted and took care of herself extremely well, even going so far as to put the reputation of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace in her hands. Miss White, don't worry, I will not fail you. Bai Ji looked at Chen Fei, a complex look flashing in her eyes as she said softly, My lord, this grand competition is not trivial. Not only will my disciples from the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace participate, but young cultivators from other sects will also come, especially the people from the Demon Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. I'm afraid they won't let you off easily. Remember to deal with them carefully. Chen Fei sniffed and frowned slightly. He knew that the people of the Demon Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect would never let themselves off easily, especially Li Qingyun of the Heavenly Sword Sect, who was afraid that he had already hated himself to the bone. Don't worry, Miss Bai. I will deal with it carefully, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Angelica de Hurica, my lord, the rules of this grand competition are ring battles, with the winner advancing and the loser eliminated. The ultimate winner will be awarded the 9 Heavenly Xianwei Palace's greatest treasure, the 9 Heavenly Xianwei Mirror. 9 Heavens Xian New Mirror? Chen Fei stared blankly, with some hidden anticipation in his heart. Bai Ji explained, the 9 Heavens Xian New Mirror is one of the treasures of my 9 Heavens Xian New Palace. It is said that it contains the inheritance of the 9 Heavens Xian Nu, and if you can comprehend it, you will gain many opportunities. Chen Fei's heart fluttered with excitement as he heard the words, Miss White, I will definitely do my best. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Gongzi, I believe in you. The two were talking, when suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the courtyard. Chen Fei frowned and looked up, only to see a few disciples of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace hurriedly running in. Senior Sister Bai Ji, it's not good. The Demon Sect's people are coming, a disciple said in alarm. Bai Ji's face changed and she quickly asked, What's going on? The disciple gasped. The people from the demon cult suddenly appeared outside the palace, saying that they wanted to participate in the grand competition, and the palace master has already gone to deal with it personally. Bai Ji sniffed and frowned as she turned her head to Chen Fei. Your Excellency, the people of the demon sect are not coming from a good place. We have to deal with them carefully. Chen Fei nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The people of the devil cult really won't let us off easily. Bai Ji pondered for a moment and said, Gongzi, you wait here first, I'll go check out the situation. Chen Fei shook his head and said, Miss Bai, I will go with you. Bai Ji looked at Chen Fei. A trace of gratitude flashed in her eyes as she nodded. Alright, then we'll go together. The two of them walked out of the compound and went straight to the main hall of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Outside the main hall, quite a few disciples of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace had already gathered, all of them looking grave, obviously extremely wary of the arrival of the demon sect. Chen Fei and Bai Ji walked into the main hall. One could only see immortal Xian Nu, confronting a middle-aged man in a black robe. The man's face was grim, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and he was none other than the devil sect's protector powerhouse, Black Fury. Fairy Xian Nu, my demon sect has come here in good faith to participate in the great competition. Why should we be so guarded? Black Fury sneered. Immortal Xian Nu's face was icy cold as she faintly said, Protector Black Fiend, the grand competition of my Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace has always been unwelcoming to people of the devil religion. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives for coming here this time, right? Black Fury laughed and said, Why is Fairy Xian Nu so nervous? Although my demon sect has some issues with you, I did come here this time for the great competition. What's more, the grand competition does not stipulate that people from the demon sect cannot participate, does it not? Immortal Xian Nu sniffed and frowned slightly. She knew that Black Fury was right. The grand competition did not restrict the participation of people from the demon sect. If one were to forcefully refuse, it would instead appear that the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace was petty. Since that's the case, then please ask Protector Black Fury to abide by the rules of my Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace. Immortal Xian Nu said coldly. Black Fury nodded and smiled. That's natural. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the hall, finally resting on Chen Fei, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This is Mr. Chen Fei, right? I've heard that you've been in the limelight lately, and even a disciple of my demon sect has lost to you. When Chen Fei heard this, his heart fluttered. Knowing that Black Fury had set his sights on him, he stepped forward and said faintly, Protector Black Fury is overpraising. This Gongzi is just a fluke. Black Fury laughed and said, A fluke? There's no need for Mr. Chen to be modest. For this grand competition, the disciples of my demon sect will show no mercy, so I hope you can last until the end. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes as he faintly said, Don't worry, Protector Black Fury, this male will not let you down. Black Fiend sneered, turned around with a sulky face, and left the main hall with the disciples of the demon sect. Immortal Xian Nu looked at Black Fury's departing back, her brows tightly locked as she turned her head to Chen Fei. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid that the people from the demon sect will target you in this grand competition, so you have to be careful. Chen Fei was full of calmness. Don't worry, Palace Master, the late generation will deal with it carefully. Immortal Xian Nu nodded, and then said to Bai Ji, take Mr. Chen to rest, and make sure you are prepared for the big competition tomorrow. Bai Ji nodded and led Chen Fei out of the main hall. Back in the compound, Chen Fei sat on a stone bench, his mind racing with thoughts. My lord, you don't have to worry too much, Bai Ji said softly. I'll always be there for you. Chen Fei looked at Bai Ji, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Miss White, thank you. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, Gongzi don't need to be polite. Bai Ji thought, this is all what Bai Ji should do. You rest early, we'll face the big competition tomorrow together. After saying that, Bai Ji seemed a bit shy and left quickly, the corner of Chen Fei's mouth slightly raised. Looking at that fragrant and delicate back, his mind reverie 1,000. Chapter 9, After I've been exposed, the fairy invites me to take a bath. Early the next morning, the square of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace was crowded with people. Young cultivators from all sects and factions gathered together in a warm intense atmosphere. The ring for the grand competition was located in the center of the square and was surrounded by formations to prevent the battle from spreading to the spectators. Chen Fei stood in the ranks of the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace, wearing the white battle robe that Bai Ji had prepared for him, making him stand out. His gaze swept across the square and found that the people from the Demon Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect had already arrived, especially Li Qingyun from the Heavenly Sword Sect, who was staring at him coldly, his eyes filled with resentment. My lord, be careful of the Heavenly Sword Sect's people. Bai Ji stood beside Chen Fei and reminded him softly. Chen Fei said indifferently, don't worry, they can't help me. Bai Ji looked at Chen Fei, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, but more than anything, it was trust. She knew that Chen Fei's strength was not what it used to be, and even if he faced a siege from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Demon sect, he might not be at a disadvantage. Right at this moment, Fairy Xian Nu slowly walked up to the high platform, swept her gaze across the room, and said aloud, "Everyone, today is the day of my 9 Heavens Xian Nui Palace's grand competition. Thank you for coming to participate. The rules of this great competition are simple. Ring battle, winner advances, loser eliminated. The ultimate winner will receive my 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace's greatest treasure, the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Mirror." As soon as Immortal Xian Nu's words fell, the entire room erupted into a frenzy. The 9 Heavens Xian Nu Mirror was the greatest treasure of the immortal cultivation world, a treasure that countless cultivators could only dream of, and whoever could obtain it would mean a step to heaven. The great competition begins. With a command from Immortal Xian Nu, the formation on the ring instantly activated, and a curtain of light enveloped the ring. The first match quickly began as 2 young cultivators mounted the ring and engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Fei stood at the bottom of the stage, quietly watching the battle, secretly assessing his opponent's strength in his mind. "My lord, your first opponent is Li Qingyun of the Heavenly Sword sect," Bai Ji whispered. When Chen Fei heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Li Qingyun? That's really an enemy." Bai Ji nodded. "Gongzi, although Li Qingyun's strength is not bad, he is by no means your opponent. You only need to be careful of his magic treasure." Chen Fei smiled. "Don't worry, I'll let him know the price of offending me." Soon, the first match ended, and the winner was a disciple of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Immediately afterward, the second match began, and Chen Fei's name was called. Next match, Chen Fei of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace versus Li Qingyun of the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen Fei slowly walked up to the ring, his gaze coldly looking at Li Qingyun on the opposite side. Li Qingyun's face was grim, his eyes filled with resentment. "Chen Fei, I didn't expect us to run into each other so soon." Li Qingyun laughed coldly. "Today, I will let you know what happens when you offend my Heavenly Sword sect." Chen Fei smiled faintly and said, "Li Qingyun, you are nothing but my defeated man. Why do you have to humiliate yourself?" When Li Qingyun heard this, his face turned iron blue and he angrily shouted, "Chen Fei, you seek death." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and a flying sword came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't dodge or avoid. Raising his hand and waving it, a spiritual power barrier blocked in front of him, dissolving the flying sword easily. "Li Qingyun, is that all you've got?" Li Qingyun was furious. His hands formed a seal and executed a powerful sword technique. Heavenly Sword Technique, 10,000 Swords Return. As Li Qingyun droned, countless sword lights immediately appeared in the sky, heading straight for Chen Fei. Chen Fei snorted coldly and raised his hand. A huge palm of spiritual energy directly slapped those sword lights apart. "Li Qingyun, your strength is not enough to make me serious," Chen Fei said indifferently. Li Qingyun's face changed greatly, not expecting Chen Fei's strength to be so strong. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a jade talisman from his pocket, and violently crushed it. "Chen Fei, you forced me to do this." As the jade talisman shattered, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from within Li Qingyun's body, and his cultivation instantly rose to the late Yuaning stage. "This is Heavenly Sword Sect's secret technique," someone on the stage exclaimed. Chen Fei frowned slightly, but did not panic. He knew that Qingyun Li was forcibly raising his cultivation, and although his strength had increased greatly in a short period of time, the after effects were also extremely serious. "Chen Fei, suffer death," Li Qingyun roared, once again executing the 10,000 Swords Return. This time, the power of the sword light was several times stronger than before. Chen Fei still had a lazy face, a casual wave of the hand. Bang bang bang, a sword shadow attack collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light, as well as deafening explosions. Finally, boom! Li Qingyun's sword light was directly shattered by the strong wind that Chen Fei casually waved with his hand, but the aftermath was unabated and headed straight for Li Qingyun. "No!" Li Qingyun cried out in shock and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Put! Li Qingyun was struck by the spiritual force wind and spat out blood from his mouth, falling heavily to the ground, never able to get up again. The entire room was silent as everyone was shocked by Chen Fei's strength. Li Qingyun was the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect and his strength was not bad, but in front of Chen Fei, he was surprisingly powerless to fight back. "Chen Fei wins," the referee announced in a loud voice. Chen Fei coldly glanced at Li Qingyun, who had fallen to the ground, and turned around to walk down the ring. Bai Ji greeted them, her eyes full of joy. "Gongzi, you're too good." Chen Fei smiled and said, "It's just a warm-up, the real opponent is still behind." Bai Ji, that's right. Gongzi, next you have to be careful of the people of the demon sect, they will never let you off easily. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. The devil cult. Don't worry, I will let them know the price of offending me. As the grand competition continued, Chen Fei made his way through the ranks, easily defeating all of his opponents. His strength shocked everyone, and even Fairy Xian was impressed by him. Finally, the great competition had entered its final stage. Chen Fei's last opponent was none other than the Devil Cult's protector, Black Fury. Chen Fei, I didn't expect you to make it this far. Black Fury laughed coldly. However, your good fortune ends here. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Yes? It's just a pity that your Black Fury protector's strength is not bad, but it's not enough to make me fear. A hint of anger flashed in Black Fury's eyes as he sniffed. Chen Fei, you brat is also too rampant. Looking for death. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. A black spiritual energy transformed into a giant palm and slapped it straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not dodge or avoid. Raising his hand and waving it, a spiritual power barrier blocked in front of him, dissolving the huge palm with ease. Black Fury Protector? Is that all you've got? Chen Fei sneered. Black Fiend was furious, and his hands formed a seal, casting a powerful spell. The demon sect's secret technique, Heavenly Demon Descent. As Black Fiend droned, a huge demonic shadow immediately appeared in the sky, holding a huge axe and chopping straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei let out a cold snort and raised his hand. A huge palm of spiritual energy directly slapped the demonic shadow apart. Protector Black Fury, your strength is not enough to make me serious. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Black Fury's face changed greatly. He did not expect Chen Fei's strength to be so strong. This is completely the crushing of the realm. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a black jade talisman from his pocket, and violently crushed it. Chen Fei, you forced me to do this. As the jade talisman shattered, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from within Black Fiend's body, and his cultivation instantly rose to the early stage of transformation spirit. This is secret technique of the Devil Cult. Someone on the stage exclaimed. Chen Fei frowned slightly, but did not panic. He knew that Black Fury was forcibly raising his cultivation, and although his strength had increased greatly in a short period of time, the aftereffects should not be small. Chen Fei, suffer death. The Black Fiend roared and once again executed Heavenly Devil's Descent. This time, the power of the Devil's Shadow was several times stronger than before. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes, his hands formed a seal, and the spiritual energy in his body surged crazily. 9 Heaven Xian Nu skill, Xian Nu descends. As Chen Fei droned, a Xian Nu phantom holding a giant sword was summoned. Everyone there was shocked. How is this possible? That's the Xian Maiden Dharma phase. Chen Fei was able to summon. An imperceptible elation appeared on Fairy Xian Nu's face, as if she was as excited as if she had discovered a new continent. Bai Ji's face is also full of surprise color, and accompanied by a trace of redness. There was also a peerless beauty, who at the moment also exuded a look of amazement. Boom boom boom. The two powerful phantoms, frantically fighting each other in the air, erupted in bursts of dazzling light and loud noises. After a full 10 minutes or so that both sides lasted. Boom! Black Fiend's demonic shadow phantom was penetrated through his skull by Xian Nu's phantom with a sword and dissipated into the void on the spot. The vanquished Xian Nu's phantom, with its remaining power unabated, went straight for the Black Fury with a sword chop. No! The Black Fiend cried out in horror and tried to dodge, but it was too late, so he could only form a formation to fight hard. Boom! Put! The Black Fury was smashed by the sword shadow to shatter the shield and smashed heavily on his body. The whole person rolled backward for more than 10 steps, and then spat out blood from his mouth and fell heavily on the ground, unable to climb back up anymore. The whole room was silent. Black Fury was the protector of the demon sect and was strong, but in front of Chen Fei, he was surprisingly powerless to fight back. Chen Fei wins, the referee announced in a loud voice. Chen Fei coldly glanced at Black Fury, who had fallen to the ground, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but gently raise. You want to fight me? Little hot chick, eh? Chen Fei stood on the ring and swept his gaze across the entire arena, eventually resting on Fairy Xian Nu on the high platform. Fairy Xian Nu smiled faintly and slowly walked down to the high platform, holding an ancient bronze mirror in her hands. Chen Fei, congratulations on winning this grand competition, Fairy Xian said softly, a hint of appreciation in her tone. Chen Fei arched his hand and saluted, saying, many thanks, Palace Master. Immortal Xian Nu nodded and handed the bronze mirror in her hand to Chen Fei, saying, this is the 9 Heavens Xian Nu mirror, which is the greatest treasure of my 9 Heavens Xian Nu palace. Today, I will hand it over to you in the hope that you can properly comprehend its mysteries. Chen Fei received the Xian Nu mirror, and a thrill ran through his heart. He knew that the 9 Heavens Xian Nu mirror was a priceless treasure, and if he could comprehend the inheritance within it, his own cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thank you, Palace Master. I will fulfill my promise, Chen Fei said solemnly. Immortal Xian Nu smiled faintly and said, Chen Fei, you are exceptionally talented. Your future is unlimited. The doors of my 9 heavenly mysteries palace will always be open for you, and that includes me as well. Chen Fei's mind moved, but felt that he was still overthinking it. It shouldn't be that kind of open. He knew that Fairy Xian Nu was throwing an olive branch at him, hoping that he would join the 9 heavens Xian Nu palace. Palace Master, the late generation will seriously consider it. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head with a smile and turned to address the entire audience. This grand competition ends here. Thank you all for your participation. As the words of the Xian Nymph Fairy fell, all of the formations were hidden, and the departing teleportation arrays opened one by one. The crowd exited in an orderly fashion. Everyone knew that Chen Fei's name would, from now on, be resounding. Chen Fei stepped down from the ring and Bai Ji greeted him, her eyes filled with joy. Gongzi, congratulations, Bai Ji said softly. Chen Fei smiled. Miss Bai, thank you for your support. Bai Ji lightly bit her red lips, as if she had made some sort of determination. My lord, although you are strong, today's battle has also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. My 9 heavens Xian Nui Palace has a healing medicinal pool that is miraculously effective in restoring spiritual energy. Why don't I take you for a dip? Chapter 10, Going to the Healing Bath as a Taoist Couple. Chen Fei's heart warmed up when he heard this. Doesn't she mean, I have a cat that can only do cartwheels. Why don't you go to my house to see the cat? Hey. Interesting. The fairy had taken such an initiative. So what was there to hesitate about? Moreover, the healing medicinal pool of the 9 heavens Xian Nui Palace was indeed a treasure as well. And if one could take a dip in it would greatly benefit the enhancement of one's tendons, blood, and bones. Then I'll trouble Miss Bai. Chen Fei nodded his head in agreement. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Your Excellency is welcome. Next, she led Chen Fei through the layers of palaces to a quiet compound. There was a pool of blue water in the center of the courtyard, with a faint white mist floating on the surface, and a faint scent of medicine filled the air. My lord, this is the healing medicine pool, Bai Ji said softly. If you go in and take a dip, you'll soon recover your spiritual energy. Chen Fei nodded his head and was about to undress and enter the pool when he realized that Bai Ji had no intention of leaving. Sure enough, he. Miss White, you, Chen Fei said knowingly. A blush surfaced on Bai Ji's face and she whispered, My lord, this medicinal pool is what I use on a regular basis, so I will take a dip with you today, and also heal your injuries. Chen Fei's heart throbbed as he heard this. He knew that Bai Ji was expressing her feelings to him. Good. The two stepped into the medicinal pool together, and the warm medicinal water instantly wrapped around their bodies. Chen Fei felt a wave of warmth pouring into his body from all of his limbs and bones, and the original trace of exhaustion was suddenly much easier. Gongzi, how do you feel? Bai Ji asked softly. Chen Fei lamented. It's really magical. My spiritual energy is recovering rapidly. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said, The medicinal liquid of this medicinal pool is refined with the spirit spring of the 9 heavens Xian Wu Palace. It has quite a lot of benefits for the body, so Gongzi and take a dip more often. Chen Fei was really happy. Bai Ji was giving him a chance. Miss White, thank you so much. More bubbles then, Chen Fei said softly. Angelica de Hurica. Sir, there's no need to be polite. You've done so much for the 9 heavenly mystical maiden palace. It's only natural for me to repay you properly. The two sat in the medicinal pool, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Bai Ji's cheeks were slightly flushed, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Chen Fei looked at her side face and his heart throbbed. Miss Bai, actually Chen Fei wanted to speak. Bai Ji raised her head, looked into Chen Fei's eyes, and said softly, Sir, what do you want to say? Chen Fei took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, Miss White, in fact, I have been interested in you, have long been in love with you. When Bai Ji sniffed, a blush appeared on her face. She lowered her head and said softly, Gongzi, in fact I also have feelings for you. I especially adore Gongzi. I want to. Chen Fei was delighted in his heart and reached out to hold Bai Ji's hand. Their hands clasped together as if the whole world had gone quiet. Miss White, I understand your feelings. Then, from now on, we will become Dao couples. How about it? Bai Ji nodded shyly with a hint of happiness in her eyes. Good. The two smiled at each other, their hearts filled with sweetness. Right at this moment, Chen Fei suddenly felt the spiritual energy in his body surging wildly, and his cultivation level unexpectedly increased once again. Ding! The host's cultivation has grown by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, middle stage of transfiguration. The system's voice sounded in Chen Fei's mind, and he snapped his eyes open as a glint flashed in his eyes. Mid-transformation god, Chen Fei murmured in a low voice, his heart bursting with ecstasy. Bai Ji felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy within Chen Fei's body and said in surprise, Gongzi, your cultivation has risen again? Chen Fei said happily. Miss White, this medicinal pool is truly magical. My cultivation level has indeed broken through again. Bai Ji jumped into Chen Fei's arms with great joy. Your son is gifted. His future is unlimited. Chen Fei looked at Bai Ji, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Miss White, you are the same. From now on, we will cultivate together and progress together. Bai Ji nodded and said softly, good. The two of them embraced each other tightly in the medicinal pool, and then began to double cultivate. Time flows slowly. It was only after a full thousands of breaths of mutual cultivation that they slowly separated. Bai Ji reddened her happy little face and asked softly in a gentle and full voice, Gongzi, practicing with you is so sweet. Bai Ji is so like that. What are your plans next? Chen Fei pondered for a moment. A kiss on Bai Ji's exquisite pretty face. Ken is not going to leave here. I plan to stay in the Nine Heavens Xin Nui Palace for a while longer, and not for any other reason. Mainly because I want to consolidate my cultivation properly. Bai Ji nodded sweetly. Your Excellency is right. The aura of my Nine Heavens Xin Nui Palace is rich and just right for cultivation. Moreover, the Palace Master also holds you in high regard. So if you stay here, you will definitely be able to obtain more resources. Chen Fei smiled and said, Miss White, with you by my side, I have the whole world. Resources and whatnot don't matter. A blush surfaced on Bai Ji's face. Like a sweet and adorable kitten, she snuggled into Chen Fei's shoulder. Gongzi, Bai Ji will always be by your side. The two smiled at each other, their hearts once again filled with sweetness. And so, Miss White, time is like a shuttle, and light is like an arrow. Let's continue our dual cultivation. Bai Ji's pretty face blushed as she nodded, a hint of shyness on her face. Yes, Duke. The two sit on their knees in the medicine pool. The spiritual energy in his body flowed slowly, gradually melting into one. Their cultivation levels continued to rise in their dual cultivation, and their hearts became closer to each other. My lord, I feel that my cultivation level is also rising, Bai Ji said sweetly. Chen Fei nodded. Miss White, the same goes for me. Our dual cultivation really works. There was a hint of happiness in Bai Ji's eyes. Well, Gongzi is right. Gongzi is hard. Angelica is so happy. Angelica wants a hug. Chapter 11, Immortal Wine Drunkenness. Sister's Trickery. Good. Hug my good Bai Ji. Yeah. Sir, you're bad. Don't like it? Like. In the healing medicinal pool of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace, Chen Fei and Bai Ji's dual cultivation was gradually getting better. The spiritual energy of the two flowed through their bodies, intermingling with each other, and their cultivation levels soared without them realizing it. My lord, I feel that the spiritual energy in my body is becoming more and more abundant, and it seems like I'm about to make a breakthrough, Bai Ji said softly, with a hint of delight in her eyes. Chen Fei nodded and smiled. Miss Bai, your talent is already extremely high, and with the aid of this medicinal pool, a breakthrough will come sooner or later. Bai Ji smiled faintly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Gongzi, if it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Chen Fei shook his head and said, Miss Bai, you and I are already Dao couples, so why be so polite? I'll benefit from your cultivation enhancement just as much. The two smiled at each other, their hearts filled with sweetness. Right at this moment, the spiritual energy within Bai Ji's body suddenly fluctuated violently, and a powerful aura erupted from her. Gongzi, it seems like I'm about to break through, Bai Ji said a little nervously. A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Fei's eyes as he hurriedly said, Miss White, stabilize your mind. I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he made a seal with both hands, and the spiritual energy in his body surged crazily, instantly condensing a spiritual barrier that wrapped Bai Ji in it. When Bai Ji felt Chen Fei's spiritual energy surging into her body, she immediately felt a warm current surging from her limbs and bones into her dantian, and her originally restless spiritual energy gradually smoothed out. Boom! With a soft sound, Bai Ji's cultivation finally broke through, directly stepping into the late stage of yuaning from the mid-stage of yuaning. My lord, I've made a breakthrough, Bai Ji said joyfully, her eyes filled with excitement. Chen Fei smiled and said, Miss Bai, congratulations. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with gratitude. My lord, thank you. The two of them smiled at each other, their hearts getting sweeter and sweeter as they warmed up for this wonderful moment. And I don't know how long it took. There was a sudden sound of light footsteps outside the courtyard. Senior sister Bai Ji, congratulations on your breakthrough. A crisp voice came out, only to see a woman dressed in white walk slowly into the courtyard. With her beautiful appearance and dusty temperament, she was none other than Bai Ji's senior sister, Lu Rusheng. Senior sister. When Bai Ji saw Lu Rusheng, a flash of joy appeared on her face. Why are you here? Lu Rusheng smiled faintly and said, I saw from afar that your mansion's immortal luck was swirling and aura was tumbling over the layers. I guess, It's designated that you've made a breakthrough, senior sister, and have specially come to congratulate you. Oops. You too. This is. Her gaze fell on Chen Fei with a hint of shyness and curiosity in her eyes. Bai Ji hurriedly introduced herself. Senior sister. Me and Mr. Chen. The two of us have already become Dao couples. Lu Rusheng sniffed and a strange light flashed in her eyes. So you've already married Mr. Chen. Then. That's good. Congratulations, senior sister. Now that you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation, you've also formed a Taoist couple. I'm so envious. You're so capable. Mr. Chen really has two skills. Awesome. Chen Fei arched his hand in salute and said, Senior sister Lu is flattered. Lu Russian smiled and said, There's no need to be polite. Mr. Chen. Today, as senior sister Bai Ji has made her breakthrough, I have brought a few jars of immortal wine to celebrate. I wonder if you two would be interested. Immortal wine? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Senior sister. The immortal wine you brewed is one of the best in the Nine Heavens Xin Nu Palace, so we'll be blessed today. Chen Fei's heart stirred as he heard this. He knew that the immortal wine of the Nine Heavens Shen Nu Palace was the greatest treasure of the immortal cultivation world, and if he could taste it, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation enhancement. Then thank you, senior sister Lu. Chen Fei nodded in agreement. Lu Rusheng smiled faintly and led the two of them in imperial sword flight to his cave. The cave was extremely elegantly decorated, and there were several jars of immortal wine on the table, the aroma of which was intoxicating. Mr. Chen, senior sister Bai Ji, please take a seat. Lu Rusheng greeted the two of them as they sat down, then took out 3 jade cups and poured them full of immortal wine. This first cup, named Spirit Spring Drunkenness, is brewed by collecting the spirit springs of the Nine Heavens Xin Nu Palace, and drinking it can enhance your spirit power. Lu Rusheng raised her wine cup and said with a smile. Chen Fei and Bai Ji picked up their wine cups and gently took a sip, immediately feeling a warm current surging from their throats into their dantian, and the spiritual energy in their bodies instantly filled up a lot. It really is good wine, Chen Fei exclaimed. Lu Rusheng smiled and poured another cup. This second cup, named 100 Flowers Brew, is brewed by collecting 100 kinds of spiritual flowers, and drinking it can nourish the divine soul. Chen Fei and Bai Ji once again raised their cups and drank the cup of 100 Flower Brew, immediately feeling their souls clear, as if they were in a sea of flowers. This third cup, named Xian Nu Drunk, is made from my Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace's top secret brewing recipe, and drinking it can enhance your cultivation. Lu Rusheng raised the last glass of wine with a mysterious glint in her eyes. Chen Fei and Bai Ji lifted their wine cups and drank it all in one go. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body, and his cultivation level unexpectedly increased once again. This wine is truly magical, Chen Fei marveled. Lu Rusheng smiled faintly with a hint of complacency in her eyes. Mr. Chen, senior sister Bai Ji, how is this immortal wine? Bai Ji nodded and said, Senior sister's immortal wine really lives up to its name. Today we've really had an eye-opening experience. Lu Rusheng smiled, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Mr. Chen, senior sister Bai Ji, it's rare to be so happy today. Why don't we have a few more drinks? Chen Fei and Bai Ji nodded, and the three of them continued to drink. As the wine grew stronger, Lu Rusheng's face gradually became rosy, with a hint of ecstasy in her eyes. Mr. Chen, do you know that I have long heard of your great name? And people really adore you. Lu Rusheng suddenly opened her mouth and said with a hint of ambiguity in her tone. Chen Fei sniffed, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. I used to be a minion. There is a hairy big name Senior sister Lu. What does that mean? Lu Rusheng smiled with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Mr. Chen, you are gifted and strong. I have long admired you. At today's meeting, your name is indeed true. Chen Fei sniffed and hurriedly said, Senior sister Lu, you're drunk. Lu Rusheng shook her head with a hint of ecstasy in her eyes. Mr. Chen, I'm not drunk. I just want to cultivate with you in a double dance. After she finished speaking, she slowly stood up and walked over to Chen Fei, gently leaning on his shoulder. Chen Fei, exciting. Are all fairies so blunt? Chen Fei, who had intended to go along with it, inexplicably felt an evil aura coming from her as he hugged his beautiful senior sister. In his heart, he said, not good. There's something wrong with this Lu Rusheng. Bai Ji's face changed when she saw that her senior sister was sitting in her Taoist's arms, and she hurriedly said, Senior sister, you're drunk. Go and rest. Lu Rusheng sneered with a hint of frivolity in her eyes. Senior sister, obviously you're the one who's drunk. It's me and Mr. Chen who's the Dao couple. Aren't you clear about that, senior sister? Chapter 12, Lu Russian's Charm and Sins. Angelica de Hurica, elder sister. You Lu Rusheng suddenly raised her hand and waved it. An invisible spiritual energy went straight toward Bai Ji. Before Bai Ji could react, she felt her eyes darken and she directly fainted on the ground. Senior sister Bai Ji, you're quite drunk. Take a rest first. Bai Ji. Chen Fei's face changed and he hurriedly went forward to check on Bai Ji's condition. Lu Rusheng let out a light laugh, her tone carrying a triumphant joy. Mr. Chen, don't worry, she just fainted temporarily. Now, no one will disturb our good deed. We can have a good chat now. Chen Fei looked coldly at Lu Rusheng, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Senior sister Lu, you're going a bit overboard, aren't you? Lu Rusheng slowly approached Chen Fei, her eyes mesmerized and seductive. Mr. Chen, people have long admired you. Today is a rare opportunity. How about we double cultivate a bit? Don't worry, no one will know. As she spoke, she gently undid her tunic, revealing her white shoulders, and her entire body pressed up. Chen Fei immediately felt an evil aura come over him. Not good. This Lu Rusheng really has a problem. When the real colorful word is a knife, this woman wants to die. Senior sister Lu, please respect yourself, Chen Fei said coldly, while secretly running his spiritual energy, ready to counterattack at any time. Lu Rusheng let out a light laugh with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Mr. Chen, why be so cold? Am I not more attractive than Sister Bai Ji? She's just a naive little girl, while I can give you more. As she spoke, she gently twisted her waist and performed an enchanting dance. Her movements were full of temptation, as if she wanted to capture Chen Fei's heart and mind completely. Chen Fei's brows were tightly locked, his heart on alert. He always felt that Lu Rusheng had an evil aura about her, as if she was hiding some unspeakable secret. Senior sister Lu, what exactly do you want? Lu Rusheng stopped dancing with a hint of fervor in her eyes. Mr. Chen, I just want to double cultivate with you. Is that not what you like about me? I'm an outstanding disciple of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace, with a high level of cultivation and outstanding appearance. What else are you dissatisfied with? Chen Fei. Senior sister Lu, I'm afraid there's more to your mind than that, isn't there? Lu Rusheng's face changed slightly when she heard this, but she quickly returned to her smile. Mr. Chen is really smart. In that case, I won't hide it from you. You drank my wine, and smelled my body, and watched me dance. You are under my complete control. Well now, I can do whatever I want with you, and I'm not afraid of you knowing. Next, I'll double cultivate with you while devouring all of your talent. Ha ha ha. Chen Fei, Lu Rusheng, you really are an evil cultivator. Lu Rusheng laughed out loud. Mr. Chen, it's too late for you to realize that now. Today, everything you have will belong to me. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved it, her entire body's clothing turning into nothingness, and then she walked towards Chen Fei step by step. Chen Fei only felt a burst of weakness in his body. Only after exerting all his strength did he manifest a spiritual power barrier to block in front of him. Lu Rusheng, do you think you can get away with this? Lu Rusheng's eyes were filled with madness. Chen Fei, although you are exceptionally talented, at this moment, you're just an ordinary person. You'll just wait for some enjoyment before you turn into an invalid. Ha ha ha. After she finished speaking, she formed a seal with both hands and instantly set up a forbidden formation around her. The forbidden formation was filled with black gas, as if it wanted to completely devour Chen Fei. Chen Fei, this is the forbidden formation that I have specially prepared for you. Today you won't be able to fly. My sister will eat you up right here. Don't be afraid. Yo! Chen Fei frowned as he felt the evil aura in the forbidden formation. Not good. This forbidden formation is really powerful. Just then, he suddenly thought of the 9 Heavens Xianwei mirror. These 2 days he has thoroughly comprehended the many wonderful uses of the Xian Nu mirror. He hurriedly took out the Xian Nu mirror from his storage ring, and the mirror immediately erupted with a dazzling light, directly dispersing the black gas in the forbidden formation. At the same time, it also caused Chen Fei to become refreshed all of a sudden, and his terrifying mid-transformation spirit power burst out. Boom boom. All the confinements all dissipated. What? This? Lu Rusheng's face changed drastically, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could you possibly crack my forbidden formation? Your cultivation level is surprisingly. Chen Fei looked at her coldly and said, Lu Rusheng, your trickery ends here. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and the light from the Xian Nu mirror shone directly at Lu Rusheng. Lu Rusheng immediately felt a powerful force enveloping her, and the evil qi in her body was instantly suppressed. No, this can't be. Lu Rusheng exclaimed in horror. Chen Fei laughed. Lu Rusheng, I've seen through your bottom. You cultivate evil arts and attempt to devour other people's talents. So today I'll take the place of heaven and destroy you. Lu Rusheng's face was pale with a hint of madness in her eyes. Chen Fei, although you are a genius, unfortunately, it's already too late. Everything you have will belong to me. After she finished speaking, her hands formed a seal, and the evil chi in her body erupted out once again, her cultivation level unexpectedly rising to the transformation of God stage, which was comparable to Chen Fei's. Chen Fei, today I will let you see the true strength of an evil cultivator. Lu Rusheng roared angrily and came straight at Chen Fei. The two instantly battled together. Spiritual energy and evil chi collided in the air, erupting in a dazzling light. Lu Rusheng's attack was overpowering, but Chen Fei always had the upper hand by virtue of the 9 heaven Xian Nu mirrors, evil destroying radiance like the blazing sun and astral sun. As the hours ticked by, Lu Rusheng's stamina gradually ran low, and her attack began to weaken. In the end, her meridians were disorganized due to the excessive output, and she spat out blood from her mouth. After the defeat, there was a hint of pleading in her eyes. Chen Fei, I actually don't want this. I was forced to practice evil arts. As long as you're willing to dual cultivate with me, we'll cultivate evil arts together and be strong together, okay? Chen Fei looked at her coldly. Lu Rusheng, you cultivate evil arts and mutilate your fellow disciples. Your crime is unforgivable. A hint of despair flashed in Lu Rusheng's eyes as she whispered, Chen Fei, are you really unwilling to dual cultivate with me? I can give you everything, as long as you are willing to. Chen Fei shook his head. Lu Rusheng, you're on the wrong path. Today, I will take the place of heaven and destroy you. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and the light from the Xian Nu mirror shone directly at Lu Rusheng. Lu Rusheng felt a powerful force enveloping her, unable to move at all, and the evil energy in her body was being dispersed madly. The power that belongs to oneself is frantically flowing away. No, Chen Fei, you can't do this, Lu Rusheng exclaimed in horror. However, her voice was quickly drowned out by the light of the Xian Nu mirror. A few moments later, Lu Rusheng's body turned into a puddle of blood and water, completely dissipating into the air. Chen Fei put away the Xian Nu mirror. With a palpitating heart, he let out a long breath, and then immediately meditated in place. A few moments later, Duke, Bai Ji's voice came from behind her as she slowly woke up with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chen Fei hurriedly went forward to help her up and said softly, Miss Bai, are you alright? Bai Ji nodded with a hint of worry in her eyes. Gongzi, what just happened? Chen Fei briefly recounted what happened. When Bai Ji heard this, her eyes were filled with shock. I didn't realize that senior sister was an evil cultivator, and she even wanted to. So abominable. Chen Fei nodded and said, Miss Bai, the path of immortal cultivation is treacherous. We must always be on guard. Bai Ji nodded, her eyes carrying a full of determination. My lord, thank you. You are so good to me. Bai Ji will always be by your side. Chapter 13, Ask Sister to give an honest account. Lu Rusheng's physical body was completely destroyed by the light of the Xian Nu mirror, but her soul was incorporated into the mirror by Chen Fei. Chen Fei knew that there were still many secrets hidden in Lu Rusheng that must be thoroughly tortured. Miss White, wait a moment, I'll be right there, Chen Fei said to Bai Ji, and then threw his thoughts into the Xian Nu mirror. Inside the Xian Nu mirror, Lu Rusheng's soul was imprisoned in a void of space. Her figure was illusory, with a hint of horror and resentment on her face. Chen Fei, what do you want? Lu Rusheng's voice trembled, clearly filled with fear for Chen Fei. Chen Fei looked at her coldly and said, Lu Rusheng, your physical body has been extinguished, and if you don't listen, your soul will also cease to exist. Now, whatever I ask, you answer. If there is half a lie, I will make your life worse than death. Lu Rusheng clenched her teeth, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Chen Fei, do you think you can force me to give in like this? Chen Fei sneered and raised his hand. The power of the idea turned into a whip and directly lashed at Lu Rusheng's soul. Ah! Lu Rusheng let out a mournful scream, her soul trembling violently, obviously in extreme pain. Lu Rusheng, I'll ask again, do you have any accomplices? Did you have anything to do with Bai Ji being in danger the last time she went out? Chen Fei asked coldly. Lu Rusheng gritted her teeth with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Chen Fei, you don't want to get any information from me. Chen Fei frowned and raised his hand to crack another whip. Lu Rusheng's soul screamed miserably once again, its illusory figure almost dissipating. Lu Rusheng, your soul is already weak. If you don't tell the truth again, I will make your soul fly away. Snap, slap, less than half a moment. Lu Rusheng finally couldn't bear it and whispered, Don't fight. Say, I said, Bai Ji was in danger last time she went out, and it has nothing to do with me. But there are indeed spies within the Xianwu Palace. From other forces. It should be them who betrayed Bai Ji's traveling information. But who they are exactly I'm not sure. Really I'm not sure. A cold light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes as he continued to ask. Oh, like this? Alright then, let's put this question aside for now. Where are your fellow evil cultivators? What organization are they? Lu Rusheng clenched her teeth and whispered. My fellow disciples aren't in the Xiannu Palace. They're in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. It is a place where a large number of immortal cultivators gather, and on the surface it is prosperous and lively, with a well-developed market for all sorts of exchanges. But in reality there are quite a number of hidden forces of evil cultivators. Our organization is called the Underworld Cult and specializes in devouring the talents of others to enhance our own cultivation. Valley of 10,000 Flowers? The Underworld Sect? Chen Fei's brows tightened as he said in his heart, it really is a dangerous place. Lu Rusheng continued, Chen Fei, when you destroyed my physical body, I had already passed the secret art, mirrored your appearance and transmitted it to my fellow disciples. They will soon come to take revenge on you. Although you are exceptionally gifted, there are more powerful than you. There are plenty of people. You'd better protect my soul, or you won't know how you'll die. Chen Fei sneered disdainfully. Lu Rusheng, do you think you can threaten me with this? Your soul is in my hands. I can make your soul fly away at any time. A hint of fear flashed in Lu Rusheng's eyes. Chen Fei, I've already told you everything I know. You can't do this. Just let me go, okay? Chen Fei looked at her coldly. Lu Rusheng, I will temporarily seal your soul. If you dare to play tricks, I will make your life worse than death. After saying that, he raised his hand and with a wave, Lu Rusheng's soul was completely sealed in the Xiannu mirror. Chen Fei's thoughts retracted from the Xiannu mirror and slowly opened his eyes. Bai Ji was standing beside him with a hint of worry in her eyes. Seeing Chen Fei open his eyes, he asked, how's it going, my lord? Chen Fei, Lu Rusheng has confessed. Her fellow evil practitioners are in the 10,000 Flowers Valley and the organization is called the Underworld Cult. These people specialize in devouring the talents of others to enhance their own cultivation. Very dangerous. When Bai Ji sniffed, her face became grave. The Underworld Cult? I've heard of this organization. They act stealthily and use cruel methods, and many immortal cultivators have been poisoned by them. Chen Fei asked curiously. Miss White, how much do you know about the Underworld Cult? Bai Ji pondered for a moment and said slowly. The Underworld Cult is an evil cultivation organization in the immortal cultivation world with a long history and huge power. Their members can often be extremely low profile and hidden in major immortal cultivation sects, very good at laying hands on and devouring the talents of exceptionally gifted cultivators. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers should be an important stronghold for them. That place is prosperous and lively on the surface, but in reality, it is a hidden killing machine. A lot of young cultivators who do not know the dangers and evils of the Jianghu went to that place, and a lot of them lost their lives. Chen Fei secretly said, it seems that this underworld sect is indeed a big trouble. Bai Ji continued, Gongzi, the evil cultivators of the underworld sect have strange methods that are impossible to defend against. We must be careful when we go out in the future. Chen Fei smiled and wrapped his arms around Bai Ji's small waist. Miss White, don't worry, with me here, I will never let anyone harm you. A blush surfaced on Bai Ji's face and she said softly, Gongzi, Bai Ji believes that, with you by my side, I have no fear. P.S. Brothers and sisters who like the book, remember to add a bookshelf. Move your fingers to help the author point down the free gift. Grateful. Thank you all so much. Chapter 14, The Palace Master's Request. The night is like water. Moonlight poured over the courtyard of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace, reflecting sparkling waves. Chen Fei and Bai Ji had spent the whole night in the medicinal pool in double cultivation, their spiritual energy intermingling with each other, and their muscles, bones, blood and flesh were also being continuously nourished without their knowledge, being quenched to be more and more pure and clean. Day 2. In the morning misty Yuqing Pond, Gigi ambushed in Chen Fei's chest to draw circles, green silk dropping water droplets, refracting the sunrise. Last night, after she broke through the late stage of yuaning through double cultivation, she actually realized the 7th level of Xiannu sword intent in the midst of her love affair. At this moment, her fingertip sword chi flowed, gently sliding a few times, and even carved a number of parallel lotus on the surface of the pool. Gongzi, thank you. Being with you is too good. Bai Ji is so happy. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with delight. Chen Fei, Miss Bai, your talent is already extremely high, and with the aid of this medicinal pool, it's only a matter of time before you realize the 7th level of the Xiannu sword intent. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with gratitude. My lord, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to have such a great epiphany. Chen Fei smiled and tightened his arm around her small waist. Miss Bai, you and I are already intimate Dao couples, so why be so polite? As your cultivation improves and you realize the 7th level of Xiannu's sword intent, I will benefit from it as well. The two smiled at each other and warmed up again. In the clatter of the water, sweetness filled the hearts of the two. Day high rise. There was a light footstep outside the courtyard. Senior sister Bai Ji. Mr. Chen, the palace master has an invitation. A disciple of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace stood outside the courtyard and said respectfully. Chen Fei and Bai Ji glanced at each other, their hearts understanding. The two knew that the palace master's summons must be related to the matter of Lu Rushan. Gongzi, let's go, Bai Ji said softly. Chen Fei nodded. The two of them flew out of the bath, and after quickly straightening their clothes, they followed the disciple and headed to the palace master's main hall. In front of the palace gate at the top, 72 blazed lamps, shaking themselves without wind. Fairy Xian Nu sat on the chalcedony throne, the 3-inch-long ice crystal earrings on her temples, trembling slightly with her breathing. That is the pendant of forgetfulness that she made when she cut the threads of her love 300 years ago. At this moment, her expression seemed a bit grave. When she saw Chen Fei and Bai Ji come in, she slowly nodded her head and gestured for the two to sit down. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, you guys are here. Fairy Xian said softly, a hint of exhaustion in her tone. Chen Fei arched his hand and saluted, saying, Palace Master, I wonder what our orders are for summoning us. Immortal Shen Nu pondered for a moment and said slowly, I already know about Ruoshan Lu. Chen Fei and Bai Ji exchanged a glance at each other when they heard this, and Chen Fei hurriedly said, Palace Master, the matter of Lu Rusheng is like this. She is an evil cultivator who attempted to devour the talents of others, and has already had her physical body destroyed by me. Immortal Xian Nu nodded, a hint of complexity in her eyes. You did the right thing. In fact, I have long detected that Lu Rusheng is an undercover agent, but I just didn't expect her to be so bold as to dare to make a move in the palace. If you get rid of her, you will be considered to have removed a pest from the palace. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ji's eyes as she sniffed. Palace Master, you already knew that Lu Rusheng was an undercover evil cultivator? Immortal Xian Nu sighed and said, Lu Rusheng grew up in the Xian Nu Palace. There should have been no doubt. But 10 years ago, after she performed a mission to seize a mine, her spiritual roots were not so pure. Since then, I began to have suspicions about her, but suffered from a lack of evidence, and she has also been diligently paying for the clan. Also didn't care too much. Now that you've dug to the bottom and gotten rid of her, you've cleared my mind. Chen Fei felt more or less emotional in his heart as he listened to the words of the Palace Master. Palace Master is clear-eyed and powerful. By the way, Lu Rusheng's fellow evil cultivator is in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, and the organization is called the Underworld Cult. These people specialize in devouring the talents of others to enhance their own cultivation, and their behavior is very vicious. When Immortal Xian Nu heard this, her face became grave. The Underworld Cult? I've heard of this organization. They are secretive and cruel. Many immortal cultivators have been poisoned by them. Then where is Lu Rusheng's soul now? Chen Fei returned. Palace Master, Lu Rusheng's soul has been sealed by me in the Xian Nu mirror. She revealed that the evil cultivators of the Underworld sect have set their sights on us, and we must deal with them carefully. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head in satisfaction. Chen Fei, you've done well. However, the matter of Lu Rusheng cannot be publicized, much less spread out. I will claim to the public that she was out on a mission last night and left overnight. Chen Fei and Bai Ji sniffed, their hearts understanding. They knew that the Palace Master was protecting the reputation of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. After a few more conversations, Chen Fei, your cultivation has crossed into the Transformation God realm. You are truly young and talented. You can be called a cultivation genius. Immortal Xian Nu started another topic, looking at Chen Fei with a hint of complexity in her eyes. I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you would be willing to help me. Chen Fei sniffed. His heart stirred, and he hurriedly said, Please speak, Palace Master, and I will certainly do my best. Immortal Shen Nu pondered for a moment and said slowly, I have been practicing for many years, and although my cultivation level is high, there has always been a heart demon in my heart that I have never been able to cut away. This heart demon has plagued me for many years, and every time I try to cut it away, it always collapses. Now that your cultivation is comparable to mine and you are exceptionally gifted, you are the perfect person to help me cut away my heart demons. Chen Fei's heart shook as he heard this. He knew that cutting away the demons of the heart was a major difficulty for immortal cultivators, and if he succeeded, his cultivation would skyrocket. Helping her would actually be beneficial to herself as well, definitely gaining a lot of insight while also having a better relationship with the Palace Master. Palace Master, the late generation is willing to give it a try. Bai Ji sniffed and followed suit. Palace Master, disciple is also willing to help out together. Fairy Xian Nu's face showed an uncontrollable joy. However, she shook her head slightly at Bai Ji. Bai Ji, this matter can only be helped by Chen Fei alone. To remove the demons from my heart, I need to unite my thoughts and enter my inner world to kill the demons together with myself. If a third person is present, it will instead disturb the balance of the mind. When Bai Ji heard this, a hint of loss flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, nodded and said, "Disciple understands." Then, "Duke, you must be careful." "Chen Fei, don't worry. Miss White, I'll be careful." Things to talk about. Immortal Xian Nu slowly got up. "Chen Fei, follow me." "Okay, Palace Master." The two of them left the main hall and went straight to Fairy Xian Nu's cave. Bai Ji watched the two leave, her heart filled with worry and despair, hoping that everything will go well for Gongzi on this trip, and that there will not be any blunders. "Gongzi, you must be good. Bai Ji will obediently wait for your return. Angelica will miss the Duke." The cave of Fairy Xian Nu. This place was located at the highest point of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was a fairyland. The cave is extremely elegantly decorated, and the walls are decorated with lifelike landscape illusion formations, which are beautiful. There were a few pots of spirit flowers on the table, and a faint fragrance filled the air. "Chen Fei, this is my cave," Fairy Xian said softly, a hint of tenderness in her tone. Chen Fei swept his eyes around, filled with emotion. The Palace Master's cave is truly different. The aura is too rich. It's truly a divine cave, and it's also full of feminization. Immortal Xian Nu smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fei nodded. The two continued onward in pairs, into the deeper recesses of the cave. This place is more and more exquisite, quiet, and everywhere is filled with the exact same fragrance as that of the Xian Nu fairy. Whoosh! Immortal Xian Nu raised her hand and waved it, and one spiritual barrier after another began to envelop the cave residents continuously, setting up a full 17 forbidden formations before she stopped. It seems to be afraid that outsiders have the slightest disturbance to this place. "Chen Fei, let's get started." Immortal Xian Nu slowly sat on the white jade bed and said softly. Chen Fei nodded his head and lifted his leg onto the bed, sitting down face to face with Fairy Xian Nu. But Chen Fei is really rusty in this aspect of breaking heart demons, and has never experienced. Then he asked, "Palace Master, how shall we begin?" Immortal Xian Nu smiled faintly. "Chen Fei, all you need to do is relax your mind and sit with your body interlocked with mine. Then, if we practice the heart technique together, we will be able to connect our thoughts. In turn, I will lead your soul into my inner world. I will guide you and join me in slaying the demons of the heart." Chen Fei will be pleased. He removed his tunic and sat on his knees. The Xian Nymph fairy lightly bit her vermilion lip. Leaning forward, she circled Chen Fei's waist and sat down, and then in the Chen Fei ear attentive to teach the heart. Chapter 15, Entering her deepest inner circle. Cold jade bed. Chen Fei and the Palace Master sat opposite each other at zero distance and quickly learned the heart technique. Next, the two of them cultivated the heart dharma together at the same time. The Palace Master tapped her fingertips, and a wisp of ethereal fragrance floated out from her sleeve, transforming into 9 green-colored halos that surrounded the two of them. "Chen Fei, this is the 9 Soul Restoration Grass. It can help you and I souls connect." The Palace Master's voice was soft as water. "Now, relax your mind and follow my guidance." Chen Fei relaxed his nerves. He only felt a coolness seeping in from the center of his eyebrows, and the scene in front of him gradually blurred. "When I opened my eyes again, I was in a sea of flowers. Gobble gobble." The sound of a young girl's silvery laughter came from the distance. Chen Fei followed the sound and looked, only to see a young girl dressed in an emerald green dress, dancing among the flowers, with a smile that was so pure and absolutely beautiful. "That's me, the 18-year-old Su Qingyi." The Palace Master's voice rang in his ears with a hint of nostalgia. Only then did Chen Fei realize the Palace Masteress' real name. It turned out that her name was Su Qingyi. The young girl's eyebrows were like a picture, and she raised her hands and feet with an aura. She came from the Su family in Jiangnan, which is a famous local immortal cultivation family. At this moment, she was dancing with a sword in the back garden of her house, and every move was extraordinary. "Qingyi, it's time to go pay your respects." A middle-aged man walked up, and it was none other than the Su family head. "Good father." The scene shifts. Chen Fei saw the scene where Su Qingyi joined the Green Cloud sect. She is exceptionally gifted and broke through the foundation 3 days after she was initiated, causing the elders in the door to compete to take her on. Eventually, she worshipped under the sect master and became the youngest true disciple of the Green Cloud sect. "Senior sister, this is the spirit fruit I picked especially for you." A handsome young man walked over holding a jade box, his eyes filled with tenderness. The Palace Master whispered softly in Chen Fei's ear. "He is the Green Cloud sect's eldest senior brother Chu Yun, and the love wire I cut off back then." Next in the picture, Chu Yun pampered Su Qingyi. She was injured in her training, and he guarded her all night long. She breaks through the bottleneck and he searches around for medicine. On the day of her birth, He personally refined a magic treasure to give. She's high and aloof. He's like a shadow. He pursued over and over again, only to beg for her devotion. Xing, I'm fine. All I'm asking for is, this is the 99th time, isn't it? The palace master's voice carried a hint of trembling. It was on this day that he deflected a demonic cultivator's blow for me and narrowly escaped death. And it was at this point that my Dao heart was shaken. Picture. Chuyan spits blood from his mouth and confesses with tears in his eyes, requesting Su Qingyi to be his Dao couple. Su Qingyi, who had always been high and cold, nodded her head silently at this moment and said that she would promise him when his injuries were healed. However, just as Chu Yun had healed from his injuries, he swore an oath to the heavens while holding the Ziyun sword, his own life magic treasure, and requested to become a Taoist couple with Su Qingyi. The sect master suddenly appeared and killed Chu Yun with a sword. Xing, how do you feel? Are you heartbroken? The sect master's voice was cold and merciless. Xing, do you remember what you said when you decided to cultivate the Tao of absolute love? Today, Master has realized it for you. Master has already cut off the dust for you. This kind of rotten peach blossom that ruined countless geniuses will no longer affect your Tao heart. In the future, you will be able to achieve the great Tao. Su Qingyi knelt down and cried bitterly as the image gradually distorted. Chen Fei saw that it was from this moment that her inner world split into two halves. Half of it is the cool as frost palace master. Half of it is a flirty and enchanting mind *******. See? The palace master's voice was tinged with bitterness. That demon of the heart. Is my repressed lust transformed into? She represents all sorts of my extreme negative emotions. As I get stronger, she gets stronger. In the past, I've been trying to suppress her in every way possible. However, the more I suppressed, the stronger she got. I was often tormented by my mind's demons. Right now, I'm already at the peak of the transformation spirit stage realm, and it's come to the point where I have to break through. But I don't dare to break through. The heart demon has become so powerful that it makes it almost impossible for me to suppress it. A rash breakthrough. She will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to dominate. In that case, even if I break through, I will fall into the devil's path and become a witch controlled by all kinds of negative desires. After hearing this, Chen Fei understood the palace master's concerns. If the heart demon succeeds, the 9 heavenly mysteries palace will certainly be destroyed, and will probably turn into an unpleasantly corrupt women's paradise. Chen Fei, are you willing to help me? The palace master's voice carried a hint of expectation. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Palace master, I'm willing to help you. Then, which step do we start with now? The palace master's voice suddenly became flirtatious. How about, start with dual cultivation? Chen Fei's heart shook as the scene in front of him suddenly shattered. He snapped his eyes open and realized that the palace master was looking at him with a smile on her face, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Palace master, are you sure? Put. The palace master spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot and gritted his teeth with a gloomy face. Chen Fei, I'm sorry, just now. Those words just now were not from me. They were from my mind. Just because, a slight wavering of my mind occurred. Now, you know how terrifying she is. I'm really at the point where I'm about to be unable to suppress her. Chen Fei looked at the palace master's slightly distressed appearance and hurriedly supported her arm. It's okay, palace master. I understand. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The palace master nodded slightly. However, in order to cut down the demon of the heart, it is necessary for you to enter my inner world and join with that pre-separation self, thus nipping the demon of the heart in the bud. Chen Fei took a deep breath and solemnly said, Palace master, please command. I will definitely cooperate fully. Yes. The palace master's fingertips flicked, and the halo of the 9-in rejuvenation grass once again surrounded the two of them. Next, we're going to use the 9-in rejuvenation herb to enter my deepest inner world. Chapter 16, What am I going to do? The halo of the 9-in rejuvenation grass flowed around the two of them. Chen Fei only felt a blur before his eyes, and the scenery around him changed once again. This time, he was in a dark space, surrounded by a thick black fog, as if an invisible force was pulling at his mind. So, this is the palace master's deeper inner world. Chen Fei murmured in a low voice. Eyes scanned the surroundings. Nice. This is. The palace master's voice rang in his ears, and his figure emerged with it. Chen Fei, be careful. The power of the heart demon will be infinitely amplified here. Chen Fei nodded. There was indeed something different about this place. He could clearly feel the black mist around him, constantly haunting the woman's peculiarly delicate voice of some kind, as if it were murmuring in his ears, tempting him to sink. Chen Fei, stay close to me. The palace master stepped forward, a faint layer of clear light enveloping her body, isolating the black mist. Chen Fei quickly followed, and the two of them walked together towards the depths of darkness. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the scenery around them became clearer and clearer. Chen Fei saw that a scene emerged from the surrounding darkness, all of which were the various winks of the palace master. One look and you're on top. Any man can't help but watch. It's really, Chen Fei. Don't look at this. These are all illusions created by my heart demons, the palace master explained softly. She did it on purpose. That's what she's trying to do. To keep seducing you. To try to make you sink so low that you can't get out of it. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and nodded. Don't worry, palace master. I won't be mesmerized by her. Just then, a laugh suddenly came from the darkness in front of him. A laugh that was charming and enchanting, carrying endless temptation. Chen Fei looked up and saw a figure slowly walk out of the black mist. It was a woman who looked exactly like the palace master, but her aura was very different. She was dressed in a light red dress, revealing snow-white shoulders and slender legs. Her eyebrows were full of flavor, and she exuded a fatal attraction between her hands and feet. Su Qingyi, you're finally here. The woman in red let out a light laugh, her gaze falling on the palace master. What? You brought a little groom this time? A gift for me to play with? The palace master looked at her coldly, a hint of disgust in his tone. Heart demon, today is your end. The woman in red covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Doomsday? Su Qingyi, you are really ridiculous. Why do you have to be so stubborn? You and I are originally one. Why do we have to be divided into you and me? If it's the end of me, isn't that the end of you too? Why can't you recognize reality? Desire has to be vented before it's good. You're always repressing me. You yourself are suffering. Why do you suffer? How about we join forces and turn this nine heavens Xian Nui palace into our paradise? How about we shut our doors and enjoy extreme happiness together? The palace master gritted his teeth in anger and just raised his hand. A clear light went straight towards the woman in red. The woman in red let out a light laugh, her body flickering as she easily avoided the attack. Su Qingyi, you're still so boring. The woman in red shook her head as her gaze turned to Chen Fei. What's your name? Young Lang? Chen Fei didn't answer, just looked at her coldly. Yo, still quite high and cold. Sister likes it. The woman in red let out a light laugh and slowly walked towards Chen Fei. Junior Lang Jun, do you know why Su Qingyi brought you here? She's just trying to use you to help her behead this heart demon of mine. Once she's done using you, you'll be mercilessly chopped away. Why do you need to work for her, and be crossed by her again? How about you come with me and help me take control of my body, so that my sister can sing with you night after night from now on? How about the two of us enjoy this world's ultimate happiness day after day? Her voice carried an endless seduction, as if it could hit the heart. Chen Fei only felt a trance in his mind. The red-clothed woman in front of him seemed to become the most longed-for look in his heart. And Chen Fei actually somehow felt that what she said was so reasonable. Chen Fei, stabilize your mind. The palace master's voice suddenly rang in his ears with a hint of urgency. Chen Fei snapped back to his senses, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. He did not expect that the seductive power of this heart demon would be so powerful that he would sink into it if he was not careful. Palace master, I'm fine. Chen Fei took a deep breath, his gaze becoming firm again. When the woman in red saw this, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Junior Lang Jun, why are you so stubborn? What Su Qingyi can't give you, I can give you, as long as you are willing. I can double cultivate with you day after day. My body is a natural tying body. Once you experience it once, you'll realize how subtle it is. Cultivating with me will surely allow you to grow by leaps and bounds. It is possible to make you the most powerful being in this world. As long as we work together, we can surely fulfill each other in happiness. So why insist on that meaningless drudgery? Chen Fei only felt once again his heart swinging. She makes such a good point. So grounded. Why do I feel like she's the real one? But just then, the energy of the Nine rejuvenation grass completely enveloped Chen Fei, causing him to rapidly cool down. One couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. Rush said, Heart demon, your tricks won't work on me. So save it. The red-clothed woman's face turned gloomy when she heard this. Humph, carrot, toast to the coaster. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. I'm going to use force on you. Ha ha ha, what I can't get, I'll snatch. After saying that, she raised her hand and waved it, and the darkness around her instantly transformed into countless black blades that came straight at Chen Fei and the palace master. Be careful. The palace master let out a low shout and raised his hand to hold up a spiritual power barrier, blocking the black sharp blades from the outside. Chen Fei did not hesitate either. His hands formed seals, and the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, instantly condensing a huge spiritual sword shadow. Nine heavens Xian Nu skill Xian Nu slash. As Chen Fei droned, the spiritual sword shadow went straight towards the red-clothed woman and chopped her. The woman in red let out a cold smile, and her body flashed, easily avoiding the attack. Junior Lang Jun, you have good talent, but unfortunately, strength. It's not even close. The woman in red let out a light laugh and raised her hand. The surrounding darkness instantly transformed into countless black chains that went straight to entwine Chen Fei and the palace master. The palace master's face changed and he whispered, Chen Fei, be careful. These chains can erode spiritual energy. Chen Fei nodded, and with a flash of his body, he avoided the entanglement of the chains. However, those chains seemed to be alive, chasing after him as if they were not letting go. Palace master, what should we do? Chen Fei asked as he dodged. The palace master pondered for a moment and whispered, the power of the heart demon comes from my obsession, and in order to completely cut her off, I must find out where her core is. Core? Chen Fei frowned. Where is it? The palace master's gaze fell on the woman in red as he said in a low voice, at the core of her being is her deepest obsession, Chu Yun's death. Chen Fei's heart shook as he heard this. At the same time, it also became clear that the heart demon's obsession was actually the strand of love that the palace master had once cut away. Chen Fei, we must enter the depths of her memories and utilize the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Grass to find Chu Yun from 300 years ago and dissolve this memory before we can completely cut off our heart demons, the palace master whispered. Chen Fei nodded, his gaze firm. Palace master, then how should we enter? The palace master took a deep breath and whispered, next, I will use the 9 soul restoring grass. After deeply binding and fusing your and my souls, then it will be able to enter the depths of her memories. Chen Fei sniffed and was curious in his heart. A deep soul binding fusion meant that the two would be completely connected in their consciousness, with no secrets to keep. Palace master, are you sure you want to do this? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. The palace master nodded, a hint of determination in his eyes. I am willing to give everything in order to cut away the demons of my heart. Chen Fei took a deep breath and solemnly said, good, then I won't let you down. The palace master smiled faintly and raised his hand. The halo of the 9 soul restoring grass once again surrounded the two of them. Chen Fei only felt a blackness before his eyes, as if he had entered a brand new space once again like a time warp. When he opened his eyes again, had been in a strange scene. This was an ancient city, and the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Chen Fei saw the young Su Qingyi is traveling with Chu Yun companion. Su Qingyi a face of lofty and outstanding style. Chu Yun is the standard licking dog posture, a variety of attentive. This is the Green Cloud sect? Chen Fei murmured in a low voice. The palace master's voice echoed in his mind, but the figure could no longer appear. That's right, this is the Green Cloud Mountain marketplace where Chu Yun and I often go. The heart demon's obsession is hidden here. Chen Fei nodded, his gaze falling on Chu Yun in the distance. Palace master, what should I do then? Should I go up with them and say hello? Or, Chen Fei asked in his mind. Chapter 17, What to Fight Me With. Elder sister is my woman. Chen Fei looked at the young couple. The woman was dressed in an emerald green dress with picturesque eyebrows. The man, on the other hand, was dressed in a green shirt with a handsome face. The palace master's voice carried a hint of determination. Actually, I don't know exactly what to do, but no matter what, you have to make Su Qingyi loathe Chu Yun. Don't let her develop an attachment to Chu Yun. And even more so, you can't develop love because you're touched. You must completely kill this dusty relationship. It's all up to you. I can't show up here. By the way, because of the depth binding of the 9 soul restoring grass, your cultivation here is exactly the same as Su Qingyi's at this time. And even your physique is twinned. She is Taiyin and you are the sun. This all stems from the 9 soul restoring grass. Now, in order for you to be conscious enough to go about your business, and for you to stay here longer, my consciousness is going into a deep sleep, and I will only remind you of it once in the middle. Otherwise, the consumption of the twin souls will make the 9 soul restoring grass wither faster. It's easy to work for nothing. Chen Fei, whether or not I can cut off my love affair and eliminate my heart's demons from the root, it's up to you. Chen Fei nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Palace Master, I will live up to my promise. The voice of the Palace Master faded away, and Chen Fei only felt a lightness in his body, as if 1,000 pounds of burden had been lifted. He felt the surging spiritual energy in his body was incomparably kind, and he was able to invoke it at will when he raised his hand. So that's what it felt like that day. It was awesome. Chen Fei laughed in a low voice, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Not just stir up a love affair, well. Hey, what's the big deal? I'm going to have a little fun. Hey. One thought in this. Chen Fei quickly caught up with Su Qingyi and Chu Yun. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and gave Chu Yun 2 slaps. Snap, pop. The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the street, and Chu Yun covered his face in a daze. You, who are you? What are you hitting me for? Chen Fei sneered and said, you need a reason to beat you? It's because I'm not happy with you. Chu Yun was so angry that his face turned blue and was about to snap. but Chen Fei suddenly changed into a smiling face. It's just a joke after not seeing you for a long time. Don't be angry, cousin. Chen Fei, how did you forget about me? I'm your distant cousin. Really forget? Alright, then I'll describe it a little more clearly. I can only be a casual cultivator because my family is poor, but my talent is far above yours. Have you forgotten? You also said that you're going to help me introduce my master to me. Shu Yun looked skeptical. Distant cousin? How come I haven't heard of it? Chen Fei waved his hand and digressed. Cousin, you really are a nobleman. Let's not talk about this matter. This senior sister wouldn't be a celestial immortal descending to earth, would she? Look at these eyebrows. This body, this temperament. It's simply the reincarnation of the 9 heavenly maiden. Hello senior sister, my name is Chen Fei. I wonder if I could have the honor of knowing your name. Su Qingyi was amused by Chen Fei's exaggerated tone, and at the same time, she also liked Chen Fei's poised temperament and appearance, which very much matched her aesthetic. Instead of finding the other party frivolous, she found it amusing that covering her mouth, she laughed softly. My name is Su Qingyi. Shu Yun saw this and became jealous. Coldly, Chen Fei, get lost. I don't have a distant cousin like you. Chen Fei didn't take it personally, but instead took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Su Qingyi's brute waist and lead her in a circle. Senior sister, be careful. Just now there were poisonous insects under your feet, and I don't know if they crawled on you or not. Su Qingyi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly lowered her head to check. Seeing this, Chen Fei became even more bold, his hand directly reaching into her clothes and gently caressing her back. What are you doing? Su Qingyi's face flushed red as she tried to break free, but she was tightly embraced by Chen Fei. Chen Fei lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Elder sister, I'm just worried about you being bitten by poisonous insects. After saying that, he even took the opportunity to kiss Su Qingyi's lips. Boo! Su Qingyi's eyes widened, her heartbeat accelerated, and for a moment she forgot to resist. Her mind went blank. First kiss just gone? This, Chen Fei, you are unbridled. Seek death. Shu Yun was so angry that he was trembling, raising his hand and attacking Chen Fei with a palm straight at him. Chen Fei had prepared for this, deliberately not dodging or avoiding it, and deliberately received this palm. His body flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Sister, I'm sorry, I was trying to help you catch a bug. That worm was drilling your back again and taking the opportunity to try to get into your mouth. Don't believe me. Chen Fei opened his mouth and stretched out his tongue, only to see a black insect the size of a bean grain crawling on it, while one also lit up between Chen Fei's palms. Seeing this, Su Qingyi was half convinced, but with her kind character, she still went forward to assist Chen Fei. You, all right? Senior sister, I'm fine. It doesn't matter that I'm injured, but you mustn't blame my cousin. Chen Fei covered his chest and said with an aggrieved face. Shu Yun was confused, a little confused as to what was going on. Elder brother, why did you hit him? Su Qingyi asked with a displeased face. Shu Yun, uneasy, he hurriedly explained to Su Qingyi. Qingyi, I didn't do it on purpose. It's him. He's gone too far. Su Qingyi looked at Chen Fei, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She had never seen such a bold and humorous man before, and a hint of curiosity grew in her heart. Chen Fei got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and laughed. Cousin, don't be angry. I was really helping elder sister just now. It was specified that someone was trying to harm her with poisonous insects. My cultivation is higher than yours. My talent is stronger than yours, especially the insight piece. So, in the heat of the moment, I offended senior sister. In the future, you must protect senior sister. After all, senior sister is so beautiful. There are too many people who covet her beauty. After saying that, Chen Fei took the 2 little bugs and directly burned them to ashes with the origin true fire. As Su Qingyi watched this scene, she believed in Chen Fei's words a few more points in her heart. She turned her head to look at Chu Yun with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Senior brother Chu Yun. Senior brother. He's all for helping me. How can you hit him with your hands? You can't do this again in the future. Chu Yun was depressed, wanting to explain but unable to do so. He could only glare fiercely at Chen Fei. Chen Fei, however, smiled even more broadly and secretly transmitted his voice to Chu Yun. Chu Yun, you licking dog. You are destined to be no match for Lao Zi. Senior sister is my woman. Ha ha ha. When these words came out, Chu Yun exploded on the spot. Chen Fei, you seek death. Die you. The long sword cut out a biting sword wind and slashed towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei immediately hid behind Su Qingyi. Elder sister, look at elder brother, he still holds a grudge against me. He's going to kill me. Su Qingyi, senior brother, what are you doing? Chen Fei just helped me and you're doing this to him? Chapter 18, unlike me, I will only feel sorry for senior sister. Senior sister, get out of the way. I'm going to kill him. Senior brother, you are too disappointing to me? Go away. Don't want to stroll around the marketplace with you anymore. What? What did you say? I say you go. Chu Yun, oh, Xing Yi, you've been tricked by him. Duck away and let me kill him. After saying that, Chu Yun once again made a move. Zhang Yuan dodged around Su Qingyi after a few moves. Bang! Chen Fei had prepared for this, deliberately not dodging or avoiding it, and took the blow hard, his body flying out backwards and falling heavily to the ground. Chen Fei! Su Qingyi exclaimed, rushing forward to help him up. Chen Fei covered his chest, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to smile. Senior sister, I'm fine. Don't blame senior brother Chu. He was just impulsive. When Chu Yun saw this, his face changed drastically and he hurriedly explained. Xing Yi, I didn't do it on purpose. It was him. It was him who deliberately provoked me. Su Qingyi coldly looked at Chu Yun with a hint of reproach in her tone. Senior brother Chu, Chen Fei, he didn't do anything. Yet you, why are you making a move against him? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm someone so easily fooled? Chu Yun was momentarily speechless, his face reddening. Xing Yi, listen to my explanation. Chen Fei took the opportunity to interject, his tone gentle. Elder sister, don't be angry. Senior brother Chu was also momentarily jealous. That's why he got angry. That's why he got angry. That's why he got paranoid and made a move. Unlike me, I would only be heartbroken, senior sister. When Su Qingyi heard this, her face changed uncontrollably, as if she was touched. She was unwilling to look at Chu Yun more than once. Turning to Chen Fei, he said, Chen Fei, you're injured. Let me accompany you to heal your wounds. Chen Fei shook his head and laughed. Senior sister, this small injury of mine won't bother me. How about we go to the Immortal Clothing Pavilion and take a stroll? I've heard that a new batch of vestments made of spirit silkworm silk has arrived there, and wearing them on the body is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also enhances the operation of spiritual energy. A hint of interest flashed in Su Qingyi's eyes. The Immortal Clothes Pavilion? It's been a long time since I've been there. Seeing this, Chu Yun rushed forward. Xing Yi, I'll accompany you. Su Qingyi coldly glanced at him. Senior brother Chu, you'd better calm down first. Chen Fei, let's go. Chen Fei smiled faintly and deliberately glanced at Chu Yun with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Chu Yun was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the two leave. Chen Fei, you wait for me. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and roared lowly. Sooner or later, Xing Yi will see your true colors. Chen Fei and Su Qingyi walked side by side on the mountain path of the Qingyun sect. The sunlight sprinkled on the two of them, reflecting a cozy picture. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi with a sideways glance, secretly pleased in his heart. Chu Yun, ah Chu Yun, with a segment like yours that is not even at the second level, what are you going to fight with Laozi at the atmospheric level? The Immortal Clothes Pavilion was located at the foot of the Qingyun sect mountain, a 3-story high pavilion with carved beams and extraordinary grandeur. Inside the pavilion, there were various kinds of vestments on display, and their spiritual light flashed in a dazzling manner. Senior sister, what do you think of this one? Chen Fei pointed to a light green-colored long skirt with a lifelike embroidered design of spirit cranes on the hem. A hint of fondness flashed in Su Qingyi's eyes. This one is nice. The spirit crane pattern complements my gong method. Chen Fei laughed. Senior sister really has a unique vision. How about giving it a try? Su Qingyi nodded and took the long dress and walked into the fitting room. A few moments later, she slowly stepped out. Her light green-colored long dress lined her skin like snow and her temperament was out of this world. Chen Fei looked a little lost in thought and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Senior sister, you're beautiful. Su Qingyi's face flushed with a hint of redness as she softly said, Chen Fei, you're too good at talking. The two were talking when suddenly an icy voice came from outside the door. Xing Yi, what are you doing? Chen Fei turned around, only to see a white-haired crone standing in the doorway, her eyes staring at him like a knife. She wore a gray Taoist robe and held a duster. Her face was cold, just like an ice sculpture. Master. Su Qingyi hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. The old woman gave her a cold look, and her gaze then landed on Chen Fei. Who is this man? Why is he so close to you? Chen Fei's heart was flabbergasted as he hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. Senior Chen Fei, I have met Senior. The old woman snorted coldly, a hint of killing intent in her tone. Chen Fei? When did I allow outsiders to come and go as they please in my Qingyun sect territory? Xing Yi, do you realize your mistake? Su Qingyi's face changed and she hurriedly explained. Master, Chen Fei is my friend. Shut up. The old woman interrupted her in a stern voice. As a disciple of the Qingyan sect, how can you be so close to outsiders? Why don't you quickly follow me back to the mountain? When Chen Fei saw this, his heart said that it was not good. This master is obviously a cold and ruthless master. If he doesn't deal with it carefully, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to retreat in one piece today. Senior is only accompanying senior sister for a break, and has no other intentions, Chen Fei said respectfully. The old woman gave him a cold look, a hint of disdain in her tone. A mere junior, how dare you argue in front of me? Xing Yi, if you persist in your stubbornness, I won't blame my master for being impolite. Su Qingyi's face turned pale and she bowed her head in fear. Chen Fei sighed in his heart when he saw this. It seems that this old den is harder to deal with than expected. How can this be done? Chapter 19, there's no such thing as a heart demon. They're all my fangirls. Xing Yi, go back with me. Oh, the old woman glared at Chen Fei and disappeared on the spot with Su Qingyi. Chen Fei walked out of the Immortal Clothes Pavilion, closed his eyes and concentrated as his consciousness sank into the palace master's sea of memories. He needed to find out information about the cold old crone that wouldn't allow him to solve the predicament in front of him. The memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. The name of the old woman is Lung Yu, the head of the Green Cloud sect. Her sister, Fairy Frost, has always been at odds with her. She is the vice-sect leader of the Green Cloud sect. Chen Fei opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. The Fairy of Clear Frost. That's her. Right at this moment, a sword light crossed the sky, and a fairy dressed in white came with a sword. She had a clear appearance and a dusty temperament, and was none other than Fairy Qingfeng. Chen Fei did not hesitate and chased after him with his imperial sword. Senior, please stay, Chen Fei shouted loudly. Fairy Qingfeng hovered in the air and stopped, giving him a cold look. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Chen Fei arched his hand and saluted with a respectful tone. Junior Chen Fei, I have admired Senior for a long time and have come to pay my respects. Fairy Qingfeng frowned slightly and her tone was cold. I don't accept disciples. So go away. Chen Fei didn't panic and raised his hand. His body's spiritual energy surged and a faint golden light glowed around him. Senior, please look at disciples' sincerity. Read it before making a decision. Fairy Qingfeng's gaze stared as a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The body of the sun? You're actually the body of the sun. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Exactly. Late generation special physique. Cultivation speed is far more than ordinary people. But unfortunately, parents died early. The family is poor. No to the book to see. If you get guidance from seniors, you will be able to make a difference. Fairy Qingfeng pondered for a moment, and a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. Sister's disciple is a Taiyin body. I'll collect a son, specializing in her. Get mad at that old hag. Oh, funny as hell. It's a done deal. Ahem. Good. Considering your pure sincerity, I'll accept you as my disciple. Follow me back to the Green Cloud sect. Chen Fei was delighted in his heart and hurriedly followed. Thank you, Master. Inside the Green Cloud sect, Su Qingyi was grounded in the meditation pavilion after being brought back by Lung Yu Lao Deng. 3 days later, Xu Yun, who had learned of the news, secretly rushed to offer his services. Xing Yi, this is the cold ceremony spirit fruit that I purposely sought out for you. It can help you break through your bottleneck. Xu Yun held a crystal clear spirit fruit with a pleasing face. Su Qingyi gave him a cold look. Senior brother Chu, I don't need it. Xu Yun's face stiffened. Then he whispered, Xing Yi, don't be fooled by that brat Chen Fei. He's nothing but a shameless and sinister loose cultivator. He doesn't deserve you at all. That's just a shady villain. Su Qingyi frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in her tone. Senior brother Chu, I have my own judgment on what kind of person Chen Fei is, so please stop talking. Slap. Applause. A light laughter came from outside the door. Senior brother Chu, really good eloquence but well, this bad-mouthing people behind their backs is not what a gentleman does. Xu Yun turned around violently, only to see Chen Fei leaning against the door with a teasing smile on his face. Chen Fei, why are you here? Xu Yun's face changed drastically. Chen Fei shrugged and laughed. Now that I'm Fairy Qingfeng's true disciple, I can naturally come and go as I please in and out of the Green Cloud sect. Rather, Senior brother Chu, what are you doing here? Could it be that senior sister invited you here? Xu Yun was so furious that his face turned blue. Raising his hand, he sent a spiritual force straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not dodge or avoid, and took the blow hard, pretending to be in pain. The body flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Chen Fei, Su Qingyi exclaimed, rushing forward to help him up. Chen Fei covered his chest, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to smile. Senior sister, I'm fine. It doesn't matter. Don't blame senior brother Chu. He was just impulsive. That's why he didn't speak of martial virtues and sneak attacked. When Xu Yun saw this, His face changed drastically and he hurriedly explained. Xing I didn't fail to speak of martial virtues. I even more so did not sneak attack. It's him. He deliberately provoked me. He is a liar. Su Qingyi coldly looked at Chu Yun. You shut up. Senior brother Chu, you disappoint me too much. Chen Fei has done nothing, and has even less ill will towards you. Why are you making frequent moves against him? Am I such an easy mark in your eyes? Chu Yun was momentarily speechless, his face reddening. Xing listen to my explanation. Chen Fei took the opportunity to interject, his tone gentle. Senior sister, don't be angry. Chu's senior brother is also a momentary anxiety. After all, he cares so much about you. It doesn't matter if I'm a little hurt, as long as you're happy. Senior sister, and senior brother is happy. That's good. Su Qingyi sniffed, her face slightly slowed down, and her heart ached more and more for Chen Fei, but was unwilling to look at Chu Yun more than once. She turned around and threw the spirit fruit that Chu Yun had given her on the ground and coldly said, Senior brother Chu, please don't send these things in the future. I don't need them. Chu Yun's face was pale, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Xing you, how could you do this to me? Seeing this, Chen Fei laughed in his heart, but his face showed an innocent expression. Senior brother Chu, senior sister is just hoping that you'll be a bit more generous and not always target me. After all, we are at least fellow disciples now, and I'm still a true disciple. Chu Yun was so angry that he was trembling, pointing at Chen Fei and roaring angrily. Chen Fei, you despicable villain, I will never let you go. After saying that, Chu Yun was about to leave. At this time, an icy voice came from outside the door. How dare you? Who dares to clamor within the Green Cloud sect? Lang Yu slowly stepped into the meditation pavilion, her eyes staring at Chen Fei like a knife. It's you again. It seems that if we don't get rid of you, sooner or later Qingyi will be compelled by you. When she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved it. A stern sword chi came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei's face changed and he was about to dodge. Snap! A clear light flashed, deflecting the sword chi with ease. Senior sister Lang Yu, why are you so angry? Fairy Qingfeng's voice came from outside the door. Lang Yu gave her a cold look. Qingfeng, why are you protecting this brat? Fairy Qingfeng smiled faintly, a hint of deep meaning in her tone. Chen Fei is my newly accepted disciple. His affairs are naturally under my control. Lang Yu coldly grunted. This son's heart is not right. Staying in the Green Cloud sect will only harm her people. I will kill him today. Fairy Qingfeng's gaze was slightly condensed, and there was a hint of warning in her tone. Senior sister Lang Yu, if you insist on this, don't blame me for not being polite. I'll let whoever dares to touch my disciple die. Cold Moon, you. The two men faced each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Chen Fei stood on the sidelines, secretly pleased in his heart. It seems that this drama is getting more and more exciting. Heart demons? Hey, I've come to visit. Where are the heart demons? They all have to be my fangirls. Chapter 20, Confrontation. Inside the meditation pavilion, the atmosphere was heavy as ice. Sect leader Cold Moon and Fairy Qingfeng stood opposite each other, their spiritual energy clashing fiercely in the air. It makes a crackling sound. Qingfeng, do you really want to go against me for an outsider? Sect leader Cold Moon spoke coldly, a hint of threat in his tone. Fairy Qingfeng's expression was indifferent, but her tone was undeniable. Senior sister Lang Yu, it's still the same. Chen Fei is my disciple. His affairs are my affairs. If you insist on moving him, you are an enemy of me. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of sect leader Cold Moon. With a wave of the duster in his hand, he unexpectedly swung out a powerful sword chi that went straight towards Chen Fei. Fairy Qingfeng snorted coldly and raised her hand, blocking the sword chi. Senior sister Cold Moon, you're not putting me in your eyes too much. Fairy Qingfeng's tone was icy cold, and her spiritual energy surged around her body, clearly having been moved to true anger. Cold Moon, Qingfeng, do you think you can protect him with your strength alone? Before the words fell, several figures suddenly emerged behind her, precisely the law enforcement disciples of the Qingyan sect. Each of them had an outstanding cultivation level and a cold gaze, obviously coming prepared. Fairy Qingfeng frowned slightly, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Senior sister Lang Yu, are you trying to bully the few with the many? Sect leader Lang Yu said indifferently. For the sake of the safety of the Qingyan sect, I don't mind using some means. Chen Fei stood behind Fairy Qingfeng, secretly calculating in his heart. If the two sides really went at it, even though Fairy Qingfeng was strong, it would be difficult for her to fight one against many. Something must be done to defuse this crisis. At this time, Su Qingyi suddenly stood out and blocked in front of Chen Fei. Senior, Uncle Qingfeng, please stop. Sect leader Cold Moon frowned with a hint of displeasure in his tone. Xing Yi, what do you mean by that? Su Qingyi took a deep breath, her tone firm. Master, Chen Fei is not an evil person. He was just accompanying me for a walk before, and he's just visiting me today. There is no malice. Why are you targeting him like this? Sect leader Coldmoon had a helpless look on his face. Qingyi, you are still young and don't understand the danger of the human heart. This son's heart is not right. If you don't get rid of him, sooner or later he will harm you. Su Qingyi shook her head with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Master, you are always like this, thinking that everyone has bad intentions. But Chen Fei, he has never hurt me. Sect leader Coldman's face sank, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. Qingyi, how dare you contradict Master for an outsider? Su Qingyi lowered her head, a hint of choking in her tone. Master, I just want you to trust my judgment. Seeing this, Fairy Qingfeng smiled faintly, a hint of deep meaning in her tone. Senior sister Lungyu, Qingyi has grown up. She has the right to choose her own path. And why are you so stubborn? Sect leader Coldmoon snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over Su Qingyi and Chen Fei before finally landing on Fairy Qingfeng. Qingfeng, I won't let today's matter go. You guys take care of yourselves. After she finished speaking, she took Su Qingyi and whisked her sleeve away, and the law enforcement disciples behind her also retreated. Fairy Qingfeng took a long breath and turned to Chen Fei. Disciple, you have escaped today. However, in the future, you have to stay away from Su Qingyi. Otherwise, senior sister Lun Yu will not let you off easily. Chen Fei nodded, his tone respectful. Many thanks to Master for saving me. I will definitely remember the teachings. At this moment, Shuyan casually arched his hand to Fairy Qingfeng from the side and stared at Chen Fei with a gloomy face. Chen Fei, you villain, don't be complacent. You'll never be able to get Qingyi. We'll see. Chen Fei gave a teasing smile. Senior brother Chu, why are you doing this? Elder sister has thrown your fruit away. She hates you, yet she is willing to disobey her master for me. Are you still not clear that she likes me? And why do you need to make a fool of yourself? Shuyan was so furious that his face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Fei. You little man. You go. Snap. Just as Chu Yun was about to say something, Fairy Qingfeng swung her sleeve and a strong wind viciously slapped Chu Yun in the face. You. Chapter 21, Deep Confession, Messy Killing by Gaga? Chu Yun covered his red and swollen face, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Chen Fei. This slap from Fairy Qingfeng not only shattered his dignity, but also caused his hatred for Chen Fei to reach its peak. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and swore in his heart. Chen Fei, it's all you. It's all because you stole everything from me. I'm going to get you killed. Right at this moment, the voice of the palace master suddenly resounded in Chen Fei's mind. Time is running out. The life force of the 9 turns of soul restoring grass has been consumed for the most part, so please avoid that sinful relationship in the first place as soon as possible in a calm and peaceful situation. Chen Fei froze and muttered in his heart. Palace master, this is to make me fight fast, but my cultivation in the inner world of the palace master and Su Qingyi, how can this be broken? Just as he was agonizing, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. A series of more than 10 prompts sounded in Chen Fei's mind, and his cultivation instantly skyrocketed dozens of times, directly breaking through to the middle stage of transformation spirit. Chen Fei was confused. The heart was ecstatic. Awesome system. This works? He felt the surging spiritual energy in his body, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now, things will be much better. One thought in this. Snap. Chen Fei slapped Chu Yun away with a single slap. Fairy Qingfeng nodded with incomparable satisfaction. Apprentice son, your action is really excessive, but master likes it. Go, follow master back to the cave to cultivate. Okay master. That night, Chen Fei took advantage of the moonlight to sneak out of the cave and quietly arrived at Su Qingyi's residence. At the god transformation stage, his appearance anywhere at this time would be godless. After Chen Fei sat down on a sky-high ancient tree, he immediately used his true qi to condense 3 illusionary doppelgangers. Go ahead. It has to be a quickie tonight to get it over with. Swish! One of the doppelgangers flashed into the courtyard like streams of light. He took a deep breath and shouted, Senior sister, I have something to say to you. Su Qingyi pushed open the window and saw Chen Fei standing in the moonlight with a gentle smile on his face. Chen Fei, it's so late. What can I do for you? Chen Fei looked at her fondly, his tone firm. Senior sister, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. I know that I come from a poor family, and I'm not a good match for you. Some of them don't deserve you, but I'm willing to spend my whole life to guard you. Su Qingyi froze, a hint of redness spreading across her face. Chen Fei. Oops. What did you say? Next moment. Unbridled. Chen Fei, you are really a thief with a heart of gold. How dare you covet my Qingyan sect disciple? An icy voice came from the distance. Sect leader Leng Yu stood in the air, his gaze like a knife staring at Chen Fei. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She raised her hand and waved it, and a powerful sword chi came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not dodge or avoid, allowing the sword chi to penetrate his body. He spat blood from his mouth on the spot, and then collapsed to the ground with his eyes falling. Chen Fei. Su Qingyi let out a cry of shock, her eyes filled with grief. Sect leader Coldmoon snorted coldly. A mere illusion. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Bang! She once again blasted out a palm, directly smashing the doppelganger to smithereens. Snapping. In the next moment, Chen Fei's figure clapped his hands and reappeared in the courtyard. Coldmoon sect leader, so hateful heart. So hateful means still really want to kill me However, even if you kill me, I still have to finish the words in my heart. He still had that same look of deep affection. Senior sister, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. Senior sister, I love you even more. Sect leader Coldman's face sank as he gritted his teeth in anger. Shameless wannabe. Go to hell. She struck again. Boom. Chen Fei's figure was once again blasted into powder, but soon two more appeared. Senior sister, I like you. Sister, I love you. The two Chen Fei spoke at the same time, their tones full of sincerity. Sect leader Lang Yu was simply going to explode with anger. She wanted to find the true body of the main body, but found that there was no way to detect it, as if this Chen Fei was all real. Chen Fei, you dare to desecrate senior sister. Go to hell. At that moment, the arriving Chu Yun roared furiously and swung his sword out to decapitate a Chen Fei, whose form turned into ashes on the spot. Bang! Cold Moon also casually destroyed one. However, that phantom split that had been destroyed was still making deep confessions until it died. Senior sister, I like you. I'll fight for you. Su Qingyi looked at the eyes the scene of brutal killing and listened to that confession. Tears slipped from his eyes. Chen Fei, why are you being like this? Why can't you just wait? Sect leader Coldman's face turned blue as he angrily shouted. Chen Fei, you bastard. What exactly are you playing at? Come out. Get your ass out here. Chen Fei, who was hiding in the tree, raised the corner of his mouth and another detachment stepped out from the shadows. He had a teasing smile full of disdain on his face. Elder Coldmoon, I just want to tell my senior sister about my feelings, yet you want to kill me over and over again. As for that, we all come from the same sect. Why are you so heartless? Chu Yun was so angry that he was trembling, pointing at Chen Fei and roaring angrily. Chen Fei, you despicable villain. You dare to desecrate Qingyi. You dare to destroy Qingyi with this underhanded trick. I will never allow it. I will kill you, scumbag. Chen Fei shrugged disdainfully, a hint of flirtation in his tone. Senior brother Chu, your jealousy is written all over your face. Unfortunately, it's useless for you to be jealous. Not as handsome as me, not as smart as me, not as sincere as me. What makes senior sister like you? And, who senior sister likes is her freedom. I will never want you to be jealous, to be angry, to backstab others. I will only simply feel heartbroken for senior sister. Su Qingyi looked at Chen Fei, a heart beating frantically, her eyes filled with a complex look. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Senior brother Chen Fei, your thoughts. I understand. I understand. You go quickly. Go. Sect leader Coldman's face changed. A forbidden formation was set up with one hand, directly trapping Chen Fei's detachment. Want to go? Too late. Following that, she looked at Su Qingyi and snapped. Qingyi, you've disappointed master too much. How can you say such words? Your heart is shaken. You've been compelled by him, you know? Su Qingyi shook her head, her tone firm. Master, Chen Fei he is sincere in treating me. I'm willing to give him a chance. I want to be with him. Snap. A strong wind swept through, and Su Qingyi's cheeks ached from the whip. Su Qingyi, you disappoint me too much. Chen Fei heard, but the heart is secretly happy. Not bad Su Qingyi surprisingly really to me to feel a good thing Then next, the old man will be a little more aggressive. The doppelganger trapped in the forbidden formation had a fearless and happy smile on his face. Elder sister, thank you. I will definitely cherish your feelings for me. Chu Yun was so angry that his face turned blue, pointing at Chen Fei and roaring angrily. Chen Fei, you scumbag. It's not over, is it? Chen Fei glanced at him, his tone full of disdain and teasing. Senior brother Chu, why are you doing this? The person senior sister loves is me. Jealousy will only turn you into a clown. Ha ha ha. You've lost all the way. Chu Yun was so angry that he was trembling. Raising his hand, he sent a spiritual force straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't dodge or avoid. Unexpectedly, the forbidden formation was suddenly lifted. Bang! Chen Fei received the blow hard. His body flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground, immediately spitting out blood from his mouth. Chen Fei! Su Qingyi exclaimed, rushing forward to help him up. Chen Fei covered his chest and casually wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. Senior sister. I'm fine. Don't blame senior brother Chu. He's just jealous of me. That's why he sneak attacked and backstabbed me, trying to kill me. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, Xing Yi, it's not what you think. It's Chen Fei who. He wants to destroy your Dao Foundation. Snap. Su Qingyi backhanded Chu Yun with a powerful wind slap on his face. Shut up. You're not worthy. Get out. I never want to see you again in my life. Su Qingyi, swear by my Dao heart that my friendship with you as a fellow disciple is severed, and that we will be passers-by from now on. The moment these words came out, Chu Yun's entire body froze, as if he was petrified on the spot. Lun Yuqi's murderous aura rose to the sky. Chen Fei, go to hell. Put. Dozens of cold and ice-sharp blades instantly penetrated Chen Fei's chest, and blood flowed horizontally. Chapter 22, Playing big is the only way to go. Under the night sky of the green cloud gate, Chen Fei's main body squatted on the branch of an ancient tree, a stalk of grass in his mouth as he leisurely watched the farce below. His body was lying on the ground. Blood stained the stone floor. The scene was so realistic that even he wanted to give himself a Best Special Effects award. TSK, this blood pack illusion is quite effective. They didn't even realize it was fake. Ha ha ha. Chen Fei muttered in a low voice, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Kill me. The more you kill me, the more deeply Su Qingyi's memories will be tampered with by me. Ha ha ha. Below, Su Qingyi hugged the body of Chen Fei, tears sliding down like broken beads. Her voice trembled with endless grief. Chen Fei. I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. Sister is sorry for you. Don't go. Don't leave me. You can't just leave me like this? Sect leader Coldmoon stood to the side and said coldly, Xing Master, this is to help you cut off the rotten peach blossoms in the red dust and help you cultivate the Tao of absolute love with one mind. You must not be obsessed. Su Qingyi raised her head, her eyes filled with anger. Master teacher, how can you be so cold? Chen Fei he was treating me with sincerity. Why do you want to kill him? Why? Sect leader Coldmoon snorted coldly. Genuine? Ha. It's just a wolfish villain's way of doing things. All the emotions he gives you are nothing more than feelings you are fooling yourself with. Don't you dare fall for his fancy words. Su Qingyi shook her head frantically. No. Not like this. It's not like that. No. Chen Fei, who was squatting on the tree watching the show, secretly laughed. Nice. Not bad. Continue. Since the effect is so good, then I will come to some more fierce. Tart operation go. He. One thought in this. Chen Fei immediately used his spiritual power to lock onto Chu Yun, and after easily exterminating Chu Yun's Yuan Shen, he immediately attached a strong idea split, directly actualizing Chu Yun's body. At this point, Chu Yun let out a maniacal laugh. The long sword in his hand was like electricity, exerting the terrifying sword speed of a powerhouse at the god transformation stage. Put. He pierced through Sect leader Coldman's body with his sword. Sect leader Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Yun. How dare you? How dare you? Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and cold blood fell to the ground in pain, unable to mobilize his strength at all. Ha. Old Demoness. You didn't expect it. Chu Yun laughed fiercely as a terrifying evil cultivator's aura emanated from his body. You stupid ass. You think you can control everything? Today, I'll show you true power. Su Qingyi is mine. I'm going to devour all of her talents, drain her of all her value, and then make her into a mannequin for my daily pleasure. Ha. Chen Fei slapped his thighs as he watched from the tree. Ouch. Lao Zi is really a genius. Look at this Chu Yun's acting skills. Jia. Go ahead. Get it up. Below, the disciples of the Qingyun sect who had discovered the dispute had shot out to surround Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun's strength far exceeded their imagination. Only when he raised his hand and waved it, several black spiritual energy turned into sharp blades, decapitating the besieging disciples. Su Qingyi looked at the corpses all over the ground, her eyes filled with hatred. Chu Yun, I'm going to kill you. She raised her hand and waved it, and a powerful sword chi went straight towards Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun merely laughed coldly and raised his hand to shatter the sword chi, followed by a palm strike that caused Su Qingyi to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Su Qingyi, what do you think you are? Shu Yun mocked. Just a stupid woman who was played by Chen Fei. You think he really likes you? He's just using you. Su Qingyi covered her chest, her eyes filled with pain. Your bull ting. Shu Yun laughed maniacally. I'm talking nonsense? Look at him. He's nothing but a corpse now. And you're nothing but a wretch. Just then, Chen Fei's tattered doppelganger suddenly climbed up from the ground, covered in blood, but still standing firmly in front of Su Qingyi. Shu Yun, you don't want to hurt senior sister. Shu Yun sneered, raised his hand and waved it. Several channels of black spiritual energy transformed into chains, firmly binding Chen Fei. He took a step closer, his tone full of sarcasm. Chen Fei, you're nothing but a waste of space, and you're worthy to compete with me? Go to hell. Countless black blades chopped wildly. Chen Fei was abused by Chu Yun in a miserable manner. Actually, he still didn't die, and he still clenched his teeth. Elder sister, quickly go. I'll block him. Su Qingyi looked at this scene and was overwhelmed with grief. She struggled to her feet and rushed towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun, I'm going to kill you. However, her attacks had no effect on Chu Yun. Chu Yun raised his hand and Su Qingyi was once again sent flying out, falling heavily to the ground. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sister, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore. After he finished speaking, his body slowly collapsed and dissipated into a wisp of green smoke into the air. Su Qingyi jumped to the place where Chen Fei disappeared and cried bitterly. Chen Fei, don't you go. Shu Yun stood on the sidelines, growing more and more arrogant. Ha ha ha, Su Qingyi, you know now, don't you? Chen Fei is nothing but a piece of trash, not worth shedding your tears for him at all. However, his laughter suddenly came to a screeching halt, only his body stiffened violently, and then he slowly collapsed, his breath gone. Chen Fei shook his head as he watched from the tree. Hey, this Chu Yun laughed too hard and laughed himself to death. Well, that's it, too lazy to make it up. This plot is dog-blooded, but the purpose should have been achieved. Just as Chen Fei felt very satisfied, Fairy Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang in Chen Fei's ears. Apprentice, our clan is about to be destroyed. What are you doing hiding in a tree? Chen Fei was so startled that he almost fell from the tree. He hastily stabilized himself and laughed dryly. Master, you properly shut down and cultivate. What are you doing running out to blindly make a scene? Fairy Qingfeng snorted coldly. I'm asking what you're doing? Oh, senior, when I say, I'm looking at the scenery, do you believe me? Humph, carrot, I believe you damn it. Follow me. After saying that, Fairy Qingfeng raised her hand and pulled Chen Fei down from the tree. Su Qingyi saw Chen Fei. Boundless surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. Senior brother, you're not dead. You're still fine. Great. She flew over and hugged Chen Fei tightly, tears slipping down once again. Great. You're not dead. Senior brother. I'm not practicing the Tao of extinction anymore. I want to be your Tao couple. I want to be with you forever. Shitty. I like you too. I love you too. Chen Fei was a little out of breath from Su Qingyi's hug. Brainstorming. This is so screwed up. This should work too. Ahem. Anyway, didn't practice the path of absolute love? Didn't like Chu Yun? Well, odds are it's okay. Think about it. Chen Fei awkwardly and unobtrusively patted Su Qingyi's back. Elder sister, listen to me. You paid. Wrongly. I am not your senior. I'm non-existent. A fake. A dream. In the future. You cultivate your Jedi Tao. The day you ascend to immortality is the day we meet again to see each other. Goodbye, senior sister. You'd better forget about me. Chapter 23, Senior Brother. I've waited 300 years for you. Word strike. Chen Fei's figure gradually dissipated in Su Qingyi's arms, turning into bits of starlight that floated away in the night sky. Su Qingyi froze in place, her hands still holding the hugging position, her eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. Shitty not. No, she murmured, a tremor in her voice. Fairy Qingfeng stood at the side, her brows locked, obviously not expecting things to come to this. She raised her hand and swung it in an attempt to capture Chen Fei's dissipating spiritual energy, but came up empty-handed. What the hell is going on here? Fairy Qingfeng whispered to herself, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's consciousness had returned to the inner world of the palace master. He stood in a void of space, surrounded by a faint black mist. Not far away, the figure of the heart demon slowly emerged. However, this time the heart demon was very different from before. The black clothes on her body had already faded, and in its place was a long green-colored dress, with a gentle temperament and a hint of faint sadness between her eyebrows. Her eyes were no longer cold, but filled with complex emotions. Sifu, the heart demon called out softly, a hint of choking in his voice. Chen Fei froze and said in his heart, "What is this situation? How did the heart demon suddenly change its appearance?" The heart demon approached slowly, tears glistening in his eyes. "Senior brother, it's been 300 years. I've finally waited for you." Chen Fei was at a loss and secretly spat in his heart. 300 years? Am I traveling or something? The palace master's voice rang in Chen Fei's ears. "Chen Fei, you have succeeded. The heart demon has been completely weakened, and her obsession is dissipating." Chen Fei sniffed and his heart rejoiced. It's finally done. However, the heart demon, seemed as if it hadn't heard the palace master's voice and continued to look at Chen Fei with deep affection. "Senior brother, do you still remember? Back in the days when we were in the Green Cloud sect, you always secretly brought me spirit fruits, accompanied me in sword practice, and said you would always protect me." Chen Fei was confused as he listened to the words in his heart. Is this heart demon so capable of brainstorming? Isn't that Chu Yun? How come I don't remember this happening? The palace master's voice sounded again. "Chen Fei, don't be mesmerized by her. This is the last struggle of the heart demon. Quickly behead her." Chen Fei nodded and raised his hand. A spiritual energy transformed into a sword shadow and chopped straight towards the heart demon. The heart demon did not dodge, but only quietly looked at Chen Fei, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Shifu, goodbye," the heart demon said softly, his body gradually dissipating in the sword light, turning into bits of starlight. Chen Fei looked at the dissipating figure of the heart demon and was inexplicably a little disappointed in his heart. He murmured, "This heart demon, how come it feels a bit pathetic?" The palace master's figure appeared beside Chen Fei with a delighted look on his face. "Chen Fei, you've succeeded. The heart demon has been completely cut away, and my spiritual platform has finally regained its clarity." Chen Fei came back to his senses and laughed. "Palace master, congratulations." The palace master nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Chen Fei, thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to get rid of my heart demons." Chen Fei waved his hand in a relaxed tone. "Palace master is polite. Who are we with each other?" The palace master smiled faintly and raised his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to collapse. Chen Fei only felt a blackness before his eyes and returned to the real world once again. Inside the cave, the 9 turns rejuvenation grass had withered and lost its former luster. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting on his bed, while the palace master was sitting on the side, looking at him with a gentle gaze. "Chen Fei, you're awake," the palace master said softly, a hint of concern in her tone. Chen Fei sat up and laughed. "How does it feel, palace master?" The palace master nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thanks to you, my heart demons have completely dissipated." "Chen Fei, thank you so much." Chen Fei waved his hand in a relaxed tone. "Palace master is polite. Who are we with each other?" The palace master smiled faintly and was about to speak when suddenly her eyes turned a deep blue color, as if they contained endless stars. She violently jumped into Chen Fei's arms, her voice gentle and excited. "Senior brother, I miss you so much." Chen Fei froze, his hands frozen in midair in his heart. What's the situation? Is the palace master possessed by a heart demon? Hasn't the heart demon already been decapitated? He looked down at the palace master in his arms and realized that her expression was very different from before. Her eyes filled with tenderness and attachment. "Palace master, you are?" Chen Fei asked tentatively. The palace master raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Senior brother, don't you remember me? I'm Chang Yi." Chen Fei was completely confused. "Chang Yi? How is this getting more and more outrageous? How did the palace master suddenly become Chang Yi?" He gave a dry laugh and tried to push the palace master away. "Palace master, are you recognizing the wrong person?" Instead, the palace master hugged him tightly, a hint of choking in her voice. "Senior brother, don't push me away. I've been waiting for you for 300 years, and I'm finally waiting for you." Chen Fei had a bitter smile on his face as he secretly spat in his heart. What the hell is going on here? Am I traveling through, or what? He looked up at the ceiling of the cave with emotion. This plot, it just keeps getting more and more dog-eared. Chen Fei was held tightly by the palace master, his entire body frozen in place, his hands not knowing where to put them. He looked down at the palace master in his arms and realized that her eyes were too gentle for words, as if she really thought of him as some long-lost senior brother. "Palace master, are you not feeling well somewhere?" Chen Fei asked tentatively, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The palace master raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice soft. "Senior brother, why are you calling me palace master? I'm Chang Yi, don't you remember me?" The corners of Chen Fei's mouth twitched as he said in his heart, "This plot is really getting more and more outrageous. How did the palace master suddenly turn into Chang Yi?" Could it be that after the heart demon dissipated, her memories were also confused? He gave a dry laugh and tried to push the palace master away. Palace master, calm down. I'm Chen Fei, not some senior brother. The palace master, however, hugged tighter, a hint of aggravation in her voice. Senior brother, don't push me away. I've been waiting for you for 300 years, and I'm finally waiting for you. How can you pretend that you don't recognize me? Chapter 24, Yin and Yang Twins. Inside the cave, the palace master held Chen Fei's hand tightly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Her gaze was as gentle as water, as if she wanted to melt Chen Fei's entire being into it. Sifu, the palace master called out softly, a hint of trembling in her voice. I've been waiting for you for 300 years, and I'm finally waiting for you. Are you willing to be a Taoist couple with me? From now on, you will never part. Chen Fei froze and said in his heart, why is this palace master suddenly confessing? Could it be that her misplaced memories haven't healed yet? When the palace master saw that Chen Fei did not respond, a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes and he hurriedly continued. Senior brother, I know you have me in your heart. Back then in the Green Cloud sect, you always secretly brought me spirit fruits, accompanied me to practice with the sword, and said that you would always protect me. All of these, I remember. Chen Fei was confused as he listened, secretly spitting in his heart. This palace master isn't confusing me with that senior brother of hers? When the palace master saw that Chen Fei remained silent, tears flashed in her eyes, and there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, I can swear on my Tao heart, in this life and in this world, I wish to be a Taoist couple with you alone and never part. When she finished speaking, she raised her hand to make an oath. Seeing this, Chen Fei quickly reached out to stop her. Palace master, wait. The palace master froze, his eyes filled with doubt. Senior brother, you don't want to? Chen Fei shook his head, his tone gentle. Palace master, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that you don't have to be. He carefully observed the palace master's demeanor, and a sudden light flashed in his mind. Could palace master have a split personality? The current her is both the palace master and the tampered with memories of Su Qingyi? Think about it. Chen Fei's heart was enlightened. I see. Although the heart demon was cut away, the other side of the palace master did not disappear, but existed in another form. Just like yin and yang are mutually exclusive, when one yin is extinguished, the remaining yang will become a new yin, until balance is reached again. He murmured, one can never extinguish the other side of oneself, just as there is a yin and a yang to everything in the world, because there is yang and yin and yang. That is the true balance. The palace master's eyes were filled with worry when he saw Chen Fei muttering to himself. Senior, what's wrong with you? Chen Fei looked back at the palace master tenderly. Palace master, you don't have to swear. I remember you. You will always be my good senior sister. The palace master sniffed, tears glistening in her eyes, a hint of choking in her voice. Senior brother, you really remember me? Chen Fei nodded, his tone firm. Of course I remember. You're my senior sister, the most important person to me. Moved to tears, the palace master flung herself into Chen Fei's arms and hugged him tightly. Senior brother, promise me that you won't leave me for the rest of your life. Chen Fei gently patted her back, his tone gentle. Okay, I promise you. However, your body is a bit weak right now, so obediently meditate and cultivate. We'll talk when you wake up. The palace master nodded and reluctantly let go of Chen Fei, sitting down on her knees and beginning to meditate and cultivate. Chen Fei also sat aside, closing his eyes and running his spiritual energy. Time passes slowly. When Chen Fei opened his eyes again, he realized that the palace master had already woken up and was looking at him with a grateful face. Chen Fei, thank you very much. The palace master said softly, a hint of relief in his tone. Thanks to you, my heart demon has finally been cut off. Right now, my heart is ethereal, and this feeling is so comfortable. Chen Fei smiled, his tone relaxed. You're welcome, palace master. It's my honor to help you. The palace master nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Next, I'm going to go into seclusion to break through the harmonization stage. Chen Fei, thank you very much. Chen Fei was about to open his mouth when suddenly the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has gained 1,000 years of cultivation. Current cultivation level, peak transformation of God stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, awakening a new phrase yin and yang twin. Anything and everything can evolve another side through this phrase. Chen Fei was so ecstatic in his heart that he almost laughed out loud. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the system is awesome. This phrase is unbelievable. The palace master noticed the change in Chen Fei's aura and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chen Fei, your cultivation broken through? Chen Fei nodded, a hint of smugness in his tone. Yeah, just broke through to the peak of the transformation god stage. The palace master smiled faintly, his eyes filled with relief. Congratulations, Chen Fei. Your talent is truly extraordinary. Chen Fei waved his hand in a relaxed tone. Palace master is flattering. It's just good luck. The palace master looked at Chen Fei. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes as he whispered, Chen Fei, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can fulfill it. Chen Fei froze for a moment and asked, what is it, Palace Master? Chapter 25, Ruyan Lu. The Palace Master nodded her head lightly and said slowly, next, I need to retreat and cultivate for a period of time, during which time I hope that Mr. Chen can guard the law for me outside of this cave in case there are any foreign enemies. At the same time, it also guards the well-being of our 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. I wonder what Mr. Chen would like to do? Chen Fei nodded his head in response without hesitation. Don't worry, Palace Master. I'll take care of this matter. The Palace Master's face showed a hint of gratitude when he heard this. Whispered, then thank you, Your Excellency. After this palace leaves the gate, there will be a big thank you. After saying that, the Palace Master turned around and slowly walked into the cave. And as the stone door slowly closed, only Chen Fei was left outside the cave. Chen Fei took a deep breath and looked around, secretly contemplating the heavy responsibility he was shouldering in his mind. He knew very well that this 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace was a famous sect, and the people who coveted its treasures and secret books must be in the minority. This time, the task of protecting the Dharma can't afford any carelessness. And so, he flew out of the cave, chose a place with an open view, sat on his knees on the ground, eyes slightly closed, opened his spiritual sense to the outside, always paying attention to the surrounding wind and grass. A few moments later, Chen Fei felt a little bored and summoned the Xian female mirror to start looking in the mirror. That handsome face value made Chen Fei narcissistic enough to hum a little song. Hey, how come I'm so handsome? Sure enough, being too handsome is a burden. Suddenly, Chen Fei thought of the yin and yang dual life phrase that he had just awakened, and began to comprehend it. After an hour, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Yin and yang, evolving the other side. How about trying a mirror? Chen Fei murmured in a low voice and operated his spiritual energy, injecting it into the Xian new mirror. Swish! The mirror rippled for a moment, followed by a flash of ghostly light. In the blink of an eye, another Xian new mirror appeared out of thin air. This mirror was exactly the same as the original Xian new mirror, but the aura was very different. The original Xian new mirror's clear light flowed and was warm like spring, radiating the power of the astral yang. This side, on the other hand, was chilly, as if it could freeze everything, and exuded a feminine aura. Chen Fei was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, this yin-attributed Xian new mirror is simply the pinnacle of ice magic treasures, and in addition, it should be able to have other uses. He scrutinized the two mirrors, his mind calculating. The original Xian new mirror can shine through illusions and suppress evil spirits. This yin attribute Xian new mirror, however, can freeze everything, and can even freeze the operation of spiritual energy. The combination of the two is simply a divine weapon for offense and defense. This made Chen Fei so unhappy. Just then, there was a light footstep in the distance. Chen Fei looked up and saw Bai Ji walking slowly with a hint of a smile on her face. My lord, what are you doing sitting here fighting? Bai Ji asked softly. Chen Fei, it's not much. Miss White, what brings you here? Bai Ji walked over to Chen Fei, her tone gentle. I've come to see you, and in the meantime, I'm asking about the palace master. She, okay? Chen Fei nodded, his tone relaxed. The palace master has closed her doors, preparing to break through the harmonization stage. I promise to help her protect the law and guard the security of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace in the meantime. Bai Ji sniffed and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. My lord, are you going to stay here for a long time? Chen Fei laughed, a hint of flirtation in his tone. How? Miss White can't bear to part with me? Bai Ji's face reddened and she whispered, Gongzi, don't make fun of me. I'm just a little worried about you. Chen Fei's heart warmed and his tone was gentle. Don't worry, I'm fine. On the contrary, it's you. Your cultivation has risen very quickly. You're already at the peak of Yuaning? Bai Ji nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. It's all thanks to Gongzi. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Chen Fei waved his hand. Miss Bai is polite. Who are we with each other? I'm going to be here next to protect the palace master for a period of time, so I'm afraid I can't go back immediately. How about you go back first and come back tomorrow? Bai Ji smiled faintly. In that case, Bai Ji is willing to accompany Gongzi. People miss Gongzi too much. Boo too. One sweet kiss later. Whoosh. From her inner ring, Bai Ji took out a small model of a pavilion. With a gentle toss, the pavilion instantly grew larger. transforming into a small, exquisite two-story building. Gongzi, this is the Qiankuan house. Can be free to change big and small, is the necessary choice for home travel. Next, let Bai Ji and Gongzi together. Bai Ji said softly, a hint of anticipation in her tone. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the magnificent Qiankuan house in front of him. A Qiankuan house? That's really something. Fly into the house. Chen Fei found that it was extremely elegantly decorated inside, just like a woman's boudoir. There were beds and couches, tables and chairs, screens, and even a small alchemy furnace. Miss White, this Qiankuan house is really wonderful. Chen Fei marveled. Bai Ji's face reddened and she whispered, it's good that your son likes it. We can stay here temporarily, so it's convenient for you to protect the palace master. At the same time, it's also convenient for the two of us to double cultivate. Chen Fei nodded, secretly happy in his heart. White girls are not only good, they're sweet. Well, very good. And so, the two inevitably began to undress and warm up to each other. And the warm, sweet feeling of happiness soon enveloped the two. That afternoon, Chen Fei and Bai Ji are kissing little mouths inside the Qiankuan house. Speak sweet. At this point, there was a rush of footsteps outside the cave, followed by a knock on the door. Enter. Chen Fei and Bai Ji put on their clothes and responded. Swish. Only a woman dressed in white hurriedly arrived, her face full of anxiety. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, where is the palace master? I have 100,000 urgent and important things to report, the woman said eagerly. Chen Fei recognized her. It was none other than the eldest disciple of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace, Lu Ruyan. Senior Sister Lu, the palace master is in seclusion for a breakthrough and won't see anyone, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Ruyan Lu frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Chen Fei, who are you to stop me? I have something important to report to the palace master. Bai Ji stepped forward, her tone firm. Senior Sister Lu, the palace master specially explained before the seclusion that no one is allowed to disturb. If you have anything, you can tell us first. Ruyan Lu let out a cold smile as her gaze fell on Bai Ji. Bai Ji, since when are you qualified to meddle in my affairs? Bai Ji's face sank, and there was a hint of coldness in her tone. Senior Sister Lu, I respect you as a great disciple, but the palace master's orders are something we must abide by. A hint of anger flashed in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Raising his hand was a spiritual force that came straight at Bai Ji. Bai Ji snorted coldly and her body flashed, easily avoiding the attack. Senior Sister Lu, what do you mean by that? Bai Ji asked coldly. Ruyan Lu sneered. I'd like to see what you have to stop me. After she finished speaking, her hands formed seals, and several channels of spiritual energy transformed into sharp blades that came straight at Bai Ji. Bai Ji didn't panic and raised her hand. A sword chi shattered all the sharp edges. Peak Yuaning? Ruyan Lu's face changed, her eyes filled with shock. Bai Ji, when did you break through to the peak of Yuaning? Bai Ji smiled faintly, a hint of pride in her tone. It's all thanks to my son. If there's nothing else, Senior Sister Lu should go back. When Ruyan Lu heard this, her gaze landed on Chen Fei and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She had been unable to go back since, and the matter was important. Chen Fei, did Master Teacher really put you in charge of the affairs of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace for the time being? Chen Fei nodded his head, his tone certain. Yes, the palace master specially explained before his seclusion that I would be in charge of, for the time being. Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth and whispered, all right, since Master trusts you, I'll be straightforward. Our 3 spirit mines located near the Valley of 10,000 Flowers have been snatched by unknown forces. All the disciples in the township were killed. I guess, this is some big power that wants to use the opportunity to start a war with us. Right now, what should we do? Should we send someone forward immediately? Chen Fei sniffed and frowned in his heart. Sure enough, something happened. He pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Senior Sister Lu, take it easy. I will handle this matter. You immediately gather all the disciples, strengthen your guard, and be ready to meet the battle at any time. Ruyan Lu nodded, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Chen Fei, can you really handle it? Chen Fei smiled, a hint of confidence in his tone. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Ruyan Lu glanced at him and finally nodded. Turning to leave, Chen Fei looked at her back, secretly calculating in his heart. This thing, always feel not too simple. Will it be another conspiracy? Chapter 26, What's the new trick? Inside the Qiankuan house, Bai Ji's brows were furrowed and her eyes were filled with worry. Gongzi, what should we do now? Are we really going to give up on those 3 spirit mines and not send people there? Chen Fei sat at the table, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, a flat face. Right, as of right now, it's not possible to send people over. Anyway, there are many spirit mines under the Xian New Palace, And there's no shortage of those three. Bai Ji froze for a moment, a hint of urgency in her tone. But those three spirit minerals have extremely high yields. If we give them up, the loss is not small. Chen Fei shook his head, his gaze deep. Bai Ji, have you thought about it? In case the other party plays the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. If we rashly send people over, I'm afraid we'll play right into the other side's hands. You allow me to think. What should we do now? Bai Ji nodded and stood silently, pondering the question. Chen Fei closed his eyes. The words yin and yang came to mind. His mind wandered and wondered. Since the yin and yang twins can evolve the other side, can it be used on people as well? Think about it. He opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ji, a hint of testing in his tone. Bai Ji, do you believe me? Bai Ji nodded without hesitation. My lord, I believe you. Chen Fei smiled faintly and reached out to hold Bai Ji's hand. Alright then, let's give it a try. Angelica de Hurica. Ah, what new tricks are you going to play this time? I'm a little shy. Chen Fei, oh, ahem. My good Bai Ji. No tricks this time. You just gaze carefully and choose to trust me. Good. Next, Chen Fei operated his spiritual energy, and the power of the yin-yang duality was transmitted into Bai Ji's body along his hand. Bai Ji only felt a stream of warmth pouring in from the palm of her hand, followed by a tingling throughout her body, as if there was something that gradually separated from her body. It's amazing, just like having an extra pair of legs, an extra pair of arms. The feeling is simply wonderful. A few moments later, a figure exactly like Bai Ji appeared beside her. This figure, with a gentle breath that was as warm as the sun, was precisely Bai Ji's yang attribute doppelganger. Bai Ji froze. She stared blankly at her doppelganger, her eyes filled with incredulity. This is me? The doppelganger smiled slightly, his tone gentle. This is me? Bai Ji reached out her hand and gently touched the cheek of her doppelganger. Feeling the real touch, the doppelganger made the same action. For a while, Bai Ji's heart was shaken. How is this possible? I can actually manifest a doppelganger? And this doppelganger has flesh and blood, just like my other hand. It is completely controlled by my mind. Excitement. She turned her head to look at Chen Fei, her eyes filled with shock and doubt. How did you do it, my lord? Chen Fei smiled, his tone relaxed. This is my newly awakened ability called yin and yang dual life. It can evolve the other side of anything, including people. Bai Ji was dumbfounded by what she heard, and her heart was thrilled. Gongzi, this ability is amazing. I think of a way. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. Oh, what way? A trace of excitement flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Since I can manifest a bilocation, then senior sister Lu Ruyan can as well. This way, we can use our doppelgangers to explore the spirit minds while the main body stays in the palace. Even if the enemy hiding in the shadows uses the trick of transferring the tiger from the mountain, we can still cope with it. Chen Fei nodded, his eyes filled with praise. Bai Ji, that's a good idea. He paused, a hint of cunning in his tone. However, if Ruyan Lu wants me to help her have a bilocation, she has to pay a price. Bai Ji froze for a moment and asked curiously, at what cost? Chen Fei smiled mysteriously. I want one thing from her. If she'll say yes, I'll help her. Bai Ji blinked, and although she was curious in her heart, she didn't ask more questions. She smiled slightly, her tone firm. I'm sure Gongzi won't harm her, and senior sister Lu will definitely agree. Chen Fei stretched out his hands and stroked the cheeks of the two Bai Ji. You, always so kind and pure. Bai Ji shy, blushing heartbeat together flung into the arms of Chen Fei. Next, the two cannot be avoided in some warmth. During this time Chen Fei taught Bai Ji how to better control the bilocation and the body more coordinated to do things. Bai Ji was a quick learner, and in just a few moments, the doppelganger and the main body were able to go from good to great to divide and coordinate. This made Chen Fei feel doubly happy, and his heart was infinitely pleased. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the Qiankuan house. Lu Ruyan hurriedly came and shouted from afar. Gongzi, Ruyan has something to report. Chen Fei and Bai Ji's eyes stared. Immediately straighten your clothes. Enter, Chen Fei said with justice. Swish, Ruyan Lu rushed over and bowed respectfully. Just, the next moment she froze. There were actually two Bai Ji in front of her eyes, and they were also exactly the same. Even their breaths were indistinguishable. Even when she explored it with her full intent, she couldn't tell which one was real. What's going on here? Ruyan Lu's eyes widened as her gaze swept back and forth between the two Bai Ji. Bai Ji's doppelganger smiled faintly, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Senior sister, you really can't tell the difference? Ruyan Lu shook her head with a blank expression. Following that, he looked at Chen Fei. Gongzi, what's going on here? How could there be two Bai Ji? Could it be that she has a twin sister or sister? Chen Fei smiled. His tone relaxed. Senior Sister Lu, this is Bai Ji's doppelganger. I've just helped her awaken the yin-yang dual life ability, and she can manifest another self. Ruyan Lu was dumbfounded by what she heard. Her eyes filled with shock. Split? Yin and yang bilocation? How is this possible? Bai Ji's main body stepped forward with a gentle tone. Senior sister, this is true. The eunuch helped me split into a flesh and blood bilocation. At that time, we'll be able to use the bilocation to explore the spirit mine while the main body stays in the palace. In this way, even if the enemy uses the stratagem of transferring a tiger from the mountain, we will be able to cope with it. Lu Ruyan listened with a surging heart, and a trace of longing flashed in her eyes. Gongzi, this split, can I also possess? Chen Fei nodded, a hint of deep meaning in his tone. Sure, but you'll have to pay for it. Ruyan Lu nodded without hesitation. Your Excellency, as long as I can help the Xianwei Palace, Ruyan is willing to pay any price. Please help Ruyan get one of these doppelgangers as well. In this way, my Nine Heavens Xian New Palace's crisis this time will definitely be solved. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Yeah, let's talk terms then. Chapter 27, she broke through again. Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yes sir, tell me, what are the terms? Chen Fei said with a bad smile on his face. Double-cross me. When Ruyan Lu heard this, her mouth was open to the point where she could stuff down an egg, and shock was written all over her face. On the side, Bai Ji was blushing slightly and muttering in her heart. Dual practice. And as smoke. Gongzi he. How did he? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, her face complex as she looked at Chen Fei. There was a hint of incredulity in his tone. Gongzi, you, what did you say? Dual cultivation? Are you sure? Chen Fei, what? Senior sister Lu is unwilling? Lu Ruyan's face flushed red as she swept her gaze back and forth between Chen Fei and Bai Ji, secretly struggling in her heart. How is this possible? Chen Fei and Bai Ji are already Dao couples. How can I? Bai Ji stood by the side, her face also a little complicated. She looked at Chen Fei, a trace of doubt and uneasiness flashing in her eyes. My lord, you are. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the two reacting so violently. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Why are you guys so nervous? Ruyan Lu and Bai Ji let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Lu Ruyan patted her chest with a hint of anger in her tone. Gongzi, you, carrot, really scared me to death. Bai Ji also couldn't help but glare at Chen Fei with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Gongzi, you shouldn't make such jokes in the future. Chen Fei waved his hand and laughed. Alright, no more teasing you guys. Senior sister Lu, my condition is actually very simple. I'm going to indenture your bilocation for 3 years, and then I'll let you have a bilocation. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. A contractual split? What does that mean? Chen Fei explained. Although the yin-yang duo can help you manifest a doppelganger, the doppelganger is, after all, a separate individual. In order to prevent the doppelganger from doing anything unfavorable to me and Bai Ji, I need to sign a contract with you to ensure that the doppelganger will be completely at my command during these 3 years. Ruyan Lu frowned, pondering in her heart. The contract is for 3 years. This means that my bilocation will be completely subject to Chen Fei. Although the doppelganger is only an aid, it is after all the other side of me. If it is completely handed over to Chen Fei, then wouldn't he and I be the same as? Oops. She hesitated for a moment, biting her red lip lightly. She whispered, my lord, this contract, will it have an effect on my essence? Chen Fei shook his head. It won't. The contract is only for the doppelganger. Your main body is still free. Moreover, the contract will be automatically dissolved after 3 years, and the doppelganger will return to your control. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's heart settled down a little. She looked at Chen Fei and then at Bai Ji. Can I think about it again? Chen Fei smiled faintly and said in a bland tone. Of course, if you're not in a hurry, I'm even less in a hurry. Now, senior sister Lu, please sit down peacefully and meditate for an incense burner to quiet your mind. Ruyan Lu nodded slightly in gratitude before hitting the bench. At this time, Chen Fei turned his head to Bai Ji and said thoughtfully, Bai Ji, try to make yin and yang merge. Let me see how it works. Bai Ji nodded, closing her eyes and running her spiritual energy. Her doppelganger slowly approached, gradually merging with her main body. Soon, Bai Ji's entire body was flowing with light, and her breath instantly skyrocketed, as if she had broken through some kind of shackle. My lord, I can't control it. I'm going to break through. Bai Ji opened her eyes with a hint of excitement in her tone. Chen Fei is also very surprised. I did not expect the merger to open the breakthrough directly after. Good thing. Bai Ji, don't panic. Just make a direct breakthrough. I'll protect you. With a wave of his raised hand, a spiritual barrier enveloped Bai Ji, followed by several formations to ensure that Bai Ji's breakthrough process would not be interfered with. Ruyan Lu fought to sit on the side, looking at the scene in front of her, her heart shocked. That's another breakthrough? She recalled that before Bai Ji met Chen Fei, her cultivation level was comparable to her own, both at the early yuaning stage. As a result, it had only been a short while, and Bai Ji was actually about to break through the yuaning stage and enter the God of Transformation. This is also unbelievable and horrible. And as a great disciple himself, he was still in the same place, making no progress. A strong feeling of envy and jealousy welled up in her heart, exactly like a blazing fire that scorched her insides. The eyes that looked at Chen Fei also had a few more points of speculation. How is this possible? Ruyan Lu murmured in a low voice, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Chen Fei. Ah, Chen Fei. Just what kind of demonic genius are you? What secret magic treasure do you have on you? Why were you able to make Bai Ji's cultivation rise so quickly? Right at this moment, Chen Fei walked over to Lu Ruyan and said with a calm face, Senior Sister Lu, what are you thinking? Ruyan Lu returned to her senses and looked at Chen Fei, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Your Excellency, Ruyan just feels shocked and honored to make your acquaintance. Chen Fei smiled faintly. So, has Senior Sister Lu decided yet? Chapter 28, Split Contract and the God Transformation Tribulation. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. The tone was solemn. Gongzi, Ruyan has thought it over. Ruyan is willing to agree to your conditions. Chen Fei nodded in satisfaction, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Very well, Senior Sister Lu is indeed refreshing. Then let's start now. Ruyan Lu nodded her head obediently. Next, Chen Fei reached out to hold Lu Ruyan's hand, and a warm touch came from his palm. Ruyan Lu shuddered slightly, but did not break free, only quietly looking at Chen Fei. Relax, don't resist, Chen Fei said in a low voice. With that, he operated his spiritual energy and performed yin and yang dual life. Ruyan Lu only felt a strange energy surging into her body from Chen Fei's palm, and then, she clearly felt a certain kind of energy being slowly stripped from her body. The sensation was both wonderful and comforting, as if an extra pair of arms and legs, or even an extra whole self, had been created. Is this what it feels like to split? Ruyan Lu murmured in a low voice, her eyes filled with shock. A few moments later, a figure identical to Ruyan Lu appeared beside her. This doppelganger was dressed in white, with a gentle temperament, picturesque eyebrows, and a slender figure, just like a fairy coming out of a painting. Ruyan Lu looked at her doppelganger with surprise in her eyes. This is my doppelganger? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but reach out and touch her doppelganger's cheeks. Feeling the real touch, her heart shook. She tried raising her hand, and the doppelganger followed suit. She took a few steps and the doppelganger followed. Lu Ruyan felt more and more magical, her eyes full of love. It's marvelous. This doppelganger is almost like another me. She turned to look at Chen Fei and bowed deeply, her tone filled with gratitude. Gongzi, thank you so much. Ruyan is grateful. Chen Fei waved his hand in a relaxed tone. Senior Sister Lu doesn't have to be polite. However, next I'm going to indenture your doppelganger and make sure she's completely at my command within these 3 years. After saying that, he raised his hand and tapped on the center of the brow of the doppelganger, running the contract technique in the 9 Heavens Xian Nu skill. A clear light flowed from Chen Fei's fingertips into the brow of the doppelganger, which trembled slightly before regaining its composure. Ruyan Lu only felt a slight stinging pain coming from her brow, but it quickly dissipated. She looked at her doppelganger and then at Chen Fei, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Gongzi, 3 years from now, will you really return the split to me? She speculated in her mind. If Chen Fei treats my doppelganger as a plaything and drives it at will, or even, then wouldn't I be equal to being under his control as well? Chen Fei could see her concern and smiled faintly, his tone firm. Senior Sister Lu, don't worry, as long as you don't do anything harmful or treacherous, I will definitely return the split to you intact after 3 years. However, you must not follow in the footsteps of your senior sister, Lu Russian. After saying that, he took out an elixir from his pocket and handed it to Ruyan Lu. This is an elixir quenched by a powerhouse of the God Transformation stage. It can help you instantly recover your vitality and have the strength of the peak Yuaning realm without any side effects. Now, you can lead people to investigate the robbery of those 3 spirit mines. There is your doppelganger here. She can handle all matters big and small in the palace. Ruyan Lu received the elixir, her eyes filled with gratitude. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Ruyan will definitely live up to her promise. Ruyan won't become Senior Sister Lu Rusheng. She won't go on a desperate path like her, so you can rest assured. Chen Fei was very satisfied. Okay, go ahead then. Yes sir, Ruyan will go now. Strike that. Ruyan Lu gave her doppelganger a reluctant glance, then hugged her doppelganger gently and turned to leave. She took 100 disciples and headed straight in the direction of the spirit mine. At this point, the sky was dark with clouds and lightning rolled in. Bai Ji's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. Rumble. Accompanied by a penetrating light through the sky, heavenly thunder descended and struck straight at her body. Boom! The first heavenly thunder struck down. Bai Ji's whole body light flowed and she carried the thunderbolt hard. Her aura grew stronger and stronger under the tempering of the thunderbolt, as if it was about to break through the sky. Chen Fei stood by the side, his eyes filled with relief. Not bad. The foundation is too stable. Not worthy of being my Dao couple. Bai Ji, go for it. The second and third heavenly thunderbolts struck one after another, and Bai Ji's body continued to be quenched in the light of the thunderbolts, and her aura grew stronger and stronger. Finally, after the ninth heavenly thunder struck, Bai Ji's aura completely exploded and her cultivation broke through to the early stage of transformation. She slowly opened her eyes filled with joy. My lord, I did it! Chen Fei walked forward with a smile. Congratulations, Bai Ji. This breakthrough was very successful and smooth. Bai Ji smiled. Following the split into two, the two Bai Ji jumped into Chen Fei's arms at the same time, one on each side wrapping her arms around his neck. Gongzi, thank you. The Bai Ji's essence on the left had a gentle tone and her eyes were filled with gratitude. Gongzi, you're the best. The Bai Ji bilocation on the right spoke in a playful tone, her eyes filled with sweetness. Chen Fei was caught in the middle by the two Bai Jis, and he was a bit in tears. Bai Ji, you're putting me in a dilemma, aren't you? The Bai Ji essence on her left gently kissed Chen Fei's cheek, her tone pouting. Gongzi, you can't be biased. The Bai Ji doppelganger on her right side was not willing to show weakness either, and kissed Chen Fei on his other cheek in a mischievous tone. Gongzi, I'm your Taoist couple. You have to love me well. Chen Fei was amused by Bai Ji and reached out to put his arm around their waist with a hint of flirtation in his tone. Bai Ji, you guys are splitting me up a bit here. Ha! The two Bai Ji laughed at the same time. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. Right at this moment, Chen Fei suddenly let out a bad smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. My good Bai Ji, I have a bold idea. Bai Ji on the left blinked and asked curiously, what's the idea, Gongzi? Bai Ji on the right also came over, a hint of anticipation in her tone. Gongzi, come on, say it. Chen Fei wrapped his arms around their waists, the corners of his mouth hooked into a mysterious smile. Well, guess what? Chapter 29. Ruyan was assassinated by Flowerless Shadow. When Bai Ji heard Chen Fei's words, her face flushed with a blush and she pouted shyly. Gongzi, you're so annoying. After the words were spoken, the two Angelicas merged into one in an instant and burrowed into Chen Fei's arms. Chen Fei laughed out loud, reaching out and wrapping his arm around her brute waist with a hint of flirtation in his tone. My good Bai Ji, you're quite fast at merging this split. What? Can't wait? Bai Ji gently whacked Chen Fei, her tone pouting. Oops. Eunuch. Carrot, you keep doing this. People are going to get angry. Chen Fei put his arm around her and made a gesture to go to the boudoir. Fine. I won't tease you. Let's go to the boudoir then, and cultivate ourselves. Bai Ji's face reddened and she whispered. Okay, Gongzi, but I want to be on top this time. Chen Fei immediately slapped her. Gu, you've got a big idea. Giggle. Aya, Gongzi you bad. While the two were flirting, Ruyan Lu's doppelganger walked over, her brows furrowed slightly as she respectfully bowed. Gongzi, senior sister. Then next, you guys cultivate in peace. I'll go outside and guard the law. Chen Fei looked at Lu Ruyan's doppelganger, who was able to communicate telepathically with himself, and nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's hard work. Ruyan Lu's doppelganger smiled faintly and turned to leave. Chen Fei wrapped his arm around Bai Ji's waist, walked into the boudoir, and began to double cultivate. The two people's spiritual energy intermingled with each other, a wonderful cultivation experience that was unconsciously enhanced. The other side, Ruyan Lu's main body had already flown over the 3 spirit mines near 10,000 Flowers Valley. She stood on a cloud and looked down, realizing that the spirit mine had been taken over by a group of men in black. Each of these black-clothed men had an outstanding cultivation level and were obviously prepared. Lu Ruyan frowned and said in her heart, as expected of Chen Fei, the other party had prepared for this, but so what? Today I will definitely exterminate you and the others to show the majesty of my 9 heavens Xian Nu palace. Swish, swish swish swish. Lu Ruyan landed on the ground like a stream of light with 100 disciples. The men in black responded in unison to the imperator. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, with a gloomy face and sneers in his eyes. Ruyan Lu, you're finally here. The black-robed man sneered. We have been waiting for a long time. Ruyan Lu looked at him coldly, a hint of anger in her tone. Who are you people? Why are you seizing my 9 heavenly mysteries palace's spirit mines? The black-robed man laughed out loud, his tone rampant. What kind of people are we? Ruyan Lu, can't you see that? Naturally, we are the people of the underworld sect. As for seizing the spirit mine, oh, this is just the beginning. In the future, you chicks are also ours. Ha ha ha. Lu Ruyan's face sank and her tone was icy cold. The underworld cult? How dare you guys be so wild? The black-robed man let out a cold smile, raised his hand and waved it. Several channels of black spiritual energy transformed into sharp blades and came straight at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan lifted her finger to defend her sword, a sword she that easily shattered all the sharp blades. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he signaled his minions to come together. At that moment, the black-clothed people around him rushed in a large black swath. Do it! Lu Ruyan followed with a low shout, and the disciples behind him sacrificed their magic treasures and battled with the man in black. For a while, both sides fought. Ruyan Lu and the black-robed man were also fighting hard. Although her cultivation was slightly better, the black-robed man's kung fu was bizarre, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. Right at this moment, a clear sound of a sword chime suddenly came from the distance. A young man dressed in white came with a sword, and it was none other than the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley's master, Hua Wuhin Hua Wuying. Stop! Hua Wuying shouted loudly, a hint of majesty in his tone. Seeing this, Ruyan Lu's heart was delighted. Could it be that, be sent by the Valley of 10,000 Flowers to help us? After Hua Wuying landed on the ground, he coldly looked at the black-robed man with a hint of reprimand in his tone. People of the underworld sect, how dare you spread your wildness in my 10,000 Flowers Valley's territory? Seek death. The black-robed man sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Che, Hua Wuying, you don't have to pretend here. Your 10,000 Flowers Valley has been cooperating with our underworld sect for a long time. Why do you need to be hypocritical here? Hua Wuying's face sank and his tone was icy cold. How dare you? Would I, 10,000 Flowers Valley, be complicit with your underworld sect? Watch the move. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and swung it, and a sword chi went straight at the black-robed man. The black-robed man let out a cold snort and easily avoided the attack. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's heart felt a little bit more at ease, and she quickly said, Senior Flower Brother, thank you for your help. Hua Wuying nodded, a hint of indifference in her tone. Senior Sister Lu doesn't have to be polite. This is what I should do. After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and slapped his palm at Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan was caught off guard and was struck by a palm, spitting blood from her mouth and falling heavily to the ground. Flowerless Shadow. You. Ruyan Lu's eyes widened, her eyes filled with disbelief. Flowerless Shadow let out a cold laugh. Ruyan Lu, do you really think I'm here to help you? Your 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace is finished. You'll just wait to kneel down and beg me to obediently be my furnace tripod. Ruyan Lu's face was pale and her eyes were filled with anger. Hua Wuying. You despicable villain. Hua Wuying laughed out loud, his tone rampant. Despicable? How can you say despicable when you've become a king or a bandit? Lu Ruyan, if you're sensible, you'll obediently tie your hands. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ruyan Lu looked at the surrounding disciples who were seriously injured one by one and panicked in her heart. What to do? What am I going to do now? Chapter 30, Reversal. Ruyan Lu covered her chest, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. She looked at the severely injured disciples around her, and her heart grew more and more flustered. Just then, she suddenly remembered the elixir that Chen Fei had given her. So, without hesitation, she took out the elixir and swallowed it in one mouthful. The elixir instantly melted in her mouth, and a powerful spiritual energy surged into her body. Boom! Ruyan Lu's aura instantly skyrocketed, her cultivation directly breaking through to the peak of Yuaning. She stood up, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Flowerless Shadow, scumbags of the underworld sect, do you think you can win against me just like that? Seeing this, Hua Wuying's face changed and there was a hint of shock in his tone. How is it possible that you still have power left, and the cultivation level has risen? Ruyan Lu sneered. Hua Wuying, your despicable behavior of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Today I, the 9 Heavens Xian New Palace, have learned, and now, you will be made to pay the price. After she finished speaking, she lifted her hand and swung it, and a powerful sword chi went straight to attack Flowerless Shadow. Hua Wuying hurriedly offered his magic treasure to resist, but it was still shattered by the sword chi. The crushing of his cultivation level was simply not something he could resist. He spat blood from his mouth and fell heavily to the ground. How could you be so strong? Hua Wuying covered his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ruyan Lu didn't answer and turned to look at the black-robed man with a hint of killing intent in her tone. It's your turn. The black-robed man's face changed drastically and he hastily backed away. Ruyan Lu. Don't you come over. Lu Ruyan sneered. Her figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the black-robed man. With a wave of his hand, several sword chi trapped the black-robed man firmly. Say, what exactly is your underworld sex plot? Lu Ruyan asked coldly. The black-robed man was trapped by the sword chi, unable to move, his eyes filled with fear. Ruyan Lu. I'll tell you if you spare me. Ruyan Lu disdained. You're in no position to bargain. Say. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and whispered. Alright, I'll say. We, the elder of the underworld sect, the underworld Z, while using the tiger displacing plan, have united with 6 forces, including the devil sect and the heavenly sword sect, to attack the 9 heavens Xian Nui palace. Now that your palace master is in seclusion, and your eldest disciple Lu Ruyan has left with so many elite disciples, your internal defenses are bound to be weak at that time. So, if you let me go, we, the elders, may still be able to keep some more alive. When Ruyan Lu heard this, her face changed drastically and her eyes were filled with anger. Sure enough, in that case, you'd better go to hell. Put. The powerful sword chi instantly decapitated the black-robed man. Afterward, Ruyan Lu turned to a few disciples who were always steady. You guys stay behind, deal with the spirit mines and set up formations. Everyone else, rush back to the 9 heavens Xianwei palace with me. Yes, eldest sister. Inside the palace of the 9 heavenly mysteries, Chen Fei had just finished double cultivation with Bai Ji, and the two were sitting on the edge of the bed chatting. Suddenly, Ruyan Lu's doppelganger hurriedly ran in, her face filled with anxiety. Your Excellency, it's not good. There is a large black mass of enemies coming. So many people. Judging from the situation, they are going to siege us. Some of the people who rushed to the front have already begun their attack on the patriarchal formation. What should we do? Lu Ruyan split said eagerly. Chen Fei sniffed and frowned with a hint of gravity in his tone. As expected, the other party used the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Bai Ji stood up, her eyes filled with worry. My lord, what should we do now? Chen Fei got up and expanded his divine sense outward by 100 miles, feeling the blackened enemies in the distance. A hint of coldness flashed in his heart. Underworld sect, demon sect, heavenly sword sect. You scumbags, you're really shady as hell. Do you really think that with this, you can break through the 9 heavenly mysteries palace? Chapter 31, The 4 Gate Guardians. Chen Fei's thoughts retracted and looked at Bai Ji and said, Bai Ji, your main body will bring disciples to guard the south gate of the clan protection formation, and your split body will guard the west gate. Bai Ji nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, Your Excellency, just leave the south and west gates to me. Chen Fei looked at Lu Ruyan's doppelganger again. Senior sister Lu, you lead the men to guard the north gate, make sure to be careful. Ruyan Lu's doppelganger nodded slightly, her tone full of confidence. Don't worry, Your Excellency, I will guard the northern gate. Chen Fei took out 3 pills from his arms and handed 2 to Bai Ji and 1 to Lu Ruyan. These 3 pills can boost your cultivation at critical moments, so be sure to use them carefully. Bai Ji received the elixir and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. My lord, what about the most crucial east gate? Who will guard it? Chen Fei smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. The east gate is sufficient with me alone. I'll just sit here while Fa Xiang goes to guard it, so you guys can rest assured. Bai Ji wanted to say something else, but seeing Chen Fei's confident eyes, she stopped talking and just nodded gently. Gongzi, be careful. Chen Fei waved his hand, signaling for the girls to go get ready individually. Bai Ji split into 2 and led her disciples to quickly rush to the south and west gates, while Lu Ruyan split into 2 and led a group of disciples to the north gate as well. Chen Fei, on the other hand, sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, his eyes slightly closed as he began to operate his spiritual energy. Bai Ji stood on the south gate wall, her gaze coldly gazing into the distance, only to see a black pressurized piece of devil sect disciples surging this way, headed by a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a hideous smile on his face. Ha ha ha, the 9 heavenly mysteries palace really has no one left, to send a little girl to guard the door. The black-robed man scoffed loudly, his voice filled with disdain. Bai Ji looked at him coldly, hiding her transformation spirit stage cultivation very well, ready to come in a potpourri in a while. She pretended to be annoyed and cursed. Demon sect demons, don't be wild. The black-robed man laughed out loud, his eyes filled with teasing. Little girl, you don't have a small mouth. However, with this thin body and bones of yours, you also want to block our demon sect's army? What a joke. Bai Ji no longer said anything more, raised her hand and waved it. A powerful sword chi went straight at the black-robed man. The black-robed man let out a cold snort and easily avoided the attack. Then he raised his hand and waved his hand. Several black spiritual forces transformed into sharp blades and attacked Bai Ji directly. With a wave of her finger, Bai Ji easily blocked the attack. Then she offered her magic treasure and fought with the black-robed man. The two fought back and forth. At the same time, the disciples of the Devil sect came to kill with their swords and engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. At the North Gate, Lu Ruyan's doppelganger stood on the city wall, gazing coldly at the distant disciples of the Underworld sect, and a large army of other forces mixed in. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, his face full of doubt and incomprehension. Ruyan Lu, didn't you go to deal with the spirit mines? Why would you still come out to guard the gate? The gray-robed man sneered, a hint of surprise in his tone. Ruyan Lu's doppelganger laughed coldly, his tone filled with sarcasm. Your Underworld sect's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain has long been recognized by us. Fools, do you really think we will fall for the trick? The gray-robed man's face changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Humph, even if you are here, so what? A mere doppelganger dares to block our Underworld sect's army? Ruyan Lu's doppelganger no longer said anything, raised his hand and waved it, and several sword chi went straight at the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man let out a cold snort and easily avoided the attack, then raised his hand and waved his hand. Several black spiritual energy transformed into sharp blades and attacked Lu Ruyan's doppelganger directly. Lu Ruyan's doppelganger's body flickered and easily avoided the attack. Then he offered his magic treasure and fought with the gray-robed man. The two fought back and forth. At the same time, the disciples of the Underworld sect rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. The other side, Chen Fei sat cross-legged in the center of the large hall, his eyes slightly closed as spiritual energy surged around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a glint flashed in his eyes. Xian Nu descended. A huge phantom then rose from behind him. It was the enlarged version of Chen Fei himself. The one he had cast out earlier was the fairy phantom. However, the fusion with his own intention was never good, and then Zhang Yuan finally cultivated his own body phantom through comprehension. Fighting better, more comfortably. With his long sword in hand, the Dharma Emperor flew into the void beyond the East Gate, his eyes coldly gazing at the blackened swath of enemies in the distance. At the head of the group was an old man dressed in a black robe, the very head of the Underworld sect, Underworld Sun. Ha ha ha, are all the women of the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace dead? Surprisingly sending a male cultivator junior to guard the gate. The specter scoffed loudly, his voice filled with disdain. Chen Fei's Dharma phase sneered, old thing, you don't have a small mouth. However, with this number of you, it's not even enough for me to stuff my teeth. The specter's face changed, and his eyes were filled with anger. Junior, don't go wild. Swish, a long sword attacked. Chen Fei's Dharma phase stopped talking and swung his sword to slash. The Underworld Sun snorted coldly and once again made a move. Several black spiritual forces transformed into sharp blades and came straight at Chen Fei's Dharma phase. Chen Fei's Dharma phase offered long swords and transformed into dozens of flying swords as he battled with the Underworld Sun. The two fought back and forth. For a while, the four gates in front of the Xian Nu Palace's mountain protection array were all fighting, unusually intense. The battle between Chen Fei's Dharma phase and the Underworld Sun had lasted for half an incense stick of effort, and there was still no winner. Every exchange of blows between the two triggered a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy that shook the entire Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. Junior, your strength is indeed good. However, you are not my opponent yet. The Underworlder sneered. Chen Fei was disdainful. Old thing, your strength isn't much better. It seems that the Underworld sect is nothing more than that. The specter's face changed. Junior, then let you feel the true battle power of the old man. Go to hell. Boom boom boom. The entire area around the East Gate was enveloped by the waves of spiritual power counter bombardment. Chapter 32, Peak Transformation God. Gaga messy killing. Chen Fei's Dharma phase finally couldn't hold up under the fierce attack of the Underworld Sun and shattered with a loud bang. Chen Fei's main body stood up violently from the large hall, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, his face slightly pale. Ha! This old kid. He's still got some skills. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze coldly looking toward the distant phantom sun. The Underworld Sun stood proudly in mid-air, holding a long sword as black as ink in his hand, the sword emanating a chile, cold light as if it could devour all life. Chen Fei, your Dharma phase has been shattered by me. What other means do you have? My father is already a late-stage transformation god powerhouse, and this underworld soul-devouring sword in my hand is made from 10,000 years of basalt iron and has been tempered for 100 years by the 9 underworld flames. So what are you going to fight me with? Today, I will take over the 9 heavens Xian Nu Palace and capture all the nymphs as slaves and maidservants. Ha ha ha. The voice of the underworld sun resounded through the sky, filled with arrogance and hubris. His words drew laughter from the surrounding disciples of the underworld sect and members of other forces, as if the Nine Heavens Xian Palace was already in their pocket. Chen Fei smiled coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a casual summoning of his hand, 2 Xian mirrors, one yin and one yang, levitated in front of him, the 2 mirrors emitting very different auras. The yang mirror is warm as spring and the yin mirror is cold. Chen Fei murmured in a low voice. Today, I'll let you see the power of the yin-yang Xian mirror. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Fei's mind. Ding! The host has gained 1,000 years of cultivation. Current cultivation, peak transformation god. The corners of Chen Fei's mouth lifted slightly as he said in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Came just in time. In that case, I can cut that old boy to death with my sword alone. Swish! Chen Fei's figure flashed as he flew out with his sword, heading straight for the underworlder. His speed was extremely fast, as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the sky, and in an instant, he arrived in front of the underworld sun. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the underworld sun. A mere underling loser who dares to act recklessly in front of me? Seek death. He raised his hand and waved it, and the underworld soul-devouring sword slashed down, a pitch-black sword chi coming straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not panic and raised his hand, the spiritual barrier instantly blocking in front of him. Following a flash with the yang attribute Xian mirror, the dark sword chi was bounced back like a kicking ball. The specter's face changed and he hastily dodged, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This mirror can actually bounce back my sword chi? Chen Fei sneered. Spectral Sun, your arrogance ends here. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. The yin mirror instantly flew out. The mirror's surface rippled for a while, and immediately afterward, a cold and aggressive light went straight towards the underworld sun. The underworld sun hastily swung his sword to fend it off, but the cold air actually spread up the sword, instantly freezing his arm. The underworld sun was shocked and hastily worked his spiritual energy to shatter the frost. His eyes filled with shock. What kind of magic treasure is this? Chen Fei stopped talking and put the mirror away, smiling in his heart. Not bad, it's quite useful. Next, Chen Fei executed the Xian Nu chop. Swish swish swish, countless sword-ons instantly erupted, heading straight for the underworld sun. The spectral sun's face changed drastically, and he hastily swung his sword to resist, but the power of the sword awnings far exceeded his imagination, instantly knocking him back hundreds of feet. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The underworld sun stabilized his stance, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible! How could you be at the peak of the transformation god? How could you be so powerful? Chen Fei sneered. Spectre! Suffer! Zhang Yuan blasted out with a palm, and the destructive and violent spiritual power transformed into a sharp blade that struck out like a rainstorm. A flash of panic flashed in the eyes of the underworld sun and he hurriedly shouted, Everyone, get on me! Kill him! The surrounding disciples of the underworld sect and members of other forces sniffed and responded, but they were heavily killed or injured. Seeing this, a trace of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the underworld sun as he gritted his teeth and said, Chen Fei, you forced me to do this. After he finished speaking, he fiercely bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, made a seal with both hands, and drank in a low voice. Secret art of the underworld, soul devouring and vampiric snatching. As his words fell, the air around him instantly became chilly, and countless black ghostly shadows rose from the ground, heading straight for Chen Fei. Chen Fei frowned slightly and immediately used the mirror to illuminate it, and a bright light erupted from the mirror, easily dispersing all the evil spirits. The underworld sun panicked. A flash of despair flashed in his eyes. Chen Fei, I, Spectre Sun, have memorized today's revenge. I will return it 100-fold in the future. After saying that, he turned around violently and turned into a black light, instantly disappearing into the distance. Chen Fei really wanted to catch the other party, but the other party was armed with multiple evil arts, and at the moment, he hadn't reached the level of crushing the other party, so it was better to be poor and not chase after them. Wait a few days. Hey, can crush him now. Move his finger and he'll be on his knees, and maybe bring in an even better cutie. Thinking like this, Chen Fei instead worried about the spectral sun not coming to retaliate. He then turned to look around at his enemies. Coldly, the spectre has run away. Which one of you still wants to die? Seeing this, the disciples of the underworld sect and the members of other forces were so frightened that they scattered in all directions, never daring to stay again. However, Chen Fei hemmed and hawed and directly flew up high into the sky, shining his sun mirror. At that instant, channels of blazing sun rays pierced down across the sky, and one after another of the underworld sect's disciples and other members of the forces were turned into smoke, their body's true essence being absorbed by the yang mirror. In just less than half an incense stick, Chen Fei cleared all the enemies. but he didn't enjoy himself, and proceeded to look away. Chapter 33, The Calm After the Power to Save the Day. Chen Fei stood on top of the 9 heavenly Xianwei Palace, the yin-yang Xianwei mirror in his hand emitting a brilliant light. The enemies of the remaining 3 gates had long since scattered and fled, leaving only wreckage and broken magic treasures all over the ground. He slowly put away the Xian Nu mirror and swept his gaze coldly around, confirming that there were no more enemies before gently exhaling a breath, a look of satisfaction on his face. Not far away, Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelgangers had long since looked on in disbelief. Bai Ji's main body stood on the south gate wall, still holding the magic treasure she had just used in the battle, her eyes filled with shock. She muttered, "Gongzi." Surprisingly, he repelled the specter and so many enemies with his own strength. This is unbelievable. Ruyan Lu's doppelganger, on the other hand, stood at the north gate, and even though she was only a doppelganger, she felt the shock of her main body at this moment. She looked at Chen Fei's back and an unspeakable admiration surged in her heart. Chen Fei, just how strong is he? The female disciples of the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Palace also walked out from their respective defensive positions at this time, and they looked at Chen Fei with the same amount of admiration and awe in their eyes. Several young female disciples gathered together and whispered, "Mr. Chen is truly amazing. That battle just now was simply like a god descending from the heavens. Yes, I've never seen such a powerful cultivator. Even a late-stage god transformation powerhouse like the Underworld Sun was beaten by him. I heard that he was also personally invited by the palace master to protect him, so he's really extraordinary. If I could double cultivate with Mr. Chen once, how good would that be?" The whispers of the female disciples reached Chen Fei's ears, and he smiled faintly and did not say anything more, but instead stepped into the air and flew towards Bai Ji. Chen Fei came to Bai Ji's side and gently patted her shoulder in a gentle tone. "Bai Ji, hard work." Bai Ji came back to her senses, her face flushed with a blush, and she whispered, "Gongzi, I didn't do anything. On the contrary, you, alone, repelled so many enemies." Chen Fei laughed and reached out to hold Bai Ji's hand with a hint of flirtation in his tone. "What? Is Miss White shy?" Bai Ji's face turned red and she gently whacked Chen Fei, pouting. "Gongzi, you're making fun of me again." Chen Fei laughed out loud and then said with a straight face, "Alright, the battle is over. Let's go back and rest first. You also consumed a lot of spiritual energy just now. You need to recover as soon as possible." Bai Ji nodded and followed Chen Fei obediently. The two of them returned to the Qian Kuan house together, and Chen Fei casually laid down a few formations to ensure that the outside world could not be disturbed. He turned to look at Bai Ji, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. "Let's go, Bai Ji. Let them take care of the rest. Let's double cultivate the two of us." Bai Ji's face reddened and she whispered, "My lord, you're always so direct." Chen Fei laughed and reached out to put his arm around Bai Ji's waist with a hint of flirtation in his tone. "What? Miss White doesn't want to?" Bai Ji gently bit her lip. A trace of shyness flashed in her eyes. Then she nodded. "My lord, I do." The two of them sat down on their knees, their spiritual energy mingling with each other as they began their dual cultivation. Bai Ji's cultivation was rapidly recovering under Chen Fei's guidance, and there were even hidden signs of a breakthrough. A blush spread across her face, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. In the meantime, Lu Ruyan's doppelganger was already outside, starting to deal with the aftermath of the battle. She commanded the disciples of the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Palace to clear the battlefield and repair the destroyed protective formation. Although it was only a diversion, her command was organized and the disciples were all very cooperative. A young female disciple walked up to the Ruyan Lu doppelganger and asked respectfully, "Senior Sister Lu, what should we do next?" The Ruyan Lu doppelganger smiled faintly, a hint of firmness in her tone. "There's no need to worry, everyone. The enemy has been repelled by Mr. Chen and won't be coming back anytime soon. What we need to do now is to repair the grand formation, strengthen our guard, and make sure that the palace master comes out smoothly." The female disciple nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. "Senior Sister Lu, Mr. Chen is truly amazing. In that battle just now, it was like a heavenly god descending from the heavens." The Ruyan Lu doppelganger smiled, his heart also filled with admiration for Chen Fei. She turned to look in the direction of the Drika's house in her heart. "Mr. Chen, just how many more secrets do you have?" Just as Lu Ruyan's doppelganger was dealing with the aftermath, Lu Ruyan's main body hurried back to the 9 Heavens Xian Nui Palace with 100 disciples. Their clothes hunted along the way, and it was obvious that they had been flying at full speed in order to rush back to the palace for support as soon as possible. However, when Lu Ruyan stepped into the palace gates, the sight in front of her froze her. The battle inside the palace has long since ended, and the disciples are methodically repairing the great array, cleaning up the corpses and washing the blood. Chen Fei and Bai Ji, on the other hand, were nowhere to be seen. When a female disciple saw Ruyan Lu, she hurriedly ran forward and said excitedly, "Senior Sister Lu, you guys are finally back. It was so thrilling just now." Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and hurriedly asked, "What happened? Where's the enemy?" The female disciple's eyes were filled with admiration as she said excitedly, "Senior Sister Lu, you are unaware of this. Just now, the underworld sun attacked the palace with a large number of enemies, and the situation is very critical. Luckily, there was Mr. Chen, who fought alone against the specter and many enemies, and eventually repelled them all. The specter was even beaten and fled." Ruyan Lu was shocked when she heard this. Chen Fei, he actually repelled the specter alone? Another female disciple also came over and said excitedly, "Yes, Senior Sister Lu, Mr. Chen is simply like a god descending from the heavens. His cultivation is unfathomable. Even a late-stage god transformation powerhouse like the underworld sun is no match for him." As Ruyan Lu listened to the disciples' descriptions, her admiration for Chen Fei grew stronger in her heart. She recalled her previous suspicion and mistrust of Chen Fei and couldn't help but feel a little guilty in her heart. She murmured, "Chen Fei, just how strong are you?" Just as Lu Ruyan was lamenting in her heart, the sky above the 9 heavenly mystical maiden palace was suddenly covered in dark clouds and thunder rolled. A huge thunderbolt descended from the sky, heading straight for the palace master's cave where he was in seclusion. Lu Ruyan's face changed and she exclaimed, Is it a thunderbolt? Could it be, Palace Master? She's going to break through." The surrounding disciples also raised their heads to the sky, their eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. The Palace Master's breakthrough meant that the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Palace would usher in a strong person at the harmonization stage, which was a great joy for the entire sect. However, the process of transmigration was extremely dangerous, and the slightest mishap could lead to death. Lu Ruyan secretly prayed in her heart, "Palace Master, you must succeed." Thunderbolts struck down one after another, and the entire 9 Heavens Xian Nui Palace was enveloped in lightning. Chen Fei and Bai Ji also walked out of the Qiankuan house and looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with gravity. Bai Ji held Chen Fei's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. "Gongzi, Palace Master, she will be alright?" Chen Fei gently patted Bai Ji's small hand. "Don't worry, the Palace Master's cultivation is profound. He will definitely be able to survive this calamity." In the sky above the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Palace, thunder and lightning were still raging, and the Palace Master's tribulation had entered its most critical moment. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, Lu Ruyan, and all the disciples held their breath and waited for the final result. Chapter 34, Double Thunder Tribulation and the Metamorphosis of the Xian Nu Mirror. The sky above the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. The clouds were dense, the thunder and lightning rolled over, and the Palace Master's tribulation had entered its most critical moment. However, unexpectedly, the vision of a double thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky. Every time the lightning descended, it was an interweaving of yin and yang thunderbolts with devastating power, as if it was going to raise the entire 9 Heavens Xian Nui Palace to the ground. Chen Fei stood in the distance, his brows locked as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Not good. This is a double thunder tribulation. The Palace Master's breakthrough has triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. The power of the thunder tribulation is far beyond the ordinary. I'm afraid it's difficult for the Palace Master alone to withstand it." Without hesitation, his body flashed and instantly flew to the sky above the Palace Master's cave. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly flew out and hovered in front of him. He let out a low gulp. "Twin mirrors of Yin and Yang, protector." As his words fell, the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly erupted with a brilliant light. The Yang mirror was warm as spring, and the Yin mirror was chilly. The two rays of light intertwined and formed a huge barrier that blocked the Palace Lord's cave. Boom! The first Yin Yang thunderbolt slammed down, ruthlessly crashing into the barrier formed by the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror. The barrier trembled slightly, but did not break. Chen Fei's face sank as he sensed that the power of the lightning tribulation far exceeded his expectations. He gritted his teeth. This lightning tribulation is really not simple. He made a seal with both hands, and the spiritual energy in his body madly surged into the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror, and the mirror's light flourished, hardening the power of the thunderbolt and canceling out most of it. However, the aftermath of the lightning tribulation still shook Chen Fei's qi and blood, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger were shocked and hurriedly flew forward, wanting to help. However, Chen Fei raised his hand to stop them and said in a deep voice, "Don't come over. This lightning tribulation is not trivial. You can't withstand it." Bai Ji's eyes were filled with worry as she whispered, "Gongzi, are you alright?" Chen Fei shook his head, his tone firm, "I'm fine. You guys back off, I'll fend it off." As the thunderbolt continued to descend, the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror gradually changed under the tempering of the thunderbolt. the light on the mirror grew more and more intense, as if it was absorbing the power of the thunderbolt. Chen Fei was secretly surprised as his heart stirred. This Yin Yang Xian Nui mirror is actually absorbing the power of the thunderbolt? He observed carefully and realized that the surface of the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror gradually became crystal clear. The light of the Yang mirror became warmer, and the coldness of the Yin mirror became more compelling. What was even more shocking was that the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror had begun to merge into one, transforming into a huge mirror with one black and one white surface, emitting a very different aura. Chen Fei was overjoyed in his heart. The Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror, it actually completed its metamorphosis during the lightning tribulation. As the last thunderbolt struck down, the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror violently erupted with a brilliant light, and a pattern of thunderbolts appeared in the mirror. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly returned to his hand. He carefully examined it and realized that the mirror already possessed both Yin and Yang, and could not only release Yang lightning, but also Yin lightning, with a power far exceeding that of before. Chen Fei was overjoyed in his heart and murmured in a low voice, I didn't realize that helping the palace master fend off the thunder tribulation would have this kind of benefit. Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger saw the end of the thunderbolt and hurriedly flew forward. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with joy as she said softly, Gongzi, are you alright? It was so dangerous just now. Chen Fei smiled. His tone relaxed. I'm fine. But on the contrary, it's this Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror that has completed its metamorphosis as a result of the disaster. Ruyan Lu's doppelganger looked at the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror in Chen Fei's hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. Mr. Chen, how did this Xian Nu mirror become so powerful? I remember that the Xian Nu mirror in the past wasn't inconspicuous. Chen Fei smiled faintly and explained. This Xian Nu mirror is originally the supreme treasure of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace. It's just that no one has been able to comprehend its true meaning before. I continuously quenched it with my spiritual energy in the process of resisting the lightning tribulation, which, together with the power of the tribulation, allowed it to complete its metamorphosis. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with adoration as she said softly, Gongzi, you are truly amazing. Even the Xian woman mirror can be quenched to be so powerful. Chen Fei waved his hand, a hint of modesty in his tone. This is just a coincidence. Just then, the stone door of the palace master's cave slowly opened and a silhouette flew out of the cave. It was the palace master of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace, Xian Nu Fairy. She was suspended in mid-air, her body exuding a terrifying aura of a merged stage powerhouse, as if the heavens and earth were submitting to her. All the disciples of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace fell to their knees and wept with joy when they saw this. The palace master has broken through. The palace master has become a great power at the harmonization stage. Our Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace is powerful from now on. A young female disciple said excitedly. The palace master has made a breakthrough. We'll never be afraid of being targeted by others again. We're safe from now on. The palace master slowly landed on the ground, his gaze gently scanning the surroundings. Her aura was powerful and introverted, as if everything in heaven and earth was under her control. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, and Lu Ruyan flew up into the void and came before the palace master. Chen Fei smiled faintly and arched his hand. Congratulations, Palace Master, for successfully breaking through the harmonization stage. The Palace Master, however, did not respond, but instead looked at Chen Fei with a gentle gaze and called out softly, Sifu. Chen Fei froze and said in his heart, Senior brother? How could the Palace Master call me senior brother? Before he could react, the Palace Master had already jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly, her tone filled with tenderness. Senior, I miss you so much. We must always be together. We must never be apart. Chen Fei muttered in his heart. Well, it seems that the body of the Palace Master at this time is controlled by Su Qingyi, and the soul of the Palace Master should have fallen asleep after breaking through the realm. All the disciples present were too shocked to speak when they saw this scene. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and incomprehension. A female disciple whispered, How could the Palace Master call Mr. Chen his senior? And they hugged? Another female disciple also muttered in a low voice, Could it be that Mr. Chen and the Palace Master have known each other for a long time? Between them, have any special relationship? Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger also froze as they looked at Chen Fei and the Palace Master, their eyes filled with a complicated look. Chen Fei felt the gazes around him and felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, but he did not push the Palace Master away. Instead, he gently patted her back and whispered, Senior sister, let's go back first. The Palace Master raised her head, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gently nodded. Okay, senior brother, let's go back. Chapter 35, Paranoid Su Qingyi. Chen Fei brought the Palace Master, or rather, the Palace Master, who was controlled by Su Qingyi at the moment, and flew back to the Grand Hall of the Nine Heavens Xianwei Palace. As soon as the Palace Master entered the main hall, he looked around curiously. as if he was unfamiliar with everything here. There was a hint of innocence and doubt in her gaze, completely unlike the majestic and high-cooled palace master in her normal life. Seeing this, Chen Fei sighed in his heart and then transmitted his voice to her. Senior sister, sit on the right seat and accept the pilgrimage of all the disciples. Then, announce that everyone will go their separate ways and leave me behind. When Su Qingyi heard Chen Fei's voice transmission, a hint of mischievous laughter flashed in her eyes, and then she nodded. With a gentle leap, she sat on the palace master's throne in the middle of the main hall, her face instantly regaining its usual high and cold mold. It was as if the innocence and curiosity of a moment ago had never existed. Inside the great hall, the disciples, elders, and true disciples of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace had long since gathered together. When they saw the palace master return, they fell to their knees and chanted in unison. Congratulations Palace Master for breaking through the harmonization stage and achieving greatness. Su Qingyi sat on the throne, her gaze coldly scanning the crowd, her tone indifferent. Thank you all for your congratulations. I'm tired, so I'll leave today's business here for now and discuss it tomorrow. All stand down. Mr. Chen stays. Her voice was cold and majestic, as if everything was under her control. The disciples heard this and bowed respectfully, then slowly exited the hall. Outside the main hall, the disciples gathered in twos and threes, whispering. A young female disciple whispered, "Did you guys see that?" The palace master seemed to be paying special attention to Mr. Chen just now, and made a point of letting him stay. The other female disciple nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, the palace master usually never gets close to people easily. Why is she so special to Mr. Chen today? An older elder frowned and said in a low voice, "The palace master has just broken through the harmonization stage, so perhaps he has something important to discuss with Mr. Chen. You guys shouldn't speculate wildly." However, the disciples did not stop talking. A true disciple whispered, "I've heard that Mr. Chen resisted the double thunderbolt alone when the palace master was crossing the threshold, and even helped the palace master make a successful breakthrough. It makes sense that the palace master would look at him differently." Another disciple said mysteriously, "You guys say that between the palace master and Mr. Chen, could there be any special relationship?" When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of surprise, but no one dared to say anything more, only speculating in their minds. Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger stood outside the main hall and glanced at each other. A complex look flashed in Bai Ji's eyes as she whispered, "Senior sister Lu, do you think that between the palace master and Mr. Chen is going on?" Lu Ruyan shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I'm not sure either. However, the palace master has just made a breakthrough, so perhaps he has something important to discuss with Mr. Chen. We'd better not think too much." Bai Ji nodded, but there was still a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. She said softly, "Let's go back then, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow." The Ruyan Lu doppelganger nodded and the two of them left the great hall together. Inside the great hall, after the crowd retreated, Su Qingyi instantly changed from the high and cold palace master to that naive and lively senior sister. She jumped into Chen Fei's arms and hugged him tightly, her tone filled with excitement and anticipation. "Senior brother, let's become Dao couples. I've been waiting for this day for 300 years. Chen Fei was startled by her actions and hurriedly smiled bitterly. "Senior sister, truth be told, 300 years ago I wasn't even born yet. I'm actually just a junior. It's not quite right for the two of us." When Su Qingyi heard this, tears instantly welled up in her eyes as she tightly grasped Chen Fei's hand, a hint of choking in her tone. "No, you lied to me. Senior brother, do you not like me anymore? I've waited 300 years for you to show up. How can you say it's not appropriate? We are bound to be together." Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi's teary-eyed appearance, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. He knew that Su Qingyi's feelings for him were from the bottom of her heart, but he was also aware that the gap between his status and age and hers was just too great. He gently patted Su Qingyi's back and said softly, "Senior sister, don't cry. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that the gap between us is too big." Su Qingyi raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. "I don't care. We can face all difficulties together if you want." Chen Fei saw that Su Qingyi was agitated, and secretly pondered in his heart, how should he pacify her? In a flash of inspiration, he decided to digress, decided to amuse her, so he smiled and said, "Senior sister, let me tell you a joke." Su Qingyi froze for a moment, then nodded. "Yes master brother, you tell it." Chen Fei cleared his throat and began to preach. Once upon a time there was a cultivator who was particularly fond of eating spirit fruits. One day, he heard that there was a kind of spiritual fruit that could enhance his cultivation if he ate it, so he went to look for it. As a result, after searching for half a day, he finally found a spiritual fruit tree, which was full of fruits. He happily climbed up to pick the fruit, only to accidentally fall down from the tree. Guess what? Su Qingyi blinked and asked curiously. What is it? Chen Fei said with a smile. After he fell down, he realized that he had actually broken through the realm. It turns out that tree is a wrestling tree, and you can break through once if you fall once. After Su Qingyi heard this, she snorted and laughed out, her eyes filled with laughter. Senior brother, your joke is so cold. Ha ha ha. It's just that. Where is there such a tree? Chen Fei saw Su Qingyi smile, and with a sigh of relief in his heart, he continued. Elder sister. Of course I do. I can tell you more jokes if you like. Su Qingyi smiled and nodded, but then a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Senior brother, do you have something difficult to talk about? Why do you always digress? Chen Fei smiled bitterly in his heart as he heard this, but it didn't say it outright, but smiled. Senior sister, don't think too much. I just think that we still have a lot of time left, so we don't have to rush. Su Qingyi looked at Chen Fei, her eyes filled with tenderness. Senior brother, no matter what hard feelings you have, I will wait for you. As long as you are willing, we can face everything together. Inside the great hall, Su Qingyi snuggled tightly in Chen Fei's arms, her eyes filled with happiness and anticipation. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was secretly pondering in his mind how to deal with this persistent and affectionate senior sister. He knew that Su Qingyi's feelings were genuine. It's just that this matter is really a bit. He himself now does not know how to explain the existence of Su Qingyi to the palace master. The palace master had always thought that she had completely eliminated the heart demon, but unexpectedly, the heart demon had already transformed into Su Qingyi. LOL. Outside the great hall, the night was deepening, and the disciples of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace had long since dispersed. Only the sound of the wind gently brushed by, as if telling the complex and subtle emotional entanglements in Chen Fei's heart. Chapter 36, Emotional Entanglement. Chu Tianzhou's sudden arrival. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi's eyes that were filled with anticipation, and his heart was complicated for a moment. He knew that he couldn't hide it any longer. He had to tell her the truth. So, taking a deep breath, he said slowly, Senior sister, actually, Baiji and I are already Dao couples. We can only continue to be senior sisters and brothers, no more. When Su Qingyi heard this, the smile on her face instantly froze, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She froze for a few seconds, then tears came to her eyes and her voice trembled as she asked, Why? I can wait 300 years for you. Why can't you wait 300 years for me? Could it be that? Don't you like me anymore? Chen Fei let out a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Senior sister, it's not that I didn't wait for you, but I met you after I met Baiji. Do you understand? Our timelines are staggered. When Su Qingyi heard this, her entire body was confused. She stared blankly at Chen Fei as if she was trying to understand his words, but her mind was in chaos. Mumbles. How is this possible? I clearly remember that you're my senior brother. We used to cultivate together and break through together. How come you met me after you met Baiji? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong, and she suddenly grabbed Chen Fei's hand and said eagerly, Senior brother, have you lost your memory? It must be a mistake in your memory. I don't blame you. We can retrieve your memories together. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi's anxious appearance, and a pang of sourness ran through his heart. He knew that Su Qingyi's feelings for him were genuine, but he couldn't change the facts. He patted her hand softly. Senior sister, I haven't lost my memory. It's all true. You've just been sealed for so long that your memories are a little confused. Su Qingyi shook her head as tears kept flowing down her face. No, I don't believe it. You must be my senior. We must be together. Chen Fei saw that Su Qingyi was agitated and knew that continuing like this would only cause her more pain. He offered softly, Elder sister, you're not very stable right now. Why don't we go back to the cave first to clear our heads, okay? Su Qingyi nodded, and although her heart was still filled with doubts and pain, she obediently followed Chen Fei back to the palace master's cave. Inside the cave, Chen Fei gently helped Su Qingyi sit down and said softly, Senior sister, take a rest first. Don't think too much. Su Qingyi, however, tightly grasped Chen Fei's hand, her eyes filled with persistence. Senior brother, I don't want to rest. I just want to be with you. Will you hold me and sleep? I'm a little sleepy, but I don't care. Every day from now on, I want to be with you, never to be separated. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi's stubborn appearance, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. He knew that at this time, Su Qingyi's emotions were extremely fragile, and he couldn't stimulate her any further. All that was left was a gentle nod and a soft voice. Okay, senior sister, I'll accompany you. When Su Qingyi sniffed, a hint of a smile finally appeared on her face. She snuggled into Chen Fei's arms and closed her eyes, as if she had found a long-lost sense of security. Chen Fei gently patted her back and coaxed in a low voice. Elder sister. Sleep. I will always be with you. Su Qingyi gradually entered dreamland under Chen Fei's soothing presence. Her breathing became steady and a peaceful look came over her face. Seeing her fall asleep, Chen Fei gently placed her on the bed and covered her up, then quietly left the cave. After Chen Fei left the cave, he went straight back to Bai Ji's small courtyard. Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger had long been waiting here, and when she saw Chen Fei return, Bai Ji hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Gongzi, how is the palace master doing? Why did she call you senior brother, and was so affectionate? It always feels like the palace master is weird. Chen Fei let out a bitter smile, secretly pondering in his heart how to explain. He couldn't just tell them that the palace master's body was controlled by Su Qingyi, who was his senior sister 300 years ago. Could he? He just had to make up a reason. The palace master has just broken through the harmonization stage. Her realm is still unstable, probably because she suffered some effects during the breakthrough, causing her memory to be a bit confused. She mistook me for her senior brother. When Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger heard this, although they still had some doubts in their hearts, they didn't ask any more questions. Bai Ji nodded and said softly, I see. No wonder the palace master's behavior is a bit abnormal. Lu Ruyan split. On the other hand, said thoughtfully, the palace master has just made a breakthrough and really needs some time to stabilize her realm. We still need to be more careful and not let her get too much stimulation. Chen Fei nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that the excuse, though grudging, had at least staved it off for the time being. Just then, a disciple hurriedly arrived and respectfully saluted. Senior sister Bai Ji. Mr. Chen, there's a woman named Chu Tianjiao outside, claiming to be Mr. Chen's Taoist partner and requesting to meet with Mr. Chen. Bai Ji sniffed and her face instantly went cold. She immediately recalled all the girl fishing behaviors when she and Chen Fei first met, when Chu Tianjiao betrayed Chen Fei, and also with the Heavenly Sword sex major to rob Chen Fei's cave. She said coldly, bring her here. Chen Fei was a bit puzzled and asked, Bai Ji, why did you bring her here? Bai Ji sneered, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She asked for it, so let her have it. Chen Fei sighed in his heart when he saw this. He knew that Chu Tianjiao's appearance might cause another storm. Not long after, two disciples walked into the small courtyard with a heavily made-up woman. The woman was wearing a gorgeous red dress. Her face was coated with thick powder. Her lips were as bright red as blood, and the whole person looked as bewitching as a greenhouse girl. As soon as she saw Chen Fei, she immediately put on a self-congratulatory demeanor and said in a delicate voice, Husband, long time no see. I'm your Jiao Jiao. Chen Fei looked at the Chu Tianjiao in front of him with a pang of disgust in his heart. Coldly, Chu Tianjiao, we no longer have any relationship. What is it that you came to see me about? Chu Tianjiao, however, was not the slightest bit surprised, and still put on an affectionate appearance and said in a delicate voice, Husband, how can you say that? We are Dao couples who have lived together for many years. I came this time because I want to reconnect with you. Bai Ji sniffed and laughed coldly, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Chu Tianjiao, you betrayed Chen Fei and colluded with the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect in the first place, and now you still have the face to come to him? How ridiculous. Chu Tianjiao's face changed, but she quickly regained that coquettish look, laughing. Yo, this sister, your words are wrong. It was a momentary confusion on my part in the beginning, and now I already know it's wrong. So, oh husband, forgive me. Chen Fei coldly looked at Chu Tianjiao with a hint of disgust in his tone. Chu Tianjiao, between you and me, there has long been no relationship. Please leave and don't bother me again. When Chu Tianjiao saw Chen Fei's resolute attitude, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Chen Fei, don't be ignorant of your honor. It's your good fortune that I, Chu Tianjiao, can take a liking to you. Don't you give your face away. When Bai Ji sniffed, she was instantly enraged. She stepped forward and said coldly, Chu Tianjiao, if you dare to be reckless again, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing this, Chu Tianjiao let out a cold laugh, a hint of provocation in his tone. Ha, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me with just you? Inside the small courtyard, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chen Fei looked at Chu Tianjiao in front of him, killing intent in his heart. Chapter 37, The Secret of Parents, Palm Blast Mountain Protector Formation. Chu Tianjiao's crying and wailing echoed within the small courtyard, his voice full of artifice and aggravation. It's as if they are truly remorseful. She wiped tears from her eyes and said in a shaky voice, Chen Fei, I really regret it. In the past, I was the one who had no eyes and shouldn't have betrayed you. I was also deceived. Now I've changed my ways and just want to be with you again. Chen Fei looked at her coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. He laughed coldly, with undisguised mockery in his tone. Chu Tianjiao, you make it clear. We are now strangers. Less disgusting old me. Kneel down. Accompanied by the stern voice, Chu Tianjiao couldn't control his knees and fell to the ground. Chu Tianjiao was so scared that she was shivering a bit, but she still didn't die and continued to cry. Chen Fei, I really know I'm wrong. Will you forgive me? Let's start over. Before she could finish her words, Chen Fei had already raised his hand impatiently. A strong wind swept through. Snap! The mighty pressure of a god transformation stage powerhouse directly slapped Chu Tianjiao out of the air and landed heavily on the ground. Half of her face was directly swollen. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her entire body was in a sorry state. Chu Tianjiao was lying on the ground, trembling, his eyes filled with fear. It had never occurred to her that Chen Fei's strength had become so powerful. The aura of a god transformation stage powerhouse made her directly pee her pants in fear, and her entire body went limp, not even having the strength to stand up. Her voice trembled as she whispered a plea. Chen Fei. No, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please let me go. Bai Ji looked at Chu Tianjiao coldly, without a trace of sympathy in her eyes. She said faintly, Gongzi, this kind of woman is a scourge to keep. Why don't we throw her to feed the clan's spirit pets? When Chu Tianjiao heard this, he cried out in fear, his voice filled with despair. Don't! Please let me go. I really know I'm wrong. I still have things to say to Chen Fei. Please hear me out. Chen Fei waved his hand disdainfully, signaling the disciples to take her away. Seeing this, Chu Tianjiao struggled desperately, a hint of hysteria in his voice. Chen Fei, your parents were killed by the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen Fei had originally turned around and was ready to leave when he heard these words and stopped violently. His eyes instantly became sharp, as if a sheathed sword. He turned around and stared coldly at Chu Tianjiao, his voice low and icy. What did you say? When Chu Tianjiao saw Chen Fei stop, he quickly seized the opportunity and said with a trembling voice, What I'm saying is true. Your parents were killed by the Heavenly Sword sect people. I heard it from the mouth of Heavenly Sword sect's young master Li Qingyun when I was by his side. Chen Fei's eyes became even colder as he walked over to Chu Tianjiao and looked at her condescendingly, a hint of suppressed anger in his voice. Speak up. What's going on? Chu Tianjiao was overwhelmed by Chen Fei's aura, but she knew that this was her only chance and hurriedly said, Back then, the Heavenly Sword sect organized a medicinal herb harvesting event in the Cloud Valley Forbidden Land, and your parents also participated. They originally obtained great opportunities in the Forbidden Land, but were brutalized by fellow Heavenly Sword sect elders who killed and seized the opportunities. Later, that elder's strength skyrocketed, and in less than 10 years he became the current patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect. When Chen Fei heard this, his fists had clenched up tightly and his knuckles turned white. He had always thought that his parents had died in the Forbidden Land of the Cloud Valley due to an accident back then, but he had never thought that they had been brutally murdered by the people of the Heavenly Sword sect. A monstrous rage surged in his heart, killing intent in his eyes. He looked at Chu Tianjiao coldly, a hint of chilliness in his voice. Are you sure you're telling the truth? If there's half a lie, I'll make your life worse than death. Chu Tianjiao hurriedly nodded his head, a hint of trembling in his voice. I'm telling the truth. I can swear to it. If I lie, heaven help me. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the disciples to temporarily escort Chu Tianjiao down. He said coldly, Lock her up, and if she lies, thwart her. Chu Tianjiao was still struggling desperately as he was dragged away by the disciples, a hint of pleading in his voice. Chen Fei, everything I said is true. You must believe me. Chen Fei ignored her pleas and turned to Bai Ji. Bai Ji, let's go. Bai Ji nodded, her eyes filled with worry. What are you going to do, my lord? Chen Fei's eyes were cold and determined, and there was a hint of killing intent in his voice. Go to the Heavenly Sword sect. I'll make them pay for their blood. Chen Fei took Bai Ji and flew out of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace with his sword, heading straight for the Heavenly Sword sect. His speed was extremely fast, as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the sky. Bai Ji followed closely behind Chen Fei, her heart both worried and determined. She knew that Chen Fei's heart was extremely heavy at the moment. The cause of his parents' death had always been a knot in his heart, and now that the truth was revealed, he would never let it go. Along the way, Chen Fei was silent, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bai Ji said softly, My lord, the Heavenly Sword sect is a famous sect after all. Should we give a little more consideration? Chen Fei shook his head, his voice icy cold. There is no need. Today, I will definitely slaughter the Heavenly Sword sect and make them all bury my parents. Before long, Chen Fei and Bai Ji arrived in front of the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain gate. The Heavenly Sword sect's mountain protector formation was lofty and spectacular, emitting powerful spiritual power fluctuations as if it was an impenetrable barrier. Bai Ji looked at the mountain protector formation in front of her, and a trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. She was about to strike when Chen Fei raised his hand to stop her. Let me. Chen Fei stood in front of the mountain gate with killing intent in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved it, and a huge palm print of spiritual energy instantly coalesced, carrying the might of destroying the sky and the earth as it headed straight for the mountain protection formation. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the heavenly sword sex mountain protection formation instantly collapsed under Chen Fei's palm imprint, transforming into countless pieces of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. The entire heavenly sword sex mountain gate trembled under this palm, as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. The disciples within the heavenly sword sect, frightened by the sudden loud noise, ran out from their respective places of cultivation, their faces filled with panic. What happened? How did the mountain protection formation shatter? Who is it? Who dares to come to my heavenly sword sect to sow their wild oats? Quickly, go report to the patriarch. Inside the heavenly sword sect's grand hall, Patriarch Li Xianfeng was sitting on his throne, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a disciple ran in a panic, a hint of trembling in his voice. Sovereign, it's not good. Someone has shattered our mountain protection formation. Li Xuanfeng's eyes snapped open, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. What? The mountain protector formation was shattered? Who did this? The disciple said with a trembling voice. It's a young man, with a woman, standing over the mountain gate. Their auras are extremely powerful, especially that young man. I'm afraid he's a god transformation stage powerhouse. Li Xuanfeng's face instantly turned pale when he heard this. He jerked to his feet, a hint of panic in his voice. A god transformation stage powerhouse? Could it be Elder of the Underworld? A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart, and he hastened to give the order. Quickly, gather all the elders and disciples and prepare to go make amends to the elders. In front of the heavenly sword sex mountain gate, Chen Fei stood there coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Behind him, Bai Ji stood quietly, her eyes filled with determination. She knew that today's heavenly sword sect was destined to usher in a bloody storm. As the group of disciples flew out in unison, Chen Fei's voice was cold and low, as if it was a judgment from hell. Heavenly sword sect, today is your end. Chapter 38, Blood for Blood. In front of the heavenly sword sex mountain gate, Chen Fei stood there coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Behind him, Bai Ji stood quietly, her eyes filled with determination. The heavenly sword sex mountain protection formation had been shattered by Chen Fei's palm, and the entire sect was thrown into an unprecedented panic. Not long after, heavenly sword sect patriarch Li Xianfeng hurriedly arrived with a group of elders and disciples. Li Xianfeng originally thought that it was someone from the underworld sect who had come to provoke him, but when he saw Chen Fei, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Who are you? Li Xianfeng frowned, a hint of caution and doubt in his tone. He had never seen Chen Fei before, much less knew why this young man in front of him was so powerful. Just then, Li Xuanfeng's son, Li Qingyun, flew from the crowd and whispered to Li Xianfeng, "Father, he is Chen Fei." However, before Li Qingyun could finish his words, Chen Fei had already raised his hand and pointed a finger. Bang! A powerful spiritual force instantly penetrated Li Qingyun's body, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. When Li Xianfeng saw this scene, his face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He roared, "Chen Fei! How dare you kill my son?" Chen Fei coldly looked at Li Xianfeng with a hint of chill in his voice. Li Xianfeng, can't you remember Chen Tianqing and Lin Wan'er? Li Xuanfeng's face changed slightly when he heard these two names, but he quickly regained his composure. He forced himself to be calm, a hint of disdain in his tone. Chen Tianqing? Lin Wan'er? I don't know. I'm not sure. Chen Fei's eyes instantly became even colder as he reached out and formed a claw, a powerful suction force instantly pulling Li Xianfeng out of the crowd. Like a cannonball, Li Xianfeng drew an arc and flew in front of Chen Fei. His neck was tightly grasped by Chen Fei, and his entire body was suspended in mid-air, unable to move. Li Xianfeng, I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth, or else, die. Chen Fei's voice was cold and low, as if it was a judgment from hell. Li Xuanfeng's face turned red as he was grabbed by Chen Fei's neck, his eyes filled with fear. He struggled desperately, but Chen Fei's hands were like iron pincers, firmly locking around his throat. When Li Xianfeng felt the pressure of the God transformation stage powerhouse on Chen Fei's body, an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. Chen Fei, you can't kill me. I'm the heavenly sword sect leader, Li Xianfeng said with difficulty, a hint of trembling in his voice. Chen Fei sneered, his tone full of disdain. Heavenly sword sect sovereign? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. After he finished speaking, his other hand slammed down on Li Xuanfeng's dantian. Li Xianfeng only felt a powerful spiritual energy surge into his body, instantly shattering his dantian. His cultivation was abolished, and his entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, instantly withering away. Li Xianfeng was paralyzed in Chen Fei's hands, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He said in a shaky voice, "Chen Fei, you wasted my cultivation. You." Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "This is just the beginning. If you don't tell the truth, I will make your life worse than death." Li Xuanfeng's heart completely collapsed when he felt the cold killing intent on Chen Fei's body. He knew that he had no way back but to give a truthful account. Li Xuanfeng's voice trembled as he began to tell the truth about that year. "Chen Fei, the death of your parents did have something to do with me? But I wasn't the main murderer. I'm unjustly accused." Chen Fei's eyes became even colder as he said coldly, "Go on." Li Xianfeng took a deep breath and continued. "Back then, the Heavenly Sword sect, along with several other great sects, teamed up to organize an expedition to the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. Your parents Chen Tianqing and Lin Waner also participated. They obtained a great opportunity in the Forbidden Land, but it attracted the coveting of others." As Li Xianfeng said this, a complex look flashed in his eyes. He knows that this matter. He specified that he could not hide it anymore, and could only tell the whole truth about that year. At that time, the companions were also the elder blood demon ancestor of the demon cult, and the valley master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, Flower Wushu. A few of us. We were originally a small team formed on an ad hoc basis, but the chance your parents obtained was too tantalizing for us. We then joined forces to snatch it. Li Xuanfeng's voice became lower and lower, his eyes filled with remorse and fear. He knew that his behavior back then could not be undone, and now he could only face Chen Fei's wrath. Chen Fei looked at Li Xianfeng coldly, a hint of chilliness in his voice. "Go on." Li Xuanfeng's voice trembled as he nodded repeatedly. After we teamed up to kill your parents, we snatched their chance. I obtained a portion of it, an elixir that would help my cultivation soar, and upon my return, I became the top of the Heavenly Sword sect. The rest of theirs, they didn't let me see, but it's definitely something better." After saying this, Li Xuanfeng's eyes were filled with remorse and fear. He knew that his behavior back then could not be undone, and now he could only face Chen Fei's wrath. Chen Fei's killing intent intensified in his eyes after hearing Li Xuanfeng's explanation. He coldly looked at Li Xianfeng with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Li Xianfeng, count on your cooperation. Then it's good to send you to a painful death." Li Xuanfeng's heart completely collapsed when he felt the icy cold killing intent on Chen Fei's body. He said in a shaky voice, "No. Chen Fei. I've told the truth. Please let me go." Chen Fei looked at him coldly. "Spare you? Did you ever think of sparing my parents when you killed them?" Word strike. He reached out and grabbed, and Li Xuanfeng's body was instantly bound by a powerful spiritual force, unable to move. "Li Xianfeng, in the future, you will continue to go to hell and confess to my parents." Li Xianfeng was bound by Chen Fei's spiritual power and knelt in the void, his eyes filled with fear and remorse. He said in a shaky voice, "Chen Tianqing, Lin Waner, I'm sorry for all of you. It was me back then. It was me who coveted your chances. I was the one who. I caused you all harm." He finished with tears in his eyes and a hint of desperation in his voice. "Chen Fei, I have confessed. Please let me go." Chen Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent. The voice was cold and low, as if it was a judgment from hell. "Li Xianfeng, your penance is not enough to atone for your sins. Go to hell." Swish! Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, a powerful sword chi heading straight for Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was chopped into two halves by the sword chi, and then exploded into a mass of blood mist, spilling blood all over the sky. When the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect saw this scene, they scattered in fear. The entire sect was thrown into unprecedented chaos. Chen Fei swept a glance at the ground below with killing intent. "Heavenly Sword sect, today is your end." Chapter 39, Destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect. 10,000 Flowers Valley asking for help. Chen Fei stood in front of the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain gate, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Behind him, Bai Ji stood quietly, her eyes filled with determination. The Heavenly Sword sect's mountain protection formation had been shattered by Chen Fei's palm, and the entire sect was thrown into an unprecedented panic. "Evil cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect, all die for me." Boom! Accompanied by Chen Fei's furious shout, a huge palm print of spiritual energy instantly coalesced, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it headed straight for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Rumble! A loud sound shook the heavens and earth, and the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect did not even have time to react before they were struck by Chen Fei's palm imprint. Boom boom boom! Palm imprint after palm imprint. rows of mountains in overlapping, one after another. The disciples turned into blood mist under the palm imprint and dissipated into the air. The entire Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate was instantly dyed red with blood, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Chen Fei's eyes were cold and resolute. He did not have the slightest bit of mercy. The vengeance of my parents must be paid in blood. Just as Chen Fei was preparing to completely destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect, a violent vibration suddenly came from the depths of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Immediately afterward, 8 powerful auras from the God transformation stage shot up into the sky, heading straight for Chen Fei. Who dares to sow their wild oats in my Heavenly Sword Sect? An old and majestic voice rang out, and 8 shut-in ancestors flew out from the ground and hovered in midair, their eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Chen Fei coldly looked at these 8 old ancestors with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The Heavenly Sword Sect's shut-in ancestor? Oh, so what? Just a bunch of old undead villains. The 8 old ancestors' faces instantly turned ironic when they heard this. One of the old ancestors shouted angrily, "Kid, you are too arrogant. Today, I will let you see the true strength of my Heavenly Sword Sect." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and a huge sword chi came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei sneered, not bothering to waste time. With a wave of his hand, the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly flew out, and a brilliant light erupted from the mirror, bouncing back as much of that sword chi as it could. Boom! The sword chi struck that old ancestor, and he didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was chopped in half by the sword chi, spilling blood all over the sky. When the other 7 old ancestors saw this, their faces instantly turned pale. They had never dreamed that Chen Fei's strength would be so terrifying. Chen Fei coldly looked at the remaining 7 old ancestors with a hint of coldness in his voice. Come on together. Save me the trouble of having to tackle them one by one. When the 7 old ancestors heard this, a hint of viciousness flashed in their eyes. They knew that if they didn't join forces today, they were afraid that it would be difficult to escape death. Thus, all 7 of them struck out at the same time, with 7 powerful spiritual forces coming straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei's mind moved, and the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly erupted with a brilliant light. A streak of lightning and flame emerged from the mirror, rumbling. The lightning accompanied by the flames covered half of the sky, easily devouring the attacks of the 7 old ancestors. Boom! Thunderbolts and flames intertwined together, forming a sea of fire and thunder that enveloped the 7 old ancestors. It was less than half an incense stick's worth of work before and after. The 7 old ancestors didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were swallowed up by the sea of fire and thunder and turned into ashes. Chen Fei coldly looked at the ruins of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. He knew that the Heavenly Sword Sect had been completely destroyed. But the vengeance of my parents is only half avenged. Bai Ji walked to Chen Fei's side and said softly, "My lord, the Heavenly Sword Sect has been destroyed. What should we do next?" Chen Fei's gaze was slightly condensed. "Next, let's go exterminate the demon sect." Bai Ji sniffed and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "Your Excellency, at the moment, we must not. The demon sect's closeted ancestors have several harmonization stage powerhouses. Their strength is extremely terrifying. If we go forward rashly, I'm afraid we'll be in danger." Chen Fei frowned, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. "Ensemble stage. Also, then let them live for a few more days. Angelica de Hurica, I believe in your Excellency, and I will definitely be able to destroy the demonic sect in the future as well. Then where are we going now? Why don't we go back to the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace first and discuss it in the long run? How about that?" Chen Fei shook his head slightly. "To the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Bai Ji, Gongzi, the Lord of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers is mysterious and unpredictable. Why don't we?" Chen Fei frowned. "Isn't it just the God transformation stage? What's so mysterious about it?" "Bai Ji, this is true. Our intelligence is very accurate. I'm just worried. But since Gongzi has decided to continue his revenge, Bai Ji is willing to follow Gongzi forever." Satisfied, Chen Fei kissed her on the forehead and flew away from the Heavenly Sword Sect with his sword, heading straight to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Chen Fei and Bai Ji didn't fly for long before they arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers was located in a valley surrounded by dense flowers and trees, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers, just like a fairyland on Earth. However, at this moment, the Valley of 10,000 Flowers looked a little weird. The valley is silent, as if no living beings exist, completely unlike the past days when the marketplace was full of fireworks. All kinds of cultivators mixed in the valley, lively and extraordinary. Chen Fei and Bai Ji had just landed in front of the valley when they heard a rush of footsteps in the distance. Immediately afterward, an old man covered in blood ran out of the woods, his face filled with panic and despair. As soon as that old man saw Chen Fei and Bai Ji, he immediately flung himself to the ground and begged, "The 2 high masters, I beg you to save me. 10,000 Flowers Valley. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers has been overrun by people from the Devil Cult. The Valley Master, Hua Wuhan, has been captured. And we're all finished. Chen Fei looked at the old man coldly with a hint of chill in his voice. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers was captured by the demon cult? Flower Wushu was captured? The old man nodded repeatedly, a hint of trembling in his voice. Yes. The Devil Cult's people came suddenly. We didn't have time to react. In order to protect us, the Valley Master fought off the strong men of the demon cult alone, and as a result, he was captured. Chen Fei? Angelica de Hurica. Chapter 40, 10,000 Elements Illusory Heavenly Diagram. Chen Fei and Bai Ji stood at the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and a picturesque scenery, but there was a hint of strangeness in the air. Chen Fei frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubts. He whispered to Bai Ji, "Isn't Hua Wuhan wearing the same pants as the underworld sect?" This time, the underworld cult led the demon cult and other forces to attack the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. They should be allies. How come the demon sect made a move against 10,000 Flowers Valley and even captured Flower Wuchen? Is Flower Wushu so good? Bai Ji pondered for a moment. A hint of caution flashed in her eyes, and she replied softly, "Your Excellency, could it be that the Devil Cult and 10,000 Flowers Valley have joined forces to set up a trap? After all, our extermination of the Heavenly Sword sect was so loud that it's impossible for the other forces not to know about it. They might be trying to use this opportunity to lure us in." Chen Fei nodded, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Makes sense. Looks like we'll have to be careful." The two were about to ask the old man, who was covered in blood, for more details when they suddenly realized that their surroundings had changed. The originally tranquil Valley of Flowers instantly became eerie, and the surrounding plants and trees seemed to come to life, twisting and turning as they approached them. Immediately after that, the old man's figure suddenly blurred. It then unexpectedly split into dozens of identical old men with hideous smiles on their faces, laughing wildly. "Both of you have entered my 10,000 Flowers Valley's illusion formation. What kind of place do you think my 10,000 Flowers Valley is? Just wait to be trapped here for the rest of your lives. Ha ha ha. It's useless no matter how high your cultivation level is and how strong your strength is. My 10,000 Flowers Valley's supreme treasure, the 10,000 Elements Illusory Heavenly Diagram, is a supreme treasure left behind by the immortals. Once caught in it, unless one is a peak harmonization stage powerhouse, there is absolutely no way to break the formation." Chen Fei looked around coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Illusion formation? With this thing, you want to trap me?" Bai Ji, on the other hand, was furious and scolded sternly. "Flower without trace. You shameless man, if you have the ability to come out and fight head-on, what kind of ability is it to hide in an illusionary formation?" Just then, a soft laugh came from the illusion formation. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly emerged, and it was none other than the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Valley Master, Hua Wuhan. He wore a white coat, his face was as handsome as jade, and he held a folding fan in his hand, with a graceful demeanor, just like a jade-faced scholar. Hua Wuhan smiled and looked at Bai Ji with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Miss Bai Ji, why are you so angry? If you are willing to betray Chen Fei and stay with me, I can take you out of this illusion formation. How about it?" When Bai Ji sniffed, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes and she said coldly, "Hua Wuhan, you're dreaming less. Even if I die, I won't betray His Excellency." Hua Wuhan let out a light laugh and shook the folding fan in his hand, a hint of flirtation in his tone. "Miss Bai Ji, why be so stubborn? Although Chen Fei is powerful, he is ultimately just a reckless man. I, on the other hand, am the one who truly knows how to show compassion." Bai Ji couldn't hold back any longer, and with a wave of her raised hand, a violent Xian sword chi went straight towards Hua Wuchen and chopped away. Hua Wuchen's figure was instantly chopped in half, but in the next moment, his figure appeared in another place, with that disgusting smile still on his face. "It's no use, Miss Bai Ji." Hua Wuchen smiled and said, "In this illusionary formation, I can take on millions of bodies. You've chopped off one of me, and there are countless others." As his words fell, countless figures of Hua Wuchen suddenly appeared all around, each wearing the same smile as they looked mockingly at Bai Ji and Chen Fei. "You won't get out." Countless Flower Wushu opened their mouths at the same time, their voices echoing in the illusionary formation as if they were coming from all directions. Chen Fei coldly looked around at Hua Wuchen, but the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Whispered, "Hua Wuchen, this illusion formation of yours is a good treasure. However, it belongs to me next." The smile on Hua Wuchen's face stiffened slightly when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, "Chen Fei, you are too confident. This 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram is a supreme treasure left behind by an immortal. Is it not something you can break?" Your parents were also trapped in this illusionary formation back then, and were eventually imprisoned here by me. If you are sensible, you should obediently bind your hands and surrender. Perhaps I can still let you see them once. When Chen Fei heard the word parents, a hint of killing intent instantly flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, Hua Wuhan, Laozi doesn't believe your ghost words. You killed my parents. I will definitely slaughter all your 10,000 Flowers Valley disciples to avenge my parents. Hua Wuhan laughed out loud, his tone filled with sarcasm. Chen Fei, what am I lying to you for? My parents really aren't dead. They have been imprisoned by me in this illusionary formation. Only that the sky and earth here is huge and there are countless mountains, so you guys take your time to find them. Ha ha ha. Chen Fei's heart shook when he heard Hua Wuhan's words, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He murmured, parents, are still alive? Seeing this, Baizhi gently held Chen Fei's hand with a hint of firmness in her tone. Gongzi, don't be confused by him. Hua Wuhan is tricky. His words should not be fully believed. Chen Fei nodded, calmness returning to his eyes. He coldly looked around at Hua Wuhan with a hint of chill in his voice. Hua Wuhan, you think this illusion formation can trap me? Today, I will let you see what true power is. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly flew out, a brilliant light erupting from the mirror. Chen Fei let out a low shout, Yin and Yang in unity, break for me. As his words fell, the light from the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly enveloped the entire illusion formation. The flowers, plants and trees in the illusionary formation began to twist and shatter, as if they were being torn apart by a powerful force. Hua Wuhan's face instantly turned pale as he looked around in shock, a hint of trembling in his voice. What? This? What is this? Impossible. How could you possibly break the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram? Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Hua Wuhan, your illusion formation is nothing more than that. Seeing that the illusion formation had been broken, Hua Wuhan was horrified and hurriedly turned around to try to escape. Chen Fei laughed coldly and raised his hand. A powerful sword qi went straight towards Hua Wuhan. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Hua Wuhan hurriedly offered his magic treasure to resist, but he was still struck by the sword qi, spitting blood from his mouth and falling heavily to the ground. He struggled to his feet, fear in his eyes. Chen Fei, you can't kill me. Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of chill in his voice. Hua Wuhan, you harmed my parents. Today is the day of your death. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror instantly flew out, and a brilliant light erupted from the mirror, heading straight for Hua Wushang. When Hua Wuhan saw this, his eyes were filled with despair. However, just as Chen Fei was about to completely decapitate Flower Wushu, a faint sound suddenly came from the depths of the illusion formation. Fei-er, is that you? Chen Fei's heart shook when he heard this voice, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He murmured, Father, Mother, wow! With a flash of white light, everything returned to its original form, as if everything was imaginary. Hua Wuhan hung unharmed in the sky. Ha ha ha, Chen Fei, you really are ruthless. You really want to kill me. But, alas, I just used the body of illusion, accompanying you in a play. I have to say that your kid still has some skills. Within this Wanxiang diagram, although I can't kill you, I can trap you. The two of you will wait to be trapped alive here. After the words were spoken, all of the flowerless marks all disappeared into thin air. Baizhi swept her eyes around and nervously looked at Chen Fei and said, Sir, what should we do next? Chapter 41, Cultivation within the Wanxiang diagram and Hua Wuhan's prying eyes. Chen Fei stood in the middle of the illusion formation, and the scenery around them continued to change, as if the mountains, rivers, flowers, plants, and trees were alive, twisting and turning as they approached them. However, Chen Fei appeared unusually calm, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He turned his head to Baizhi and said softly, Baizhi, there's no need to panic. Although this illusion formation is powerful, it can't trap us yet. Baizhi nodded, a hint of worry still in her eyes. Swish swish swish, Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and three forbidden formations instantly took shape around the two of them. The forbidden formation emitted a faint glow, isolating the power of the illusion formation, and after, Chen Fei pulled out a cold beast core from his bosom and handed it to Baizhi. This is the beast core of the frost giant wolf. Meditate and cultivate at ease. Refining this beast core will greatly benefit you. Baizhi can only recognize this beast core. It was a demonic beast that she and Chen Fei had teamed up to kill when they first met. She took the beast core and felt the majestic coldness contained within it, and a hint of emotion couldn't help but flash through her eyes. Gongzi, you always look out for me. With that, she took out a snow-white wolf fur cloak from her storage ring and gently handed it to Chen Fei. My lord, This is a cloak I made from the fur of a frost giant wolf, and I had intended to pick a full moon night to give it to you, but at this moment, it's just right. This cloak is not only able to withstand the cold, it can also withstand certain attacks. You can try it and see if it fits. Chen Fei received the cloak and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The cloak was snow white, with soft fur that was cold to the touch, yet not harsh. The edges of the cloak were embroidered with delicate silver patterns, appearing both noble and elegant. Chen Fei draped the cloak over his body, and immediately felt a warm current surging into his body, as if he was completely cut off from the cold outside. He looked down at the cloak with appreciation in his eyes. Bai Ji, this cloak is really well made. Not only does it keep you warm, but it can also withstand attacks. It's really a rare and good thing. When Bai Ji saw that Chen Fei liked it, a sweet smile appeared on her face. It's good that Gengzi likes it. This cloak was specially prepared for you by me. I hope it can always protect you. Chen Fei gently held Bai Ji's hand. His eyes filled with tenderness. Bai Ji, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Next, Chen Fei and Bai Ji sat face to face in a ring in the forbidden formation and began to cultivate. Chen Fei suspended the Yin Yang Xian Nu mirror between the two of them, and a soft light emanated from the mirror, completely isolating the power of the illusion formation. Bai Ji held the frost giant wolf's beast core in her hand, closed her eyes and began to refine the coldness in it. Her surroundings were gradually covered by a faint layer of frost, and her breath was slowly rising. Chen Fei, on the other hand, sat quietly across from her, his eyes gazing at her tenderly. He knew that Bai Ji's cultivation was steadily increasing, and this frost giant wolf's beast core was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for her. The two of them cultivated in this illusionary formation, as if they didn't regard this place as being within someone else's magic treasure. Instead it was like being in their own home, at ease and comfortable. Meanwhile, Huawohen stood at the entrance of 10,000 Flowers Valley, his face gloomy. He made a seal with both hands and began to retrieve the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram with the words under his breath. As his incantation sounded, the scene in the illusion formation began to gradually dissipate. The originally distorted mountains, rivers, flowers, plants and trees slowly returned to their original state, and then turned into a stream of light, converging into a huge scroll. The scroll was painted with countless famous mountains and rivers, as if it contained endless worlds. The scroll slowly emerged from the void, then gradually shrunk, and eventually flew back to Huawohen's hand. Huawohen received the scroll, his face as pale as paper, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He staggered, almost unsteady on his feet, and hurriedly took out an elixir from his bosom and took it, which barely stabilized his body. He took a deep breath and murmured, "This 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram really isn't something that can be easily mastered. Even a powerhouse at the god transformation stage like me can only barely use it. It's good that no one knows this secret." Huawohen's face gradually regained some blood color, but there was still a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He knew that he had to regain his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise the next plan would be difficult to implement. Huawohen flew towards the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, and during his flight, he looked down at the streets of the marketplace below. The streets were lined with flowers, stores, and cultivators coming and going, making it look lively. The bustling scene of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers was as if it was isolated from the outside world, forming a world of its own. However, Huawohen did not stop, but quickly flew towards a waterfall deep in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. The waterfall towers over the clouds, and the water pours like the Milky Way with a deafening roar. Complex illusion formations and boundaries were arranged around the waterfall, so ordinary people could not even get close. Huawohen passed through the illusion formation and boundary and entered the world behind the waterfall. This place is something else, a polished and bright palace. The palace was made of white jade and surrounded by countless precious stones, radiating a brilliant light. Huawohen walked into the palace and went straight to a secret room. He took out the 10,000 elephants illusory heavenly diagram and unfolded it, then put his thoughts into the diagram and began to peek at Chen Fei and Bai Ji's situation. However, when Huawohen's thoughts entered the diagram, his face instantly turned ugly. He frowned, disbelief in his eyes. What the hell? How did this happen? He had originally thought that after Chen Fei and Bai Ji were trapped by the illusion formation, they would be like two headless flies, bumping around in the endless illusionary realm, consuming all sorts of internal energy. However, the sight in front of him surprised him. Chen Fei and Bai Ji were actually practicing peacefully in the illusion formation, as if they were completely unaffected by it. Huawohen's face all gradually became gloomy. Chen Fei, you really are not simple. Looks like I'll have to find another way. Letting you stay like this is not the way to go. But how can I quickly tell Chen Fei to finish it off? Huawohen stood in the secret room, holding the 10,000 elements illusory heavenly diagram in his hand, his eyes filled with gloom. He knew that Chen Fei's cultivation had surpassed his, and once he released him, he would be in big trouble. The next plan must be more careful. Just, what the hell is the best thing to do? P.S. Brothers and sisters who like this book, remember to add a bookshelf, by the way, and then help the author point a free gift. Thank you all. It's not easy to write a book, so I hope you will support it. Chapter 42, Blood Demon Ancestor. Flowerless, he thought about it. In the end, he decided to ask his old friend, the Blood Demon Ancestor, to make a move. Back then, they killed Chen Fei's parents together, and Hua Wuchen got the 10,000 Elephants illusory heavenly diagram, while the Blood Demon Ancestor got the Yin Yang Xian Fire Sword. Nowadays, although the Blood Demon Old Man was not the demon sect leader, the actual control of the demon sect was in his hands. The new sect master was only a 10-year-old child, and the Blood Demon Old Ancestor, as the sect master's grand elder, with his cultivation having reached the harmonization stage, was just the best person to deal with Chen Fei. Hua Wuhan took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Chen Fei, since you have foolishly been included by me within the 10,000 Elephant illusory heavenly diagram, then don't blame me for being ruthless. One thought in this. Hua Wuhan immediately took out a blood-red transmission note from his storage ring. The talisman was engraved with complex runes and emitted a faint scent of blood. He made a seal with both hands and mouthed the words, then injected a spiritual energy into the transmitting note. Blood Demon Ancestor, long time no see, how are you? Today, I have a favor to ask regarding Chen Fei. I hope you will come to 10,000 Flowers Valley quickly. Hua Wuhan's voice was low and cold, and with the injection of spiritual energy, the sound transmission note instantly transformed into a bloody light and disappeared into the void. A moment later, a raspy laugh came from the other end of the transmission note. Hua Wuhan, you old fox, you even have something to beg me for? It's really rare. Speak up. What is it? Hua Wuhan sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Blood Demon Old Ancestor, you and I joined forces back then, and each of us got what we wanted. Now I've encountered a tricky enemy and need your help. There was a hint of playfulness in the Blood Demon Old Man's voice. Oh, an enemy that can make you, Hua Wuhan, feel tricky. I'd like to see what kind of ruthless character it is. However, I'm not helping for nothing. Hua Wuhan gritted his teeth. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, I'll have my own thanks after it's done. The Blood Demon Old Man laughed out loud. Good, then I'll meet your enemy. It wasn't long before a blood-red crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly walked out from the crack. The man wore a blood-red robe. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. In his hand, he held a long sword as black as ink, with blood-red flames wrapped around its body, which was the Yin Yang Xianhua sword. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor hovered in mid-air, looking down at the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Hua Wuhan, this 10,000 Flowers Valley of yours is getting more and more prosperous. Hua Wuhan flew out of the palace with a fake smile on his face. Blood Demon Old Ancestor, after not seeing you for many years, your cultivation has refined quite a bit. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Cut the crap and tell me, who do you want me to deal with? A hint of viciousness flashed in Hua Wuhan's eyes. It's Chen Fei, a junior at the God transformation stage. Right, he has a supreme treasure in his hands. His strength should not be underestimated. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor's eyes flashed with a hint of interest when he heard this. Oh, a junior at the God transformation stage can make you so afraid? I'd like to see what he's capable of. Hua Wuhan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Blood Demon Ancestor, as long as you help me get rid of Chen Fei, I am willing to lend you the 10,000 Elephant illusory heavenly diagram. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor's eyes flashed with a hint of greed when he heard this. 10,000 Elephant illusory heavenly diagram? Hua Wuhan, you're quite willing to. However, just borrowing it isn't enough. I want you to give it to me. Hua Wuhan's face changed, and his eyes were filled with anger. Blood Demon Old Ancestor, don't give an inch. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Hua Wuhan, you have to think clearly. If Chen Fei lives, your 10,000 Flowers Valley can't be saved. A mere magic treasure in exchange for the peace of your 10,000 Flowers Valley. Isn't it worth it? Hua Wuhan was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Good. As long as you help me get rid of Chen Fei and snatch the Yin Yang mirror from his hand and send it to me, I'll hand over the 10,000 Elephant illusory heavenly diagram to you. The Blood Demon Old Man laughed out loud. Painful. Then it's a deal. Flowers without traces to see the Blood Demon Old Ancestor so painful. Hearts secretly laugh. This Wanshan Phantom Sky Map is good, but every use is extremely consuming the power of true energy. If the use, it can be exchanged for Chen Fei hands of that Yin and Yang mirror. For me, on the contrary, there is a profit. the blood demon ancestor followed Hua Wuhan to the secret room, where Hua Wuhan unfolded the 10,000 elements illusory heavenly diagram. After silently reciting the mantra, a teleportation array vortex was slowly born. The blood demon old ancestor took a big stride in without the slightest fear. Next moment, the scene in front of him changed, as if he had entered a whole new world. Here, it has changed from the previous warmth like spring to a snowy sky, the cold wind whistling, surrounded by a blanket of white, as if in a place of extreme cold. The blood demon ancestor hovered in mid-air, looking down and quickly spotted Chen Fei and Bai Ji's trail. Within a transparent ball of spiritual energy, Chen Fei and Bai Ji were sitting face to face on their knees, closing their eyes and concentrating, cultivating without any distractions. Chen Fei's body was draped in that snow-white wolf fur cloak, a faint cold aura emanating from his body, while Bai Ji was holding the frost giant wolf's beast core in her hands, her breath steady as she was clearly refining the power within. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the blood demon old ancestor, a mere junior of the god transformation stage. How dare you be so arrogant? Still really didn't put the waste of Hua Wuhan in his eyes. Today, I will let you all know what a true powerhouse is. Phew! The blood demon old ancestor raised his hand and waved it, and the yin yang xianhua sword in his hand instantly erupted with blood-red flames. The flames transformed into a huge fire dragon, heading straight for the spiritual energy ball where Chen Fei and Bai Ji were. Boom! The fire dragon slammed hard into the ball of spiritual energy with a loud bang. The ball of spiritual energy trembled slightly, but it did not break. Chen Fei and Bai Ji were still cultivating with their eyes closed, as if they were completely unaware of the attack from the outside world. When the blood demon ancestor saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh, so sturdy? That's some skill. He let out a cold smile, made a seal with both hands, and drank in a low voice. Yin and yang xian fire, burning the sky and destroying the earth. As his words fell, the blood-red flames instantly transformed into countless fire dragons, attacking Chen Fei and Bai Ji straight from all directions. Wherever the flames passed, the ice and snow melted instantly, and the air was filled with blazing heat. Boom! 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 Countless fire dragons slammed into the spiritual energy balls one after another, sending out deafening explosions. The spiritual energy ball finally couldn't support it anymore, and cracks appeared on its surface. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Who is the visitor? Blood demon elder. Your life and death enemy. I think I personally killed your parents back then, and I'm coming to kill you today. Ha ha ha. Chen Fei instantly gritted his teeth in hatred. Blood demon old ancestor right. Very well, I'll let you have no return today. Chen Fei stood up and raised his hand. The yin yang xian new mirror instantly flew out, and a brilliant light erupted from the mirror, engulfing the blood-red flames. He looked coldly at the blood demon old ancestor with a hint of chill in his voice. Blood demon old ancestor, back then you harmed my parents. Today, I will make you pay for your blood. The blood demon old ancestor laughed out loud at his words. Chen Fei, just by you? A mere junior at the god transformation stage. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Chen Fei sneered coldly, killing intent in his eyes. Try it then. Chapter 43, Yin Yang Xian Shui Sword. The blood demon old ancestor was suspended in mid-air, the yin yang xianhua sword in his hand emitting blood-red flames. The flames wrapped around the sword like a poisonous snake, exuding a fiery and chilly aura. He looked down at Chen Fei and Bai Ji, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. Chen Fei, you junior, how dare you act recklessly in front of me? The blood demon ancestor's voice was hoarse and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Back then, your parents were nothing more than a mole-like existence, and it was their honor to die in my hands. As for you, I'm a bit interested in refining you into a blood corpse. Definitely a good killing puppet. Next, his gaze swept over Bai Ji, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. This little girl was born beautifully. Why don't you be my cauldron and accompany me for double cultivation? Ha ha ha. When Bai Ji sniffed, her face instantly turned cold, her eyes filled with disgust. Blood demon ancestor, you seek death. Chen Fei coldly looked at the blood demon old ancestor with killing intent in his eyes. Blood demon ancestor, you will definitely die today. The blood demon ancestor sneered. Fine, then let's have a good fight. Word strike. He raised his hand and waved it, and the yin yang xianhua sword instantly erupted with monstrous flames. The flames transformed into a huge fire dragon that came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it. The yin yang xian new mirror instantly flew out, and a brilliant light erupted from the mirror, devouring the fire dragons as much as it could. Boom! Flames and rays of light intertwined together, erupting in a deafening roar. Although Chen Fei blocked the blow, he was also shaken back a few steps and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. When the blood demon old ancestor saw this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. A mere junior of the god transformation stage dares to fight against me. A merged power? How ridiculous. After he finished speaking, his figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Chen Fei, the Yin Yang Xianhua sword in his hand stabbing straight at Chen Fei's heart. Chen Fei hurriedly offered the Yin Yang Xian new mirror to resist, but the blood demon old ancestor's power was too strong, and Chen Fei was once again shaken back and forth. When Bai Ji saw this, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly offered her Xian new sword to join the battle. Although her cultivation level was only at the early stage of transformation, with her added support, she was barely able to withstand the blood demon ancestor's attack. When the blood demon ancestor saw Bai Ji join the fight, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Little girl, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. After he finished speaking, the Yin Yang Xianhua sword in his hand instantly erupted with monstrous flames. The flames turned into a sea of fire, enveloping Chen Fei and Bai Ji. In the sea of fire, the Xian flame raged, and the blazing aura seemed to be able to burn everything. Chen Fei and Bai Ji were surrounded by the sea of fire, and the breath around them instantly became disorganized. Bai Ji's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with pain. My lord, this flame is too terrifying. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and insisted, raising his hand and waving it. The Yin Yang Xian new mirror instantly erupted layers of cold ice, isolating the sea of fire. Blood demon ancestor, you think you can defeat me with this? The blood demon old ancestor, however, laughed out loud, his tone filled with sarcasm. Chen Fei, you junior, you really don't know the heights of heaven. This is only an appetizer. This Yin Yang Xian fire sword of mine is a supreme treasure. Is it not something you can resist? Chen Fei sneered. Then try it. Swish. The Yin Yang Xian new mirror instantly split into two mirrors, one Yin and one Yang, hovering on his left and right sides. The Yang mirror emits a warm glow, while the Yin mirror is chilly. The two mirrors simultaneously erupted with brilliant light and attacked straight towards the blood demon ancestor. Boom! Light and flames intertwined together, erupting in a deafening roar. The blood demon old ancestor was shaken back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. This, what kind of magic treasure is this? It can actually fight against my Yin Yang Xian fire sword? Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Blood demon old ancestor, do you think you're the only one with a supreme treasure? Right at this moment, a system voice suddenly came from Chen Fei's mind. Ding! The host has increased his cultivation by 1,000 years. Current cultivation, the harmonization stage. Chen Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. He felt the spiritual energy in his body instantly skyrocket, and his cultivation directly broke through to the harmonization stage. His aura became incomparably powerful, as if heaven and earth were submitting to him. The blood demon old ancestor felt the change in Chen Fei's aura and his face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? You actually broke through? Chen Fei laughed coldly, a hint of coldness in his voice. Blood demon old ancestor, today is the day you die. Rumble. Chen Fei's mind moved, and the powerful spirit power of the merging machine poured into the Yin-Yang realm. The two mirrors rejoined as one and released a terrifying thunderbolt that struck straight at the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon old ancestor hurriedly offered the Yin Yang Xianhua sword to fend it off. However, the power of this lightning was too strong, and he was shaken back and forth. For a moment, the blood demon old ancestor's eyes were filled with shock. Kid, you're crazy. Seek death. After he finished speaking, the Yin Yang Xianhua sword in his hand instantly erupted with monstrous flames, eventually transforming into a huge fire dragon that came straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei laughed coldly and raised his hand, and the Yin Yang Xian new mirror easily swallowed the flames as much as it could, and it was getting closer and closer to the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon old ancestor smoothly pinched the Yin Yang mirror in his palm, with a gesture of wanting to collect this magic treasure. Nay, the mirrors changed from 1 to 2 again at once, and the blood demon ancestor could only grab one mirror, while the other was about to flee on the spot. Thus, he casually suspended the Yin Yang Xianhua sword over the dragon, and directly then grabbed the other mirror in his hand, attempting to conquer it with terrifying power. However, just as the blood demon ancestor greedily tried to take care of the Yin Yang mirror, the Xian flame sword suspended in the void directly transformed into a stream of light and flew into Chen Fei's hand. The blood demon ancestor looked at Zhang Yuan with disdain and said, "Just with you, you also want to conquer the Xian flame sword? Ha ha, ridiculous." Chen Fei really didn't care about anything else, and tried his best to grab the hilt of his sword after. Directly cast the double yin yang phrase. Less than 3 breaths of effort. Chen Fei's hand unexpectedly appeared another brand new sword, the Yin Yang Xian Shui sword. The sword exuded a chilling light, as if it could freeze everything. At this point, Chen Fei directly then let go of the Xianhua sword. The other party turned into a stream of light and flew back to the blood demon old man. The blood demon old ancestor was not surprised by the return of his own long sword. What was surprising was that Zhang Yuan had a sword withdrawal in his hand that had the opposite attributes to his and looked exactly the same. What the hell is going on? For a moment, his face went pale. How is this possible? Chen Fei laughed coldly, a hint of coldness in his voice. Blood demon old ancestor. I gave you a chance and you didn't hit the mark. Until now, you haven't been able to conquer my yin-yang mirror. You're really a waste. Watch the move. Chen Fei holds the yin-yang xianshui sword in his hand. Killing intent. Chapter 44, 10,000 Elephant Illusory Heavily Maps. Chen Fei held the yin-yang xianshui sword in his hand, and the sword emitted a chilling light as if it could freeze everything. Swish! Swinging out with his sword, he froze 10,000 miles, and heaven and earth changed color. The blood demon old ancestor's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. He had never imagined that his hallowed harmonization stage powerhouse would be forced into such a situation by a junior who had just broken through to the harmonization stage. He snarled through clenched teeth. Chen Fei, don't be complacent. Even if you have the yin-yang xianshui sword, you'll never be able to defeat me. Having said that, the blood demon old ancestor immediately sat down in place and recited a spell. In an instant, he poured all of his life's true essence into the yin-yang xianhua sword. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the yin-yang xianhua sword instantly turned from a single one into dozens, neatly arranged in front of the blood devil old man. Ready to go. Have a moment, destroy blot out all the momentum. In the meantime, Chen Fei directly summoned a gigantic Dharma phase, which held the enlarged version of the yin-yang xianshui sword in one hand and the yin-yang mirror in the other. It resisted in front of Zhang Yuan. Bai Ji, on the other hand, was guarding Chen Fei's side, always on guard against the blood demon old ancestor laying his black hand. Kid, go to hell! Accompanied by the blood demon old ancestor's bellowing, a branch of yin-yang xianhua swords, it shot out with a destructive momentum. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei's gigantic phantom did not stop it, and did not even wield the yin-yang xianshui sword in his hand. Whoosh! A yin-yang xianhua sword unexpectedly disappeared in thin air after leaping over the phantom. None of them could pose a danger to Chen Fei. Blood devil old ancestor instantly realized that something was wrong, but by the time he reacted, put, the yin-yang xianshui sword directly pierced into the blood demon old ancestor's body from his back, and then through his chest, the cold air instantly spreading throughout his entire body. And the huge phallic figure in front of the blood demon old ancestor just made an equally abrupt stabbing motion. The blood demon old ancestor's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Blood demon old ancestor. This is called being smart and being clever. Don't you know that I've enlarged the yin-yang mirror to a superb size? The mirror, it has a mirror effect. Also, don't you know clearly that my yin and yang mirror is able to hold all things in heaven and earth? Ha ha ha. The blood demon old ancestor snapped his head back to realize that the huge phantom was indeed right behind him, and the position that Zhang Yuan was meditating in was also behind him, including Bai Ji. For a moment, the blood demon old ancestor's entire body was in despair. Shameless child. You. Zhang Yuan casually threw the yin-yang xianshui sword within the yin-yang mirror, allowing the xianshui sword and the xian fire sword to fight within the mirror. Blood demon old man, it's time for you to hit the road. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Chen Fei's rampant laughter, the blood demon old ancestor's body was gradually frozen by the cold qi, eventually turning into an ice sculpture. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and the yin-yang xian new mirror instantly took the blood demon ancestor's soul into the mirror. He coldly looked at the ice sculpture and raised his hand, which instantly shattered into countless ice crystals and dissipated into the air. There was only one dark nano ring of superior grade, suspended in the air. Chen Fei summoned it in passing. Blood demon ancestor. I'll take what you've collected throughout your life. No thanks. Bai Ji witnessed all of this and was finally relieved, and then filled with joy. He quickly walked to Chen Fei's side and softly said, My lord, congratulations on your breakthrough in cultivation, and even more congratulations on your victory over the blood demon ancestor. Chen Fei smiled faintly, a hint of gentleness in his tone. Bai Ji, thanks to you, I'm able to go so smoothly. Bai Ji smiled a sweet smile, but there was still a hint of doubt in her eyes. Your Excellency, you're too modest. I have a question. That is, why was there no heavenly tribulation when you broke through your cultivation? Logically speaking, when you break through to the harmonization stage, there should be a heavenly tribulation descending on you, but every time you break through without any movement. I'm really envious. Chen Fei smiled at his words and explained haphazardly. What is there to envy? I was born carrying a special destiny. No matter if it's my spiritual root or qualification, it's extremely poor. This should be clear to you as well. But my only advantage is that I don't have a heavenly tribulation when I break through the realm. Bai Ji listened to seem to understand, or believe this rhetoric. After all, Gongzi is his beloved Dao couple. How could he lie to himself? I see. When really the world is so big, there is nothing strange, Chen Fei said with a smile. Yeah, this is nothing for me. You'll see even more eye-opening things later. Bai Ji nodded her head obediently. The eunuch is right. After a brief chat, Bai Ji looked around, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Gongzi, how are we going to get out now? Should we charge out hard? Chen Fei shook his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Why are we in a hurry to go out? This 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram is a good thing, so we might as well continue to cultivate here. Bai Ji is obviously a bit surprised. Do you want to keep practicing? Do we have to wait for Flowerless to send another person? Just as Bai Ji was curious, Chen Fei had already sat down on the spot and executed the dual life yin-yang. He wanted the other side of the twin lives universal illusory sky chart. In the meantime, inside the great hall of 10,000 Flowers Valley, Huawohan was pacing back and forth anxiously. From time to time, he looked at the 10,000 elements illusory heavenly diagram on the table, his eyes filled with doubts. What's the situation? It's been so long, why hasn't the blood demon ancestor come out yet? Could it be that there's been some kind of accident? Right at this moment, the 10,000 elements illusory heavenly diagram on the table suddenly changed. The picture scroll, which was originally only one volume, had split into two. Huawohan thought he was blind and rubbed his eyes several times. Look up, look down, look left, look right, looking forward, back, no matter how you look at it, it's two universal illusion heavenly maps. For a moment, Huawohan only felt that one head was too big. What's going on here? He hastily reached out to grab the scroll, but it seemed as if it had a spirit and automatically flew into midair. Huawohan's face became even more ugly, his eyes filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? How could the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram split and exist in two? Just as Huawohan was shocked, Chen Fei and Bai Ji flew out of one of the particularly disobedient Wanxiang Mirage heavenly diagrams and hovered in midair. One of the scrolls, as if it had recognized its owner, automatically flew back to Chen Fei's palm. Chen Fei held the scroll in his hand and coldly looked at Huawohan with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Huawohan, your 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. It's nothing more than that. Compared to my 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram, it's still a bit worse. Huawohan's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Fei, how could you possibly have the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram? And, how did you come out of the 10,000 elephant illusion heavenly diagram? And where is the blood demon ancestor? Chen Fei sneered. Blood demon ancestor? He's already dead. Huawohan sniffed and his face became even more ugly. He said through gritted teeth, impossible. The blood demon ancestor is a merged stage powerhouse. How could you possibly kill him? You must be the blood demon old ancestor transformed. Chen Fei sniffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huawohan, have you been scared silly? The blood demon old ancestor is dead. His nascent sacred ring and yin-yang xianhua sword are in my hands. Do you want to take a look? After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, and the blood demon old ancestor's nascent ring and the yin-yang xianhua sword were suspended in midair, emitting a faint glow. When Huawohan saw this scene, his face instantly became pale. Chapter 45, 10,000 Flowers Valley Submission. Xian Nui Palace Crisis. Chen Fei levitated in midair and retrieved the nascent sword and the Xian fire sword before summoning the yin-yang Xian water sword to hold in his hand. The sword emitted a chilling light. He looked coldly at Huawohan with a hint of chill in his voice. Huawohan, you harmed my parents back then. Today is the day of your death. Huawohan's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. How could Chen Fei break through to the harmonization stage in such a short period of time, and even defeat the blood demon ancestor? He snarled through clenched teeth. Chen Fei, how did you do it? How did you get to the conformity stage? Oh, blood demon ancestor. Don't try to hide. You're pretending. You are the blood demon old ancestor. Chen Fei has a big speechless face. Huawohan, think what you want. If you want to keep a whole body you'd better tie your hands. A trace of viciousness flashed in Huawohan's eyes as he heard this. Blood demon, don't be complacent. My father is still here. If you give me an inch, I will summon my father who is in seclusion. He's a mid-compatibility powerhouse. He'll kill you. Chen Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of interest when he heard this. Huawohan, you think I would be afraid of your father? I'm afraid that he won't come out. Watch the move. Swish. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and the yin-yang xian shui sword instantly erupted with a monstrous cold aura. The cold air transformed into a huge ice dragon and came straight at Huawohan. Huawuchen hurriedly offered his fan magic treasure to fend it off. but his cultivation level was only at the peak of the god transformation stage, so he was simply unable to fight against Chen Fei. Boom! The ice dragon ruthlessly slammed into Hua Wuhan's fan magic treasure, erupting into a deafening roar. The fan shattered on the spot, and Hua Wuhan was shaken back and forth, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His face instantly turned pale and his eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Blood demon. Haven't you been cultivating the fire attribute for many years? What's with this water attribute? Who the hell are you? Chen Fei looked at him coldly, a hint of chill in his voice. Hua Wuhan, you're dying. Better stop guessing. Are you tired? Whoosh. Accompanied by a sword sound, Chen Fei directly threw out the yin-yang xian shui sword. The ice sword wrapped in a roiling cold air and stabbed him straight in the heart. Hua Wuhan hurriedly spat out the blood of true essence to form a formation to resist, but the attack of the yin-yang xian shui sword was too violent, and it was shattered in 3 strikes. It was less than half an incense stick of time before and after. Put! The yin-yang xian shui sword managed to pierce into Hua Wusheng's chest, and the coldness instantly spread throughout his body. Hua Wuhan's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Who the hell are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Chen Fei looked at him coldly, extremely speechless. Hua Wuhan, you'd better go down to hell and ask. Boom! Chen Fei being blasted out with a palm, and the ice sculpture instantly shattered, turning into countless blood mists and ice crystals. When the disciples of 10,000 Flowers Valley saw that Hua Wuhan had been decapitated by Chen Fei, they were all scared out of their wits. Chen Fei unleashed the mighty pressure of a merged stage powerhouse, instantly crushing all the disciples as they fell to their knees. The eyes were filled with fear and awe. An older elder said in a trembling voice, "My lord, spare our lives. We are willing to submit to you. Please spare our lives." Chen Fei was aware of the situation of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Before Hua Wuhan became the 10,000 Flowers Valley master, there were no disciples here, only countless scattered cultivators. Now these so-called 10,000 Flowers Valley disciples were nothing more than scattered cultivators who were coerced into doing their jobs by Hua Wuhan. A bunch of wallflowers. There's no need to kill them. Thinking of this, Chen Fei looked at them coldly with a hint of chill in his voice. Want to live? Fine. From today onwards, the Valley of 10,000 Flowers will be officially owned by the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Accepting the jurisdiction of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace, you must cooperate to the best of your ability, and if you disobey, you will be killed without pardon. The disciples of 10,000 Flowers Valley kowtowed and thanked them. Many thanks to your excellency for not killing us. We are willing to serve the 9 Heavenly Mystical Maiden Palace as dogs and horses. After taking complete control of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, Chen Fei and Bai Ji came to the front of the cave where Hua Wuhan's father was in seclusion. The cave was located on a mountain peak deep in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, surrounded by complex formations that appeared extremely secretive. Boom! Chen Fei blasted out with a palm that carried the momentum of destroying the cave's formations, pushing open the stone door of the cave and entering its interior. What Chen Fei also did not expect was that it was empty, with only a clay statue and a few formations. When Bai Ji saw this, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. My lord, this place is surprisingly empty. Could it be that Hua Wuhan's father is long gone? Chen Fei. The probability is this. Perhaps this old fellow has long since left this place for several long years, and this cave is nothing more than a front. Since the other party was no longer there, Chen Fei had no recourse. After causing the disciples to search for a bit and finding that it was empty as well, Chen Fei ordered the disciples of 10,000 Flowers Valley to immediately cleanse the marketplace of the evil cultivators and demonic sect members. The disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers acted in unison. Chen Fei and Bai Ji Fei returned within the Great Hall and were about to summon the illusory heavenly diagram to study it. Bai Ji suddenly received a transmission from the palace master. After hearing the transmission, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little anxious. My lord, the palace master has sent a message for us to return to the palace quickly. She said that something has happened in the Xian New Palace's Forbidden Land. Chen Fei. Something happened to the Forbidden Land? How is this possible? Chapter 46, Conspiracy with 3 Women. Chen Fei vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Bai Ji, did the palace master explain what exactly happened in the Forbidden Land? Bai Ji shook her head, a hint of gravity in her tone. The palace master only told us to return as soon as possible, and didn't go into detail about the specifics. However, since a large number of demonic beasts have appeared in the Forbidden Land, I'm afraid that things aren't simple. So, Duke, what should we do now? Chen Fei said without hesitation. Of course it's to hurry back to the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. The matter of the Forbidden Land can't be delayed. In case something really goes terribly wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Ji nodded slightly, but then frowned. But what about the Valley of 10,000 Flowers? We've just brought this place under the banner of the 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace, so if we leave like this, I'm afraid that the dragons will be leaderless and the loose cultivators will cause trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult to make the 10,000 Flowers Valley grow and develop in an orderly manner in the future. Chen Fei pondered for a moment, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. How about this? Let your doppelganger stay here and serve as the new master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. In this way, the 10,000 Flowers Valley will have a backbone, and we will be able to go back and deal with the matters of the Forbidden Land without worry. Bai Ji's eyes lit up when she heard this and she immediately nodded her head in agreement. That's a good solution. Your Excellency, let my doppelganger be stationed here as the head of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, and in this way, the 10,000 Flowers Valley will be left high and dry. Chen Fei thought about it and said, it's not like you can completely rest on your laurels. Your current cultivation level is at the early stage of God transformation, although it is said to be very strong already, but in case you encounter any dangers, you will still not be able to cope well after all. Let's do it this way. I'll first look for a suitable elixir for quenching. After saying this, Chen Fei immediately probed his mind within the Blood Demon Ancestor's ring. Soon, Chen Fei found more than 20 of these top-grade pills that were suitable for quenching. After summoning it out, the elixir was immediately suspended in the air. Chen Fei started quenching it with his own true essence power of the God transformation stage, and in just 3 incense sticks of work before and after, the power as well as the medicinal power contained in these 20 top-grade pills increased by several times in an instant. It contained the spiritual energy of a merging stage powerhouse and was extremely dense. Just picking up any of the pills, one could feel its raging power. Chen Fei sealed all 20 pills inside a jade gourd before handing them over to Bai Ji's doppelganger with instructions. Bai Ji, these 20 pills are rather special, and when you take them, you can only make one of them shoot out for consumption by silently reciting the spell. Don't move it on weekdays. Summon an elixir to take in times of distress, and your strength all over will skyrocket to the peak transformation God stage realm in an instant. In this way, in the future, but whenever you encounter any dangers, I believe that you will be able to cope with them well. Bai Ji's doppelganger received the jade gourd containing 20 pills and bowed gratefully to Chen Fei. Many thanks, Your Excellency. I will definitely guard 10,000 Flowers Valley and definitely live up to your expectations. Chen Fei was very satisfied as he gave Bai Ji's doppelganger a big hug and whispered in its ear, protect this place well. Next time we meet we'll make sure to let you fly happily into the sky. Bai Ji's bilocation's pretty face instantly reddened, and of course Bai Ji's main body's cheeks followed suit. After everything is handed over, Chen Fei and Bai Ji held hands as they flew away with their imperial swords. Bai Ji's doppelganger stayed in the Great Hall of 10,000 Flowers Valley and watched the two of them leave. After flying away from 10,000 Flowers Valley, Bai Ji seemed to have remembered something. While flying, she wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's waist and whispered, Your Excellency, I'm suddenly reminded of Hua Wuhan's father again. Do you think this old man could be a threatening presence, now that his whereabouts are unknown? In case he comes back from his cloud travels one day and learns that 10,000 Flower Valley's master, Flower Wushu, has already been taken care of by us, then he'll designatedly come to us to seek revenge in any way he can. That would be more than a little difficult to deal with. After all, he's hiding in the shadows. Chen Fei nodded approvingly. This is true. Even if this old thing finds out later that his son has been killed, revenge against us will be the nail in the coffin. So you can have your doppelganger next secretly cultivate some eyes in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, and then have those eyes gradually spread out all around the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. In this way, if this old fellow dares to come back in the future, your eyes will be able to discover it in advance, thus responding to the scheme. Bai Ji heard this and said with an approving face, Good idea. You're really smart, my lord. Alright, then I know what to do. Next I'll have my doppelganger immediately gather the trusted people within the 10,000 Flowers Valley to secretly hold a small meeting, and then form an eye force. Chen Fei nodded and said, You may, but if there are any disobedient ones, any sneaky ones, any playful ones, all of them will be killed. I'd rather kill 100 by mistake than leave one behind. Anyway, these disciples of 10,000 Flowers Valley don't have too close a relationship with us, so just settle which one doesn't listen. Bai Ji said with a heavy nod. Don't worry my lord, I'll do what you tell me to do. Anyway, my thoughts and my bilocation can be shared at all times. If you have anything you want to do with the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, just tell me directly, and I'll immediately be able to transmit it to my bilocation side. And I'm clear about my bilocation's thoughts at all times. Chen Fei said with an envious face. It's so nice to have a doppelganger. To be able to go back and forth between two places with one eye open and one closed. It's a feeling I'd love to have. It's just a pity that I myself can't manifest my own doppelganger. So who do you think this is to justify? Bai Ji said bitterly. Oh Gongzi, you are just too modest. Your strength is already so strong. And the doppelganger is nothing more than icing on the cake for you. Chen Fei directly picked up Bai Ji and kissed her twice, saying, My dear white girl, you are really good at comforting people. When and if I get a chance tonight, I'll surely give you a good pain. Bai Ji's pretty face became redder and redder as she pouted. Aya Gongzi, we're still in a hurry. You're bad. Chen Fei laughed out loud. The two of them soon flew back to the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. Arriving above the main hall, it was surprising that only Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyan's doppelganger were standing in front of the hall. Above the main seat was only Fairy Xian Nu sitting alone. After Chen Fei and Bai Ji stood in the great hall, Fairy Xian Nu appeared excited, but her voice remained calm and cold. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, you finally returned. As soon as the words were finished, a prohibition was placed around them, instantly isolating everything. Even if there were strong people peering around, there was no way to hear the conversation between Chen Fei, Lu Ruyan, Fairy Xuan Nu, and Bai Ji anymore. Chen Fei asked with some curiosity, Palace Master, you summoned us back in such a hurry. Is something wrong? Are there any variables in the Forbidden Land? Immortal Xian Nu looked at Lu Ruyan, who immediately respectfully stepped forward and reported, My lord, the Forbidden Land of our Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. I don't know what the reason is, but just now a large number of demonic beasts emerged, and the strength of these demonic beasts is generally extremely strong. According to the disciples probing, the demonic beasts at the edge of the Forbidden Land have all reached the strength of the Yuaning stage. Some of the demonic beasts that used to be active within the Forbidden Land were either killed or eaten by these new ones that have emerged like chopping vegetables and melons. There's chaos within the Forbidden Land now. It's a good thing that our Forbidden Land is under the control of a Forbidden Land formation, so these powerful demonic beasts haven't popped up for the time being, and they don't pose a threat to our Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. It's just that in this case, the disciples wouldn't dare to enter the Forbidden Land. The situation inside is intricate now, and it's not known what's happening. After Ruyan Lu reported the situation, Fairy Xian Nu nodded her head silently and said, Mr. Chen, now that there's this kind of accident in the Forbidden Land, I couldn't make up my mind for a while, so I thought I'd hurry up and get you and Bai Ji back, and we'll discuss countermeasures together. What do you think we should do about it right now? Chapter 47, The Palace Master's Bilocation. Chen Fei thought thoughtfully and said, Before we formally make a decision, we should still consider clearly whether there are some variables that exist within the Forbidden Land. For example, what accidents have happened in the Forbidden Land before? Also, how did this Forbidden Land form? It's better to know something before making a decision. Immortal Xian Nu thought for a moment and said, This Forbidden Land is an area that the founding ancestor of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace used formations to confine back then, and there are definitely many unknown spatial formations within. I've also pondered for a long time about the provenance of these demonic beasts. Could they have emerged from within the spatial formations inside the Forbidden Land? Chen Fei nodded his head slightly, feeling that Fairy Xian Nu's deduction was somewhat reasonable. At that moment, Bai Ji stood up and said, Duke do you think it's possible that someone maliciously opened a teleportation array through some means and directly teleported within our Forbidden Land to wreak havoc? After all, the Forbidden Land of the Nine Heavenly Mystical Maiden Palace is very large, so if someone maliciously messes with it, it's possible. Moreover, once the Forbidden Land is in chaos, our Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace will have to send a large number of disciples into the Forbidden Land. That way, the enemy will also have a chance to take advantage of it. Ruyan Lu followed suit. I think there is another possibility. Since the Forbidden Land was set up by our old ancestor back then, could it be that these demonic beasts inside could be the ones that the old ancestor sealed inside by hand back then? Now that many years have passed, some of the small sealing formations that the old ancestor had located inside the Forbidden Land appeared cracks and even lifted themselves automatically, and then hordes and hordes of demonic beasts appeared. Chen Fei listened to these inferences from the three and felt that they all made some sense, and finally thought for a moment and said, It seems like the possibilities are probably just these few, but no matter which possibility it is, I think it's still necessary to enter within the Forbidden Land and take a look. But the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace definitely can't be left without someone to guard it. How about this? If you trust me, Palace Master, I'm willing to personally make a trip within the Forbidden Land with Bai Ji. Bai Ji followed suit. Palace Master, disciple is willing to go with Mr. Chen and find out the true cause of this accident no matter what. Fairy Xian Nu, however, frowned somewhat slightly and said, The interior of the Forbidden Land is perilous, even though Mr. Chen has now broken through to the harmonization stage. There is still a certain amount of danger. How about this? Mr. Chen, could you help me build a bilocation as well? A bilocation just like Bai Ji and Ru Yan. In this way, I'll have my doppelganger guard the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace, while I myself can enter the Forbidden Land with you and Bai Ji to survey the situation. This way, the two of you will also have one more piece of security, and the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace won't experience any crises. After all, With my doppelganger, plus Ruyan's main body and Ruyan's doppelganger, it will definitely be able to guard the Xiannu Palace well. When Chen Fei heard this, he first brightened up while muttering darkly in his heart. Creating a doppelganger for the palace master is a piece of cake. It can be accomplished by simply casting this technique yourself. It's just that if we really build the bilocation out for the palace lord, will this bilocation of the palace lord turn into Su Qingyi? If after building the doppelganger, the palace lord's main body completely returns to itself and the doppelganger completely turns into Su Qingyi, the scene would be a bit out of control. Thinking so, Chen Fei could not help but frown slightly. Fairy Xiannu thought that Chen Fei was having some difficulty with this matter. So she said, Mr. Chen, isn't it because I'm at the harmonization stage of cultivation that it's a bit difficult to create a split body? It's fine. Just tell me what difficulties you have. Chen Fei smiled and waved his hand, saying, no matter. Since the palace master is bent on thinking of the 9 heavenly mystical maidens' palace, no problem. I'll create a detachment for you right now. After saying this, Chen Fei immediately stood up, revealing a look of determination. When immortal Xiannu heard this, her entire body was overjoyed and hurriedly said, good, then I'll work hard for Mr. Chen. Next, Chen Fei and Fairy Xiannu sat together in a companionable fight, the two of them holding hands. Chen Fei began to perform the twin live Xinyan technique, and all of a sudden, spiritual energy surged around him. After almost 2 incense sticks of time, Fairy Xiannu only felt a particularly strange sensation coming from all over her body, as if every location on her body was gradually separating. The most important thing was that the body that separated out possessed the same sensation as his original body. When she wanted to move her fingers with a thought, that detached body was immediately able to move her fingers, along with the light gradually splitting the Xiannu immortal into two. A doppelganger that looked exactly like her main body appeared. The attribute of the doppelganger is Yang Qi, and when Wan's eyebrows are like a painting, appearing particularly gentle and elegant, giving people all that sunny, bright and righteous feeling. Immortal Xiannu looked at her own doppelganger next to her, and her mood was indescribably joyful. So this is my doppelganger. It's really different enough. Mr. Chen, thank you very much. Chen Fei smiled and waved his hand, saying, this is all a piece of cake. The main reason why I didn't build a split for you, Palace Master, before was also because I was considering many aspects. This time, I also broke through the harmonization stage, which allowed me to create a bilocation for you. Now that your doppelganger also possesses a harmonization stage cultivation, having her guard the 9 heavens Xiannui Palace is absolutely foolproof. Immortal Xiannu was immensely grateful and bowed to Chen Fei once more. Mr. Chen, it's been hard on you. Your heart is understood by this palace. A great favor is not appreciated. If Mr. Chen doesn't give up, in the future, treat the 9 heavens Xiannu Palace as your own home. I, as well as Baiji as well as Ru Yan, are all your family. As Chen Fei listened to these warm words, his heart's favorability towards Fairy Xiannu as a person once again increased by a few points. Next, Fairy Xiannu gave an explanation to Lu Ruyan, then left her own doppelganger behind and flew to the clan's Forbidden Land in company with Chen Fei and Baiji. The Forbidden Land was located deep in the back mountain of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace. This place was shrouded in dense smoke all year round, appearing mysterious and dangerous, and unusual people really wouldn't come to such a place. The three of them flew before the boundary of the Forbidden Land, and Immortal Xiannu immediately recited a spell to summon the teleportation array that stepped through the boundary. This was a spell that only the Palace Master of the 9 Heavens Xiannu Palace knew, and there was no way for ordinary people to grasp it, so only she could open this teleportation formation. After the teleportation array was opened, a streaming vortex of light immediately surfaced on the transparent boundary. Immortal Xiannu looked at Chen Fei and Baiji and said, alright, we can go in now. Be sure to be careful, and never pay attention to the demonic beasts within the Forbidden Land. Chen Fei and Baiji nodded their heads, and the three of them stepped on their flying swords and immediately entered the vortex. In the next moment, the heaven and earth immediately became clear. There was a lush scene all around, completely different from the smog-shrouded situation before. Only when the three of them stepped on their flying swords and had just hovered at the edge of the Forbidden Land, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of birds chirping came from the distance. The energy stirred up by this voice was so strong that if an ordinary person heard it, they would definitely shatter their eardrums and bleed. Moreover, in this location of the Forbidden Land, there were many tattered corpses and furs of small animals on the ground. From some of the traces at the scene, one could tell that many battles between demonic beasts had definitely occurred here. Right at this moment, a black-packed patch of flying birds appeared in the distance. These birds were black, as big as 2 people, and their open wings flashed with a cold green light. Chen Fei probed his mind out and immediately sensed the cultivation level of these flying birds, which had actually reached the Yuanying stage. Just then, Rumbling, an eerie green lightning bolt broke through the air. Chapter 48, The Poison Boa's Transition. Chen Fei did not make a move to stop him, and Fairy Xian Nu did not have the intention to make a move either. Bai Ji, on the other hand, swung her palm and directly blasted out a palm with a strong and violent spiritual energy, accompanied by several consecutive loud bangs. Several huge blackbirds were attacked by the strong spiritual power, causing their feathers to fly about and emit a miserable scream. Immediately after that, Bai Ji blasted out another palm, and the other several large blackbirds that were killing from the rear all let out a miserable scream and were easily blasted into a froth of flesh and blood. Bai Ji's two consecutive attacks directly scared the other birds of prey into not daring to come back and make a scene, only daring to hover not far away while letting out ear-piercing cries. For these demonic beasts, Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu did not find anything strange. They were just ordinary demonic beasts, only their cultivation was a bit strong. Next, the Fairy Xian Nu pointed forward and said, "The edge of the Forbidden Land won't be able to discover anything. Let's explore deeper. We can't say that there will be something different inside. I can feel that the further inside, the heavier the demonic aura becomes, indicating that there are even more powerful demonic beasts inside." Chen Fei and Bai Ji nodded their heads. Next, the three of them continued to step on their flying swords as they headed deeper into the Forbidden Land. As expected, as he flew to a place where the sky was covered by a dim yellow aerosol, a fierce beast roar that shattered the heavens and earth suddenly came out. Immediately afterward, a huge object violently rushed in above an extremely high mountain peak. Due to the dimly colored smoke that filled the area, there was really no way to clearly see the exact image of this demonic beast. In the face of this situation, Chen Fei directly summoned the Yin Yang Xian Nui mirror, frantically sweeping out a beam of deep cold and full of ice and snow toward the front, easily dispersing everything in front of him cleanly. A giant wolf with crimson-scaled armor surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. It was more than 10 times the size of a normal wolf, extremely large, with scarlet eyes and fangs exposed in its mouth. At this moment, it was stepping into the air and pouncing towards Chen Fei's trio, with the intention of swallowing the trio into its mouth. Moreover, the aura emanating from this blood-red wolf had already reached the transformation spirit realm. In the face of this situation, Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu still did not make a move. Bai Ji immediately summoned her longsword, and at the tip of her sword, the flying sword transformed into dozens of swords and stabbed towards the giant wolf. In the next moment, the giant wolf once again let out a roar and opened its mouth to spit out a blood-red flame. The aura of this flame was extremely special, as if it was like the magma fire of the dark underground, sweeping towards the three of them in a heavenly manner. Bai Ji immediately blasted out 3 palms in a row, the huge palm prints wrapped with heaven-destroying spiritual power, directly resisting the flames spewed out by the giant wolf with ease. Immediately after that, the giant wolf let out wail after wail, being frantically slashed and jabbed on by the longsword. Only, what made Chen Fei's trio a bit surprised was that the armor on this giant wolf was incomparably hard. Even if Bai Ji personally made a move, she unexpectedly failed to break open the other party's scales, and only beat the other party into a wailing roar, and then more and more crazily began to spew out blood-red flames. Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu exchanged glances, and in the end, Fairy Xian Nu chose to make a move. She slowly raised her palm, and in an instant, the shape of her palm transformed into a huge hand of spiritual energy, grabbing it directly from the 9 heavens above, as if she were grabbing a small bug with her fingers, and in one go, she pinched the giant wolf in her hand, and then pinched it tighter and tighter. In the end, the giant wolf was pinched to the point that it flew away, and in the end, only a faint flame like a candle was left behind. With a gentle call from immortal Xian Nu, this small flame flew into her palm, truly no different from a candle. Only, at the very center of the small flame was a demon core. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head slightly and said, "This demonic beast is really not simple. Unusual places cannot give birth to such powerful demonic beasts. Surprisingly, they have all reached the god transformation realm, and they have also practiced demonic fire. The killing power of this demonic fire is really strong enough. If it can be refined, it will definitely be greatly beneficial. Bai Ji, this demon core is yours." After saying that, Fairy Xian Nu flicked her palm and the flames flew towards Bai Ji. Bai Ji said in a hurry, "Palace Master, this I can't have. This demon core is extremely powerful and should be refined and cultivated by you." Fairy Xian said with a smile, "I've already reached the harmonization stage, and this kind of demon core of the transformation stage doesn't have much effect on me anymore, even though it has some effect. But it means a lot to you. Take it, don't be polite." After saying this, Fairy Xian Nu flew straight forward. Bai Ji was incredibly grateful, and after taking the demon core flame in, she followed Chen Fei and continued forward together. After flying for less than 2 breaths, Fairy Xian Nu suddenly condensed her gaze and swept to the right front. Chen Fei and Bai Ji also looked over towards that side at this time, as thunder clouds were unexpectedly rolling there, and an extremely terrifying heaven and earth anomaly had appeared. Fairy Shen Nu frowned and said to Chen Fei and Bai Ji, "See there? It's so strange. How could there be such a large gathering of thunderbolts within this forbidden land? It really is full of suspicions. It looks like we have to be careful next." A flash of curiosity flashed up in Chen Fei and Bai Ji's eyes. Bai Ji said with some excitement, "Palace Master, no matter what's going on there, let's go and take a look. It's not allowed to say that we'll be able to solve the mystery within the forbidden land this time." Immortal Xian Nu looked at Chen Fei, as if her eyes were asking, "Are you sure you want to go?" Chen Fei nodded slightly. Next, the three of them flew towards the area with their imperial swords. However, the closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying pressure released by the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the lightning tribulation was gathering thicker and thicker, as if it was going to pierce through this heaven and earth. Chen Fei, who had a keen sense of perception, immediately detected that something was wrong with this matter. He said in a hushed voice, "This isn't an ordinary thunderbolt coalescence, but rather the thunderbolt of a god transformation stage powerhouse as it transits toward a harmonization stage powerhouse." Immortal Shen Nu nodded to Chen Fei with an appreciative expression and said, "Mr. Chen is truly gifted." "That's right. This thunder tribulation is precisely the powerful thunder tribulation for a strong person at the god transformation stage to cross over to the harmonization stage. To be more precise, this thunder tribulation is called the dragon transformation tribulation. This demonic beast that is undergoing a tribulation. If it can carry this thunder tribulation, then it will grow dragon horns on its head and formally enter the cultivation stage of transforming into a dragon. It can be said that this demonic beast is also considered to have survived." At that moment, Bai Ji pointed towards the area directly underneath where the thunderbolt had coalesced and said, "Palace Master, look, it's a poison boa. Such a big poison boa. It's as long as hundreds of feet, and its body is still so thick. Gosh, this is a dragon. It's just short of a whole dragon horn." Chen Fei also saw this behemoth at this time and could not help but feel emotion in his heart. The demonic beasts here are indeed perverted enough. This is too scary. Subsequently, Chen Fei observed the terrain around the place where the poison boa had transited, and realized that it was actually a natural terrain for resisting lightning tribulation. The valley was surrounded by towering peaks, forming a natural 7-star barrier. This unique geographic terrain was really able to weaken the lightning tribulation to a certain extent when it descended. It had to be said that this poison boa was still quite smart, actually choosing such a feng shui treasure to cross over. At this time, Bai Ji said to Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu with some curiosity, "Palace Master, Your Excellency, now the poison boa is about to start its tribulation. Once it succeeds in its transmutation, it will inevitably transform into a conjoined stage augur. At that time, it will be much harder for us to deal with it. What should we do now? Should we kill the poison boa before it succeeds in its journey?" Chapter 49, Wanshan 2 Bathing Thunder, Poison Boa Panic Batch. When Immortal Shen Nu heard Bai Ji's words, her brows furrowed slightly and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She gazed at the distant poison boa that was in the process of crossing the threshold, her heart complicated and difficult to understand. Fairy Xian Nu was indeed a bit uncertain about whether or not to kill this poison boa. Kill it? There was something in her heart that just couldn't bear it. After all, the price and hard work that a demonic beast had to pay to cultivate to this level was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence can no longer be described as 1 in a million, but rather, only 1 in a million demonic beasts can come out. Its preciousness speaks for itself. Immortal Shen Nu's gaze eventually landed on Chen Fei's body. There was an inquiring look in her eyes, as if in a silent question. "Chen Fei, what do you think the decision should be? Should we kill this poison boa or not?" Chen Fei opened his mouth almost without even thinking about it. "We can't kill it. This poison boa has no enmity with us. It's just passing through its own calamity. As of now, it really hasn't shown any hostility. Since this is the case, I feel that instead of killing it, I will also help it." He paused, his gaze firmly looking toward the thunderbolt that was coalescing in the distance, and continued, "This dragon transformation tribulation is extremely terrifying, much stronger than the lightning tribulation that our normal cultivators cross. For this poison boa, whether or not it can survive this thunder tribulation is a matter of 9 deaths. Therefore, we have to help it out. To be more precise, it's me who has to help it. The two of you just need to guard the surrounding area, and don't let any other demonic beasts approach this place." After saying this, Chen Fei summoned 2 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagrams with a wave of his hand. The scroll slowly unfolded in his hands, emitting a faint spiritual light as if it contained endless power. Hearing Chen Fei's words and seeing the 2 diagrams in his hands, Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head silently and said, "Good, then let's follow what Mr. Chen said." Let's give this poison boa a hand and see what kind of a creation it can have. As her words fell, her figure flashed and she flew directly to a location not far away. She quickly made seals with both hands and recited under her breath, and a complex rune appeared under her feet. As she moved, a circle of flame formations quickly took shape, completely isolating the outer perimeter and completely blocking the possibility of other demonic beasts from approaching. Seeing this, Bai Ji was not willing to lag behind. She lightly drank, and with a wave of the long sword in her hand, 3 flying swords instantly flew out of her sleeves. She recited a spell under her breath, and the 3 flying swords transformed into thousands at once, densely suspended in the air, shrouding the entire periphery of the mountain tightly. In this way, a circle of flame formation plus a circle of flying sword barrier. For the surrounding demonic beasts, they naturally did not dare to come any closer. Without waiting to get close to the circle of flames, the flying swords would fly out to attack. Demonic beasts within the god transformation stage would no longer be able to enter this circle. Chen Fei was quite satisfied in his heart as he watched Fairy Shen Nu and Bai Ji being so forceful. He no longer hesitated, and on the spot, he threw the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram out towards the location right in the center of the thunderbolt. The 2 volumes of Yin and Yang, the 10,000 elephants illusory heavenly diagram, slowly unfolded in the midst of the thunderbolt, and all sorts of mountains and rivers suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. The Yang too emitted a warm glow, as if a sun was enveloping those mountains and rivers. The Yin figure, on the other hand, exuded an icy, snowy aura, giving off an icy, bone-chilling feeling. The 2 diagrams transformed into endless mountains and rivers in the void, slowly descending and completely enveloping the poison boa. The poison boa that was perched between the valleys, waiting with all its might for the heavenly tribulation to descend, sensed the ever-changing landscape of the surrounding mountains and rivers, and a strong curiosity flashed in its eyes. What is this thing? These damnable humans, what are they up to? It can't be that they're taking advantage of the opportunity to take my life, can it? Poison boa pondered in his heart, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. What to do? Should I run away? But if I run away, I will surely die, and the lightning tribulation will chase after me. Then I will have no possibility of living at all. But if I don't flee, what if they strike at me during my tribulation? Complicated feelings kept brewing in Poison Boa's mind. Its huge body trembled slightly, obviously extremely uneasy inside. Right at this moment, the first thunder tribulation suddenly descended. The thunder tribulation was wrapped in earth-destroying energy and came blasting down. The Poison Boa couldn't afford to think too much, and immediately closed its huge eyes, preparing to withstand this heavenly calamity's bombardment. However, along with a loud rumbling sound, the heavenly tribulation unexpectedly did not completely descend on it, but was instead undertaken by the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. The power of the lightning was surprisingly mostly absorbed by the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. All of the mountains and rivers inside were wrapped in massive amounts of lightning, surging continuously in the surrounding void. In the end, after the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram took on a large amount of heavenly tribulation, only a small portion of the lightning bombarded the Poison Boa's body. The first lightning tribulation was easily carried over by the Poison Boa. The Poison Boa felt this magic treasure that enveloped him, and once again guessed in his heart, what is this thing? It was able to help me resist so many thunderbolts, and the ones that ended up falling on me were completely lacking in fear. Are these humans really that kind? Are they really willing to help me like this? When the Poison Boa had just developed such curiosity, the next moment, the second and third lightning tribulations descended one after another. Each heavy thunder tribulation was more terrifying than the previous one, and the destructive power became more and more powerful, and the sound that erupted became more and more ear-piercing. However, the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram was surprisingly still able to crazily absorb the heavenly tribulation thunderbolt, counteracting most of the energy of the heavenly tribulation's bombardment for the poison anaconda. Time just ticked by. By the time the seventh thunderbolt descended, the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram was no longer as strong in its ability to take on as it had been before. The 2 volumes of the diagram that had originally unfolded had begun to close up at this point. The Poison Boa panicked in his heart after seeing this scene. Really? You've helped me carry the thunder to the 7th level. Why don't you continue? If you withdraw, how am I going to withstand the 8th terrifying thunderbolt? If it were to completely strike me, wouldn't I die on the spot? Although the first 7 lightning tribulations have tempered my body, but if this 8th one is not counteracted by a magic treasure, even if I put my best foot forward, the possibility of carrying it through is slim. For a moment, the Poison Boa was in a hurry. It slowly opened its eyes and looked pitifully at Chen Fei, who had his feet on a flying sword and stood above the void. Those eyes seemed to be pleading with Chen Fei. Don't ever close your chart. Keep carrying my thunder. Please keep carrying my thunder. However, Chen Fei was unmoved. An uncontrollable look of joy passed through his eyes. It was because it wasn't that the Wanxian illusory heavenly diagram wasn't willing to carry the thunder anymore, but rather, after being tempered by the first 7 thunder tribulations, the 2 diagrams had now concluded a strong connection. Next, the 2 diagrams were going to undergo unification. The lightning tribulation of the 8th course was the important source of energy for the unification of the 2 diagrams. Just like when the Yin-Yang Xian New Mirror was able to achieve the effect of the 2 being one, it was with the help of the terrifying thunderbolt energy. Now, the Yin-Yang illusory heavenly diagram similarly needed to draw on this energy. Rumble along with the heaven-destroying 8th thunderbolt descending, the 2 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagrams directly collided together, erupting with terrifying might as they crazily began to absorb the 8th thunderbolt. The poison boa, who was already wailing in his heart and ready to wait for death, was so excited that he burst into tears. Isn't this human a little too nice? It turns out that he didn't just leave me alone, but used another way to carry the thunder for me again. Moreover, it seems that both of his charts have broken off one because of carrying the thunder for me, and now only one is left. However, before the poison boa could react, the 9th thunderbolt came crashing down. Rumble. Chapter 50, Transforming the Dragon. The power of the 9th thunder tribulation far exceeded any of the previous ones. It was as if the heaven and earth had been torn apart, as dark clouds rolled over and lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a huge dragon condensed from lightning swooped down from the 9 heavens above, and with a heaven-destroying aura, it swooped straight down to the ground. The lightning dragon was lifelike. Its scales flashed with a piercing light, and its eyes seemed to contain endless fury. Every time it roared, it shook the heavens and earth, as if even space was about to be torn apart. The first thing the thunderbolt attacked was the universal illusion heavenly figure. The 2 illusory sky diagrams were completely engulfed by lightning in an instant under the bombardment of the thunderbolt, and from a distance, it seemed as if there was only a ball of glowing lightning rolling around in the void, and the original face of the scrolls could no longer be seen. After the lightning dragon rushed through the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, it directly bombarded the poison boa's body. The poison boa was completely covered from head to tail by this terrifying lightning, its entire body enveloped in a layer of piercing electric light. Its body trembled violently under the blast of lightning and let out a hiss of pain. The power of this 9th thunderbolt caused the poison boa pain. Its body slowly floated in the air under the impact of the lightning, as if it was being lifted up by an invisible force. However, right in the midst of this extreme pain, the poison boa's body began to undergo amazing changes. First of all, its tail gradually grew the characteristic mane of a dragon, and the original crimson snake scales began to fade away, replaced by lustrous and colorful dragon scales. 4 sharp dragon claws slowly protruded from its abdomen, each of them flashing with a cold light. The most striking thing was its head. The original snake's head gradually deformed under the tempering of the thunder and lightning, eventually growing 2 mighty dragon horns. The process was extremely painful, as if the tendons and bones of the whole body were broken and skinned. The hissing sound of the poison boa gradually turned into a low dragon roar as its body continued to twist and contort in the lightning, eventually completely metamorphosing into a green-colored auger dragon. When the 9th thunderbolt finally faded away, the poison boa, no, it should be called a dragon now, let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Its body hovered above the 9 heavens, glowing with vigor, and its cultivation had successfully broken through to the harmonization stage. At the same time, the 10,000 elephants illusory heavenly diagram that Chen Fei had sacrificed also revealed a brand new side. The original 2 scrolls merged into one under the tempering of the thunderbolt, transforming into a brand new 10,000 elephants illusory heavenly diagram. Chen Fei could clearly feel the connection between himself and the scroll becoming even closer, and was able to manipulate the scroll to make all sorts of changes with a single thought. Facing that green-colored auger dragon flying excitedly in the void, Chen Fei smiled faintly, and with a thought, the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram instantly disappeared into the void, transforming into a single white cloud. The dragon did not notice the change and continued to soar freely in the air. However, as it flew from the original air into the space inside the Wanxian mirage heavenly figure. Chen Fei's mind moved again, and the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram directly closed and flew back into his hand. In the next moment, the scaly dragon in the sky disappeared out of thin air, and only a scroll slowly flew in, landing steadily in Chen Fei's palm. This scene really shocked Fairy Xian and Bai Ji. The 2 women looked at Chen Fei in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Especially Fairy Xian knew. Her current cultivation level was already at the harmonization stage, and she had been carefully watching the entire process of the auger dragon being incorporated into the scroll just now. Yet she had not noticed any abnormalities. This is too divine. Immortal Shen Nu secretly marveled in her heart. If it were myself, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to defend against this 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram at all. This thing is definitely an extremely powerful treasure, and I'm afraid it's much more powerful than the Xian woman mirror. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of awe in her heart. With this, when you fight in the future, your opponent won't even have a chance to make a move. It's because you can't tell where you've stepped into the map and where you haven't. This map can instantly disappear into space, and then slowly unfold. And after unfolding, it is exactly the same as the real environment. Who can defend against this? Simply too terrifying. This kind of diagram, the probability is that it is an immortal's handiwork. Bai Ji, on the other hand, flew to Chen Fei's side at the first opportunity and said with an excited expression, Gongzi, did you receive that little green dragon directly into the figure just now? I was still a little nervous. I thought we were going to have a good fight with that little green dragon next, but I didn't realize that he was received by you so easily. This is too surprising. Chen Fei smiled and shook his head. His tone relaxed. What's so surprising about that? It's just a small trick. Alright, now I need to meditate here for a bit, so you and the princess can escort me. I'm going to put my thoughts within the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram and communicate with this little green dragon. If I can get him to become my spirit pet in the future and give me a hand to fight for me, that would be like having another very powerful helper. In the future, when you encounter something, you won't need to do it yourself. Just throw the little green dragon out and you'll be able to mess up the other party in 3 tries. When Bai Ji heard this, she was similarly agitated and nodded her head repeatedly. Right. If you can get this little green dragon to be a spirit pet for you, then your path will be much wider in the future. In the future, no matter what problems you encounter, you'll have one more helper to solve them. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. That's right. At this time, Fairy Xian Nu also flew to Chen Fei's side. Although she had been some distance away from the duo earlier, she had heard the entire conversation between Chen Fei and Bai Ji. Therefore, after she flew to Chen Fei's side, she immediately expressed her willingness to support Chen Fei. Mr. Chen, don't worry about meditating, Bai Ji and I will protect you. Immortal Xian Nu's tone was gentle, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. With Fairy Xian Nu and Bai Ji escorting him, Chen Fei was not ambiguous and immediately sat down on his knees, putting his thoughts within the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. Just after entering the diagram, Chen Fei saw a green-colored auger dragon soaring crazily across the vast expanse of the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. It was as if it was trying to go somewhere. Yet no matter how it flew, it could not fly to the end of this heaven and earth. Within the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram, Chen Fei was the absolute heavenly Tao. With a single thought, he could go anywhere in this heaven and earth, and could instantly perceive whatever he wanted to perceive. Just as the little green dragon was frantically flying forward at breakneck speed, a single thought appeared in front of Chen Fei. At this moment, Chen Fei was dressed in a white coat with a fluttering robe, just like an immortal on earth. His eyebrows were picturesque and his eyes were deep, as if they contained endless wisdom. His appearance carried an invisible pressure, yet was incredibly reassuring. The auger dragon that was flying at extreme speeds was startled, and after circling around Chen Fei a few times, it directly spat out human words. Human, are you taking me out of this forbidden place? Have I gained my freedom? There is no barrier here, and I am especially free no matter if I fly forward, backward, left, or right. It's that although the environment of this heaven and earth is good, there aren't any demonic beasts. Can it be that there isn't a single demonic beast in the outside world? It paused, a flash of gratitude in its eyes. By the way, thank you for helping me withstand the lightning tribulation. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I would have already died. Chen Fei was more or less relieved to hear these words coming out of Xiaolong's mouth. Regardless, this fellow at the very least still knew the reasoning behind knowing one's debt of gratitude, and had spoken very politely to himself. Thus, Chen Fei explained to it. You didn't leave the Forbidden Land, but rather I took you within my magic treasure in order to protect you. This magic treasure is called the 10,000 Elephant Illusory Sky Map, and there is no danger present within it. You can continue your cultivation life here without fear. However, if you want me to take you out of the Forbidden Land, then you have to listen to me in the future. You have to become my spirit pet. How about it? Willing or not? When the little green dragon heard Chen Fei's words, it circled around Chen Fei, a hint of hesitation flashing in its eyes. Become your spirit pet? Then will you bully me? Will you give me good food? Will you always help me? Will I be able to do other things in the future? Chapter 51, Small and Cute. Chen Fei didn't even think about it and spoke directly. Of course there's no problem. After becoming my spirit pet, not only will I protect you, I will also provide you with any resources you want. Of course, you also need to do something for me. When I encounter some enemy that I don't want to fight and am too lazy to fight with my hands, you need to fly out of this world and finish him off for me. I can say that in the future. As long as you follow me around, I promise to make you 10,000 times more comfortable than you are now. How about it? Willing? The little ogre listened to Chen Fei's words and circled around him twice more, hesitation and curiosity flickering in its eyes. It stared at Chen Fei with round eyes for a while before slowly speaking. So are you a good guy? I think I'd like it if you were good. Chen Fei nodded his head without hesitation, his tone firm. Don't worry, I'm definitely a good person. There is no one better than me. I can swear on my Dao heart that I am decent and honorable. After saying that, Chen Fei directly raised 3 fingers and made a motion of swearing. His expression was serious and earnest, and there was an unquestionable sincerity in his eyes. It was as if the air around him had become heavy because of his oath, and even the aura in the heavens and earth seemed to tremble slightly. A hint of trust flashed in the eyes of the green-colored augur as it watched Chen Fei act so seriously on this matter. It circled around Chen Fei 2 more times before slowly approaching Chen Fei, eventually stopping in front of him. Chen Fei stretched out his hand and gently stroked the top of the Jiaolong's head, releasing a gentle spiritual energy from his palm as he began to cast a beast pet conclusion contract. The little Jiao dragon did not put up any resistance and chose to accept. Soon, a red seal was born at the location of the green-colored Jiao dragon's brow, flickering with a faint light. Since then, Chen Fei had the first beast pet in his life. After the contract was concluded, Chen Fei was able to clearly feel the change in the Jiaolong's mindset. It was as if a heart-to-heart connection had been established between him and the Jiao dragon, and they were able to communicate with each other with a single thought. This type of communication was very special, and it was the first time Chen Fei had experienced it. He felt the joy and dependence within the augur, as if a small beast that had just found its home, snuggling up to its master with joy. Chen Fei smiled faintly and opened his mouth to ask, "What's your name?" As a result, it was such a question that directly confused the augur dragon. It shook its big cute head for a long time before shaking its head. "I don't have a name. All I know is that I used to be a snake. Then I kept cultivating and getting stronger, and slowly I became a boa, and now I've become a dragon. How about you help me get a name?" Chen Fei thought about it and said with a smile, "That's fine. Since you have now successfully transformed into a dragon, let's use dragon for the first word of your surname. After that, why don't you just follow me with a similar name? My name is Chen Fei. Your name is Long Xiaofei. How about it?" When the green-colored dragon heard the words Long Xiaofei, a flash of light flashed in its eyes, and it quickly became happy. It excitedly circled in the air and said excitedly, "Good. I have a name. My name is Long Xiaofei. Ha ha ha. Thank you, master. Thank you for naming me." Chen Fei nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Just taking a name isn't enough. Since you have now transformed into a dragon, will you change into human form?" When Long Xiaofei heard the words change human form, he pondered for half a day and shook his head. "I don't know how, but after transforming into a dragon, I feel that my body can become bigger and smaller." Chen Fei's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Oh, that's interesting. Then why don't you become smaller? Become the size of a small snake. Can you do that?" Long Xiaofei hovered in the void and said confidently, "Master, I'll try." After saying that, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, and then accompanied by a flurry of clouds and seas, the huge augur dragon even disappeared out of thin air. In the end, a small augur dragon that was only as long as chopsticks flew in front of Chen Fei, small and cute. "Well, master, is this the right size now?" Long Xiaofei asked in a milky voice. Chen Fei nodded his head with a satisfied expression. "Suitable, very suitable. Ha ha ha, let's go. I'll take you for a walk outside now. There are some things that you still need to reveal to us." Long Xiaofei immediately nodded. "Good." Subsequently, with a thought, Chen Fei directly released Dragon Little Fei from the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. When Dragon Little Fei appeared, he was only the size of a palm and lay obediently on Chen Fei's palm. This scene gave both Bai Ji and Fairy Xian Nu a confused look. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes filled with surprise. Bai Ji was the first to speak, with a hint of incredulity in her tone. "Gongzi, is this the augur dragon that just succeeded in crossing the threshold?" Without waiting for Chen Fei to reply, Long Xiaofei immediately flew to Bai Ji, looked at her curiously, and said in a milky voice, Yes. I have a name now. My name is Long Xiaofei. Chen Fei is my master." When Bai Ji heard this, she felt that this little guy was still oddly cute, and couldn't help but reach out her finger and gently nudged its head. Long Xiaofei didn't dodge, but instead rubbed her finger affectionately. As Fairy Xian Nu watched, she also felt that this little augur spoke in a milky voice, as if it was a little milk dragon, and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. With regards to Chen Fei taking in this little fellow, Fairy Xian Nu was not surprised. After all, Chen Fei had risked a great deal to help it carry down 9 lightning tribulations in a row. This was something that was not even easy to do on one's own. After all, one did not have a magic treasure such as the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. However, the matter that should be dealt with right now was not forgotten by Fairy Xiannu. She looked towards Long Xiaofei and asked in a gentle tone, "Did you appear out of nowhere from the Forbidden Land? Or have you been living in the Forbidden Land all along? How long have you been here?" Long Xiaofei did not answer this question directly, but instead looked at Chen Fei with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. "All of us are on our own. Speak up, tell everyone what you know." Only then did Long Xiaofei feel relieved and immediately opened his mouth. "I am a demonic beast that has always lived in the Forbidden Land. I've been living here for over 1,000 years. I guess you must be wondering why a large number of demonic beasts have suddenly appeared here recently. And all of them are very strong and are coming out in groups. The lowest ones are at the yuaning stage. There are especially many at the transformation stage. And there are some at the harmonization stage as well. But there aren't many of them." It paused and continued. "I'm also quite lucky. After a large number of these demonic beasts popped up, I was able to guard my territory. And I was also able to strengthen my cultivation through these demonic beasts that popped up. It was because of the large number of demonic beasts that popped up recently and I ate them that my cultivation grew exceptionally fast, which is why I reached the peak of transformation spirit and began to cross the threshold." When Bai Ji and Fairy Xiannu heard this, a look of full anticipation passed through the gazes of the two of them. Bai Ji couldn't wait to ask, "Then are you clear on where all these demonic beasts came from?" Long Xiaofei thought for a moment and said, "It emerged from an ancient seal deep within the Forbidden Land." When Immortal Xiannu heard this, she immediately frowned. "Ancient seals? There are even ancient seals in the depths of the Forbidden Land? I've surprisingly never heard of it." Long Xiaofei said with an affirmative face. "That seal has been there for thousands of years. Anyway, as soon as I was born, there was a seal there and the energy was particularly powerful. Ordinary demonic beasts don't even dare to get close, and when they do, they'll go up in smoke. Later on, I kept getting stronger, but I never dared to get close to that seal either. But recently, a crack appeared in that seal, and these demonic beasts escaped from the crack in the seal." Fairy Xiannu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this account from Long Xiaofei. She secretly pondered in her heart, "Can just one seal alone seal so many powerful demonic beasts? I also don't know how many demonic beasts have yet to emerge behind this seal. This matter is definitely very serious. If that seal completely breaks, causing more demonic beasts to emerge, by then the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Palace will be in danger." "So," she immediately said, "then can you take us to that ancient sealing place?" Long Xiaofei didn't even think about it and directly said, "As long as my master agrees, I will take you there." After saying that, Long Xiaofei directly flew to Chen Fei's shoulder. Very good and obedient. Chapter 52, The Mystery of the Seal. Fairy Xian and Bai Ji smiled at each other and looked at Chen Fei in unison. Chen Fei nodded without hesitation, his tone dry. Let's go to the ancient sealed land and find out what's going on. Long Xiaofei, lead the way." Hearing this, Long Xiaofei immediately let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and his figure violently spread out, transforming into a huge green-colored scaly dragon that shot straight into the clouds. Its body shone brightly in the sunlight, its scales glittering like precious stones. Chen Fei, Bai Ji, and Fairy Xiannu jumped onto the dragon's back in unison and sat down steadily. The feeling of riding on the back of a dragon made all three of them couldn't help but smile with pleasure. Bai Ji tightly grasped Long Xiaofei's scales, feeling the pleasure of the wind whistling past her ears. She couldn't help but laugh softly. "My lord, this feeling of riding a dragon is fantastic. It's my first time experiencing it." Immortal Xiannu, on the other hand, appeared much more composed, but a rare hint of relief also flashed in her eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the smoothness and power brought by Long Xiaofei's flight, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Indeed, the feeling is special. Chen Fei sat at the very front, his hands gently caressing Long Xiaofei's neck as he said with a smile, "Long Xiaofei, fly steadily, don't let everyone fall down." Long Xiaofei let out a low dragon roar, as if in response to Chen Fei's words, and then accelerated his speed and sped towards the direction of the sealed land. Under the leadership of Long Xiaofei, the three of them soon arrived at the sealed place. The scene here was very different from the outside world. The air was filled with a heavy demonic aura, as if even breathing became heavy. The surrounding peaks towered over the mountains, which were covered with dark cracks, as if they had been torn apart by some great force. On the ground, demonic beasts were rampant and killing was going on all the time. A huge red flame tiger was fighting with a giant python covered in frost. The red flame tiger's mouth spewed out blazing flames while the giant python flicked its tail, releasing an icy cold aura. The two forces collided together, erupting into a deafening roar. In the distance, A group of athletic wind wolves were besieging a huge rock beast. The wind wolves were extremely fast, weaving around the beast like ghosts, while the rock beast waved its huge fists, causing the ground to tremble with every smash. Long Xiaofei raised his paw and pointed forward, whispering, "See that mountain peak? From the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, there is an ancient rune that goes through the sky. You can't notice anything from a distance, but when you get close, you'll be able to feel how terrifying the power of this ancient sealing rune is." It paused and continued. The crack in this ancient seal was split from a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain, so all of these demonic beasts crawled out from several mountain bottom caves. The rift is right in the middle of the cave at the bottom of the mountain. Hearing Long Xiaofei's words, Chen Fei, Bai Ji, and Fairy Shan Nu immediately flew towards the bottom. Long Xiaofei, on the other hand, turned into the size of a lizard again and immediately lay on Chen Fei's shoulder. Flying to the top of the mountain, the surrounding demonic beasts were dense. A thunder eagle covered in lightning swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws swooping straight at Chen Fei's trio. Immortal Shan Nu raised her hand and a spiritual barrier was instantly formed, blocking Thunder Eagle's attack with ease. On the other side, a huge-sized poisonous scorpion waved its huge calycery and charged towards the trio. Bai Ji frowned, and with a wave of the long sword in her hand, a sword chi swept out, directly forcing the poisonous scorpion back. Chen Fei did not panic in the slightest as he looked at this overwhelming attack of demonic beasts coming from all around him. He turned his head to Fairy Xian and Bai Ji and said, "The demonic beasts here are not weak. We have to be careful." Immortal Shan Nu nodded and raised her hand. A huge energy shield instantly formed, enveloping the three of them. No matter how much the surrounding demonic beasts attacked, they were unable to shake the slightest bit. Bai Ji said with a frown as she looked around at the demonic beasts that were frantically attacking. "Palace Master, this place is really too dangerous. The demonic beasts attacking us are many of them in the God Transformation Stage realm. Luckily, you and Gongzi are here, or else if we really encounter even more powerful demonic beasts, we don't know how to deal with them." Immortal Shan Nu looked at Bai Ji with a grave expression on her face and a serious tone. "Bai Ji, don't be careless. I don't know if any more terrifying existences have sprung up amongst the sealing rift. In order to figure out the cause, we definitely need to enter the cave and go to the place where the rift is really sealed to find out what's going on. In this way, one may face many unknown dangers. Now, why don't you take the first step to return to the clan, and the two of us, Chen Fei and I, will be the ones to step into the cave next." When Bai Ji heard this, she immediately shook her head, her tone resolute. "Palace Master, I know you're doing this for my own good, but please rest assured that I will be with you guys. I won't back down." Chen Fei looked at Bai Ji's resolute face and smiled as he wrapped his arms around her small waist and said with an intimate face, "Bai Ji is a good girl. The Palace Master is also doing this for your own good. Of course, if you can't let go of me and want to stay by my side all the time, then how about this? I can first include you within the 10,000 Elephant Illusory Heavenly Diagram. That way, you'll be absolutely safe. How about I let you out again when we get inside the cave to find out what's going on? The main thing is that we're worried that we'll encounter a demonic beast at the harmonization stage or even more powerful than the harmonization stage later on, and that won't be a good idea." When Bai Ji heard this, after a little thought, she also understood Chen Fei's intentions. Right now, Chen Fei and the Palace Master were both at the harmonization stage cultivation, and even Chen Fei's spirit pet, Long Xiaofei, was likewise a harmonization stage powerhouse, only he was at the God Transformation stage, and in case he encountered any uncontrollable accidents, he would really become a liability at any time. Thinking so, Bai Ji nodded and said, "All right, my lord, then you can include me in the 10,000 Elephant Illusory Heavenly Diagram." Chen Fei kissed Bai Ji's forehead intimately and said softly, "Okay, Bai Ji, you can rest assured that when we go back, the two of us will cultivate well together, and I will strive to help you raise your cultivation again." Bai Ji's pretty face instantly flushed red and she said without a trace of anger, Gongzi, the Palace Master is still here. Stop talking nonsense." Chen Fei hemmed and hawed and immediately summoned the 10,000 Elephant Illusory Heavenly Diagram to include Bai Ji within it. Right at this moment, a deafening sound of a fierce beast roaring came from within the cave, as if it was going to shatter the entire skyquake. Very frightening. Chen Fei and Fairy Shan Nu exchanged a glance, and the two of them summoned a long sword in unison, and flew in towards the cave where the sound originated. Chapter 53, Psychedelic Fruit. Deep in the cavern, darkness was like thick ink, swallowing all light. Chen Fei and Fairy Shan Nu walked side by side, their figures appearing to be in a trance under the faint light. The walls of the cave were crawling with bizarre vines, which were covered with demonic purple flowers, with ghostly light flickering in their petals, as if countless eyes were watching them. There was a sweet, floral scent in the air that was dizzying. There were still demonic beasts continuously running out of the cave at this time. However, in the way of Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu's absolute strength crushing, the demonic beasts only had more than enough to do when they saw them. Traveling forward a bit more, the scent of flowers grew stronger. Chen Fei frowned slightly as he raised his hand and waved his hand. The yin-yang mirror hovered above his head, the mirror emitting a soft light that dispelled the surrounding mists. Immortal Shen Nu felt the power of the yin-yang mirror and nodded slightly. The fragrance of this flower has a hallucinogenic effect. Thanks to your yin-yang mirror. Long Xiaofei spat out human words. Master, the aura of this demonic flower is very strong. I'm afraid that the main body has already reached the peak of merging. We have to be careful. Chen Fei nodded his head. And when Ji summoned the yin-yang Xian flame sword, with blazing flames wrapped around its body, ready to fight at any time. No matter how strong it is, it must be resolved today. As the three continued on, the humming deeper into the cavern became clearer and clearer, as if some giant creature was breathing. Suddenly, the space in front of them opened up, and a huge underground cavern appeared in front of them. In the center of the cave, a huge demonic flower stood there, with roots as thick as a giant tree, deep purple petals, and a scarlet light flashing in the stamen, as if it was a huge eye. The demon flower seemed to have sensed the arrival of the three of them, and its petals slowly opened up, emitting a low chuckle. Ha ha ha, here come a few more sustenance for death. This sustenance smells so good today. Seeing this, Fairy Xian Nu coldly snorted and pointed her long sword in her hand straight at the demon flower. Demon, you held open the seal and attracted demonic beasts to plague the Forbidden Land. Today is the day of your death. A hint of disdain flashed through the pistol of the demonic flower. Just by you guys? A mere 2 harmonization stage cultivators and a small scaly dragon. How dare you talk about killing me? Before the words fell, the petals of the demon flower opened violently, and countless pollen spurted out like mist, instantly enveloping the entire space. The pollen contained an extremely strong hallucinogenic toxin, and even the light of the yin-yang mirror was suppressed by a few points. Chen Fei only felt his eyes darken as the scenery around him began to twist and distort. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, seeing his nearest and dearest, hearing the most familiar voices. Chen Fei, come back, come back. The voice was gentle and familiar, as if calling him back in time. Chen Fei's eyes gradually became disoriented, and the yin-yang Xianhua sword in his hand slowly drooped. Just then, Long Xiaofei's voice exploded in his ears like thunder. Master, wake up! This is an illusion. Chen Fei awoke with a jolt, realizing that he was standing in a sea of flowers while Fairy Xian Nu and Long Xiaofei were in a fierce battle with the demonic flowers. The vines of the demon flower danced crazily like a giant python, and each attack carried a destructive power. Many thanks. Chen Fei let out a low gulp, and the yin-yang Xian fire sword in his hand swung violently, the flame on the sword transforming into a blazing fire dragon that swooped down on the pistol of the demonic flower. The demonic flower let out a sharp hiss, and its petals snapped together, deflecting the flames. However, Chen Fei's attack did not stop, as he flashed and rushed directly in front of the demonic flower, his long sword stabbing straight into the stamen. Seek death! The demonic flower roared, and a scarlet light erupted from its stamen, pushing straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not dodge or avoid. The yin-yang Xian fire sword in his hand swung violently, splitting the red light. At the same time, Immortal Xian Nu's attack arrived. Her hands formed a seal, and a huge pillar of spiritual power light descended from the sky, pushing straight into the demonic flower's rhizome. Long Xiaofei, on the other hand, transformed into his Jiao Long body, his huge body hovering in the air, his mouth spewing out a fiery dragon's breath, burning the vines of the demonic flower into ashes. The demonic flower let out a mournful scream. Its petals trembled crazily, and pollen poured down like a torrential downpour. Chen Fei hurriedly activated the yin-yang mirror, and the mirror's light flourished, isolating the pollen. We can't delay any longer. We must kill it in one blow. Fairy Xian said in a deep voice. Chen Fei nodded his head, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll hold it back. You guys prepare for the final blow. Before the words fell, Chen Fei's figure flashed and rushed directly in front of the demonic flower. The yin-yang Xianhua sword in his hand emitted a piercing firelight, and the sword energy swept out like a gale, cutting off the vines of the demonic flower. The demonic flower hissed angrily as a scarlet ray of light erupted from its stamen, pushing straight at Chen Fei. However, Chen Fei's figure was like a ghost weaving in and out of the light, each attack landing precisely on the vital points of the demonic flower. Just then, the attacks from Fairy Xian and Long Xiaofei arrived. Immortal Xian Nu made a seal with both hands, and a huge pillar of spiritual power light descended from the sky, pushing straight into the pistol of the demonic flower. Long Xiaofei, on the other hand, spewed out a fiery dragon's breath, burning the demonic flower's rhizome to a crisp. Boom! The pillar of light and the dragon's breath struck the demonic flower at the same time, erupting in a deafening roar. The petals of the demonic flower withered instantly, and the scarlet light in the stamen gradually dimmed. No way. The demon flower let out an unwilling hiss and eventually turned into a ball of ash that dissipated into the air. With the death of the demonic flower, the vines and flowers within the cave also withered rapidly, and the fragrance of the flowers gradually dissipated. Chen Fei took a long breath and put away his yin-yang Xian flame sword with a hint of exhaustion in his tone. It's finally settled. Immortal Xian Nu nodded, her gaze grave. However, the cracks in the seal are still there. We must repair them as soon as possible, or else more demonic beasts will escape from the sealed land. Right at this moment, Long Xiaofei suddenly pointed at the roots of the demon flower's wreckage and exclaimed, Master, look, that's the fruit of the demon flower. Chen Fei and Fairy Xian Nu followed its gaze, only to see that the roots of the demonic flower had borne 4 crystalline fruits, which shimmered with a psychedelic light, as if they contained an endless amount of power. This spirit fruit is not simple just to perceive with your mind. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Xian Nu fairy. The strongest skill of the demon flower is psychedelia, and this fruit will definitely possess an extremely strong psychedelic power as well. After taking it, there might be a certain possibility of mastering psychedelic means. Chen Fei walked forward and carefully plucked the 4 psychedelic spirit fruits. He looked at the fruit in his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, the 3 of us will each eat one of this fruit as a thirst quencher, leaving the remaining one for Bai Ji. Fairy Xian and Long Xiaofei nodded in agreement. The 2 and the dragon each took a psychedelic spirit fruit. The fruit melted in the mouth and turned into a warm current that surged into the body. Chen Fei only felt some additional subtle sensations in his mind, as if he was able to manipulate the illusions around him. It's really magical, Long Xiaofei said excitedly. I feel like my illusionist ability has improved a lot. Immortal Xian Nu also nodded slightly. This psychedelic spirit fruit is truly extraordinary, and it will help us greatly with our strength enhancement. Just then, the ancient seal deep in the cave suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the runes on the seal began to slowly dissipate, as if it was being unsealed. Chen Fei's face changed and he said in a deep voice, Not good. The seal is unsealing. We must stop it immediately. Immortal Shen Nu's gaze was grave. It seems that the death of the demon flower has touched the core of the seal. We must repair it as soon as possible or the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, the 2 of them did not hesitate to rush in the direction of the seal. Chapter 54, Demon Beast Frenzy. The light of the ancient seal grew brighter and brighter, and the runes gradually dissipated like burning flames. Chen Fei, Fairy Xian Nu and Long Xiaofei rushed to the seal and attempted to forcefully reinforce the seal with their spiritual energy. Quick! Strike together! Immortal Xian Nu let out a low gulp. Her hands formed a seal, and a majestic spiritual force surged out from her palm, pushing straight into the core of the seal. Chen Fei did not hesitate. The yin-yang mirror was suspended above his head, and the mirror glowed greatly, turning into a pillar of light that was injected into the seal. Long Xiaofei, on the other hand, transformed into a gigantic Jiao-long body and spewed out a fiery dragon breath from his mouth in an attempt to repair the cracks in the seal. However, just as the trio's power was injected into the seal shook violently and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the runes on the seal completely collapsed, and a terrifying energy gushed out from the seal, shaking the 3 of them back several feet. Not good. The seal is crumbling. Chen Fei's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, countless demonic beasts welled up from the cracks in the seal, densely packed figures sweeping in like a tidal wave. These demonic beasts have different forms. Some are shaped like giant tigers, some look like pythons, and some are like flying birds. However, without exception, their strength was extremely terrifying, with the lowest being at the Jindan stage, and the ones at the God transformation stage being too numerous to count. Roar! The roars of the demonic beasts shook the sky and the entire mountain peak began to collapse under the terrifying energy impact. Huge boulders fell from overhead, and the ground cracked into countless gaps so deep they couldn't be seen. Move! As soon as Fairy Xian Nu pulled Chen Fei, her figure flashed and jumped onto Long Xiaofei's back. Long Xiaofei let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and his huge body violently spread out, exerting extreme destructive power, crashing through the mountain and rushing straight into the clouds. The 3 of them had just flown out of the cave when the entire mountain peak completely collapsed, and smoke and dust rose up to the sky, covering the sky. Chen Fei looked back, only to see that the forbidden land was already in chaos, with demonic beasts sweeping out like a wild tide, and wherever they passed, not an inch of grass was left. It's over. This is completely out of control. Chen Fei's face was pale and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Immortal Shen Nu also frowned with a grave tone. These demonic beasts are too strong for us to deal with. We must find a way to stop them, or else the entire Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace will be in crisis. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and slammed Long Xiaofei's back. Fei, stop. We can't just run away. Long Xiaofei sniffed and immediately hovered in the air to stop. Chen Fei took out the 10,000 elephants illusory heavenly diagram from his bosom, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. We'll just have to try this. He raised his hand and waved it, and the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram instantly unfolded, transforming into a huge heaven and earth shadow that enveloped the land in a 100-mile radius. The mountains and rivers in the scroll seemed to come to life, emitting a powerful suction force that drew the demonic beasts below into it frantically. Bai Ji, come out. Chen Fei let out a low gulp. There was a flash of light in the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, and Bai Ji's figure flew out from it, landing steadily beside Chen Fei. She glanced at the demonic beast frenzy below, her eyes filled with shock. What's going on, my lord? It's too late to explain. Help collect the demons first, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Bai Ji nodded her head and immediately revolved her spiritual energy, sacrificing a flying sword and executing the one sword into 10,000 swords from the Xian Nu sword, driving the demonic beasts that had already kissed off into the distance, frantically back. Immortal Xian Nu and Long Xiaofei also made their moves, forcing back the demonic beasts that tried to escape from the scope of the scroll. However, the number of demonic beasts was simply too many, and even with the help of the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, the four of them were still busy. It was only after a full half day that the demonic beast frenzy gradually subsided. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had already been taken in the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, and the strongest of them had even reached the Mahayana stage, which was simply not an existence that they could deal with. Chen Fei took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled bitterly. Finally, it's under control for now. However, as soon as his words fell, a large number of demonic beasts once again surged out of the cracks in the seal, as if they were endless. Chen Fei's face changed as he gritted his teeth. No, there's no way to solve the problem completely at this rate. Immortal Shen Nu also frowned and said in a deep voice, Chen Fei, let's leave the Forbidden Land first and go back to discuss it. It's not a good idea to fill your diagram with a brain like this. In case the demonic beast's destructive power is too great and breaks your diagram, it's not worth the loss. Chen Fei nodded, and although his heart was not willing, he knew that Fairy Xian was right. He retrieved the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, and the four of them quickly flew towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. However, they had just flown out of the Forbidden Land when they saw countless cultivators flying densely in the distant sky. At the head of the group were none other than the 6 great sex powerhouses, imposing and clearly not coming from a good place. Immortal Shen Nu's face changed as she whispered, why are the people from the 6 great clans here? Chen Fei's brows were tightly locked, and he felt a hint of uneasiness faintly in his heart. How did they show up at this hour? But no matter what, it's time to face it. Thus, Fairy Xian Nu chose to take the lead and fly back to the palace, and Chen Fei and Bai Ji greeted them straight away. A white-haired old man at the head of the group looked at Chen Fei coldly. The tone was icy. Chen Fei, what's with the demonic aura over there in your Xian Nu Palace's Forbidden Land? You really have a lot of guts. How dare you privately destroy the Forbidden Land and release demonic beasts to plague the world? Do you believe it or not? Today we, the 6 great clans, will take justice for the heavens and put you on the spot. Chen Fei's face sank as he heard this. These old bastards, they're tired of living, aren't they? Snap. The sound of slapping resonated through the sky. Old thing, if you don't know how to talk, don't say anything. Beep again. I'll kill you. After saying this, Chen Fei directly erupted the terrifying pressure of a merged stage powerhouse. The aura of might filled the heavens and the earth, and all the 6 great sex powerhouses were egged on by a batch of them. They knew very well that in front of a merged stage powerhouse, they were truly as weak as ants and would be crushed into ashes by the other party in a single thought. Chen Fei saw that this slap of his own immediately gave the crowd a rooting education. So he said, if you have a problem, go to the main hall of the Xian Nu Palace and talk to the palace master. If you're here to cause trouble, I advise you to get out before it's too late. After saying this, Chen Fei took Bai Ji and transformed into a stream of light as he flew towards the main hall of the Xian Nu Palace. The powerhouses of the 6 great sects looked at me and me at you. Then the gray head followed. They came this time. They really have something to find the Xian Nu fairy. Chapter 55, The Requests of the 6 Great Clans. One by one, the powerhouses of the 6 great sects soon flew above the main hall. At the head of the group was a white-haired old man wearing a purple robe with a majestic aura. It was none other than one of the 6 great sects, Tianxian sex elder Zhang. He was followed by dozens of Yuaning stage powerhouses, each with a grave expression and a gaze like a sword. Real Zhang glanced at Chen Fei, who had just slapped himself, and his heart was filled with scorn. However, he still took the lead and stepped forward, arching his hand and saluting. his tone respectful but with a hint of urgency. Xian Nu Palace Master, we have no choice but to come this time. Our 6 clans near the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land suddenly accident, emerging countless demonic beasts. Clan disciples have been killed and injured countless. Countless scattered cultivators flocked to our clan to ask for help. We are really unable to cope with it, and have come to ask the Palace Master for help. Immortal Xian Nu nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Ziyang Realist took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the seal of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land suddenly collapsed, and countless demonic beasts poured out of the seal, at the lowest Jindan stage, and there were even existences at the Transformation God stage. Although our Tianxian sect has gone all out to suppress it, the number of demonic beasts is simply too many, and more than half of the sect's disciples have already been killed or injured. If we don't take measures, I'm afraid the entire sect will be wiped out. Immediately afterward, Qingyun sect's realist Qingsong took a step forward with a heavy tone. Palace Master, the situation of our Green Cloud sect is not optimistic either. After the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land seal collapsed, the demonic beasts not only attacked the sect, but also rampaged around, and the nearby mortal towns have been reduced to ruins. Although we tried our best to rescue them, the number of demonic beasts is too high to be able to take care of both. Subsequently, the elders of the remaining 4 major sects also came forward, taking turns to recount the plight of their respective sects that had been attacked by the demonic beasts of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. Anxiety and helplessness were written all over everyone's face, and it was clear that the situation was critical to the extreme. After the Xian Nu fairy listened to the people's stories, her brows tightened as she secretly pondered in her heart. She communicated with Chen Fei in a secret voice transmission. Chen Fei, it seems that the forbidden places on our continent all harbor an ancient seal, and behind this seal are all demonic beasts. How do you think we should deal with it? Chen Fei pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice back. Palace Master, why don't you tell them the news that something has happened to our Forbidden Land as well? It's all held up by the Forbidden Land formation now, and if they don't believe it, they can go and see for themselves. At the same time, we can appropriately provide some help. After all, lips die with teeth. If the 6 great sects were to be destroyed, it would be difficult for us, the 9 heavens Xian Nui Palace, to stand alone. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head slightly. He then looked at the 6 elders with a heavy tone. Gentlemen, truth be told, something has also gone wrong with the Forbidden Land of my 9 heavenly mysteries palace. The seals have collapsed and a demonic beast frenzy has erupted, and we are doing our best to suppress it. If it weren't for the Forbidden Land formation holding it up, I'm afraid the situation would be even worse than your Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. The 6 great elders' faces changed drastically when they heard this. Ziyang Jinran asked incredulously, Palace Master, is this true? Could it be? Was the demonic aura in the direction of your rodeo just now also? It seems, it's more than one forbidden place on the continent that has gone wrong? Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head. Exactly. This is no accident. I'm afraid there's something else behind it. Realist Qing Song frowned and said in a deep voice, if that's true, then things are serious. We must join forces to deal with it. Otherwise, all the sects on this continent of ours will be plunged into havoc. Immortal Xian Nu stood up and swept her gaze over the crowd with a firm tone. In that case, I, the 9 heavens Xian Nu Palace, am willing to join forces with the 6 great sects to suppress the demonic beast frenzy. But before that, we must find out the true reason why the Xian Nu's Forbidden Land seal collapsed. After she said that, she raised her hand and 6 jade bottles flew out of her sleeves, landing in front of each of the 6 elders. This is my 9 heavenly mysteries palace's specially made golden dan creation dan. 100 pieces per bottle. This dan allows ordinary disciples to soar to the Jindan stage in one step, and although it cannot completely solve your plight, it can at least enhance some of your battle power. The 6 elders received the jade bottle, their eyes filled with gratitude. Ziyang Jinjin bowed deeply. Palace Master's great righteousness, we are grateful. The Green Pine Realist also arched his hand. Our 6 great clans bear in mind the generosity of the Palace Master in helping us. To show our sincerity, we would like to conclude an alliance pact with the 9 heavens Xian Nui Palace to deal with this calamity together. After saying that, each of the 6 elders took out an aligned talisman, which flickered with the unique light of their respective clans. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head and took out a 9 heavens Xian Nu Palace's aligned talisman, which was suspended in the air along with the talismans of the 6 elders. The 7 talismans intertwined in the air and transformed into a brilliant light before dissipating into nothingness. The alliance contract was thus concluded, and the sound transmission stone tablets on the main hall of the 7 great sects would henceforth be able to transmit information to each other and share the situation against the enemy at any time. After the conclusion of the covenant, the 6 great elders saluted once more, then excused themselves and left. Immortal Xian Nu watched them leave, but the look of gravity on her face did not diminish at all. She turned to look at Chen Fei with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Chen Fei. Right now the situation of the 6 great sects is even worse than we imagined. But the situation on our side is still not optimistic either. If a few more Mahayana stage demons emerge and frantically destroy the Forbidden Land boundary, people will still be in danger. What do you think is the best way for us to deal with it? Chen Fei pondered for a moment, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Palace Master, it is imperative to find out the real reason why the seal collapsed. I suspect that this matter is related to the demonic flower. Other forbidden places should also have demonic flowers that destroyed the ancient seals. Perhaps there are other possible unknowns behind this. We have to find the source as soon as possible and pinch it off. Otherwise, even if we have more pills and disciples, it's useless. It's hard to resist the constant stream of demonic beasts. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head. You're right. However, although the Forbidden Land formation has been stabilized for the time being, the number of demonic beasts is still increasing. I shall suppress the demonic beasts while finding out the truth. Chen Fei smiled confidently. Palace Master, I'm willing to go to the depths of the Forbidden Land and investigate the reason why the seal collapsed. As for the task of suppressing the demonic beasts, I'll leave it to you and Bai Ji. Immortal Xian Nu frowned slightly. The depths of the Forbidden Land are full of dangers. It's too risky for you to go alone. So, it's better to let my doppelganger go and suppress the demonic beasts with Bai Ji, while I go with you. Chen Fei waved his hand. The demonic beasts are strong. It's better for you guys to guard the borders of the near land. I have my own way. After saying that, Chen Fei summoned the Yin-Yang Xian flame sword and stepped on a fiery light as he flew in the direction of the Forbidden Land. The golden dragon-shaped bracelet on Chen Fei's wrist moved slightly, and Long Xiaofei's voice sounded in his mind. Master, I'm standing by. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. Good. Immortal Xian Nu looked at Chen Fei's back, her eyes filled with worry. Chen Fei, make sure to be careful. If there is any danger, immediately summon me. Bai Ji, Lu Ruyan, all of them were also worried at this time. Gongzi, I'll wait for you to come back. Bai Ji's tearful eyes choked on her voice. After Chen Fei left, Immortal Xian Nu took a deep breath. Turning to Bai Ji, Lu Ruyan, he said, Go, follow me to the Forbidden Land formation. We must guard the borders of the Forbidden Land and never let the demonic beasts break through. Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Yes, Palace Master. Chapter 56, The Great Discovery. Chen Fei harnessed Long Xiaofei and transformed into a stream of light, rushing straight into the depths of the Forbidden Land. The wind whistled in his ears, and the demonic aura around him grew thicker and thicker, as if even the air had become sticky. Chen Fei was secretly vigilant in his heart when the system's beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Daily 1000-year cultivation has arrived. Current cultivation level, peak harmonization. Chen Fei's heart rejoiced as the increase in his cultivation level doubled his confidence. He raised his hand and waved it, and the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram instantly unfolded, transforming into a gigantic heaven and earth shadow and frantically sucking the surrounding demonic beasts into it. Fei, be careful. The strength of the demonic beasts here is not trivial, Chen Fei reminded in a low voice. Long Xiaofei transformed into his Jiaolong body, his huge body hovering in the air, his mouth spewing out a fiery dragon breath, forcing back the demonic beasts that tried to approach. However, right at this moment, a huge-sized Mahayana stage demonic beast violently rushed out from the ground, shaped like a giant tiger, covered in pitch-black scale armor, with a scarlet light flashing in its eyes. Roar! The Mahayana stage demonic beast let out an earth-shattering roar as its huge claws slammed towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei's face changed, and he immediately activated the yin-yang mirror, which shone brightly and transformed into a light shield in front of his body. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the giant claw slapped on the light shield. Chen Fei only felt a huge force coming from him, and his body was shaken back a few feet, his body's qi and blood surging. Master, look out! Long Xiaofei let out a low roar, and his huge dragon tail flung out violently, barely covering the sight of the Mahayana stage demonic beast with a large cloud. Chen Fei stabilized his stance and swung the yin-yang xianhua sword in his hand violently. The flame on the sword transformed into a blazing fire dragon that directly attacked the Mahayana stage demonic beast. The fire dragon collided with the demonic beast's scale armor, erupting with a blinding light. Yet the demonic beast only slightly retreated and did not suffer any serious injuries. This guy's defense is too strong. Chen Fei gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, 3 more Mahayana stage demonic beasts came from all directions, in different forms, but without exception, their strength was extremely terrifying. One was shaped like a giant python, its mouth spewing out poisonous mist. One was shaped like a giant eagle, its wings spreading out to cover the sky. There was also one that was like a giant bear, covered in rock-like armor. Master, the situation is not good. There was a hint of anxiety in Long Xiaofei's voice. Chen Fei's face was grave as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He knew that with his current strength, he could not deal with 4 Mahayana stage demonic beasts at the same time. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, "Faye, let's retreat." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram instantly unfolded, enveloping him and Long Xiaofei within it. In the next moment, the figures of the two disappeared into place, entering the world of the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. Seeing this, the 4 Mahayana stage demonic beasts did not hesitate to chase after them. However, as soon as they entered the world of the picture scrolls, they realized that they seemed to be plunged into an endless void, with the scenery around them constantly changing. Mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars, as if everything was under Chen Fei's control. Chen Fei stood in the void, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. "In my chart, I am the way of heaven." He raised his hand and waved it, and the spiritual energy in the sky and earth instantly condensed and transformed into countless powerful sword chi that swept towards the 4 Mahayana stage demonic beasts. The demonic beasts had no way of resisting. They were completely crushed by force and let out mournful hisses as they tried to resist, but under Chen Fei's absolute control, their resistance seemed so powerless. Boom! The sword chi penetrated through the demonic beast's body, erupting into a deafening roar. The 4 Mahayana stage demonic beasts were beaten back by the endless sword chi, and eventually prostrated themselves on the ground in unison. Chen Fei let out a long breath, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, in the diagram, I am invincible. At least the Mahayana stage demonic beasts can still be suppressed by the Wanxiang diagram. Sure enough, quenched is different. He no longer hesitated and immediately activated the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram, frantically sucking the demonic beasts within the Forbidden Land into it. Whether they were at the Yuaning stage, transformation stage, conjugation stage, or the Mahayana stage, all the demonic beasts were unable to resist the suction force of the diagram scrolls, and were swept up in it one after another. Only when not a single demonic beast could be seen within the Forbidden Land anymore did Chen Fei stop his movements. He stood in the void, looking at the densely packed demonic beasts within the scroll. So my diagram is so awesome. It really is an immortal's handiwork. Meanwhile, the periphery of the Forbidden Land. Fairy Shen, Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan hurriedly arrived at the Forbidden Land. However, he found that the Forbidden Land that was originally infested with demonic beasts was surprisingly quiet. The surroundings were dead silent. Not even the shadow of a demonic beast could be seen. What's going on here? Bai Ji's eyes widened with incredulity. Ruyan Lu was also at a loss. Where are the demonic beasts? How come there's not a single one left? Immortal Shen Nu frowned as she swept her gaze across the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Something's not right. The scent here clearly still has a strong demonic aura remaining, but the demonic beasts have all disappeared. Could it be that Chen Fei did something?" Right at this moment, Chen Fei's figure flew out from the depths of the Forbidden Land and landed steadily in front of the three of them, an excited light flashing in his eyes. "Chen Fei, are you alright?" Immortal Shen Nu rushed forward and asked with concern. Chen Fei smiled and raised his hand. The 10,000 elements illusory sky map hovered in the air, and the internal scene was mapped out. "Palace Master, the demonic beasts have all been subdued by me. Within the Forbidden Land, there are very few of them at the moment." Fairy Shen, Bai Ji, and Lu Ruyan were dumbfounded when they heard the words and looked at the countless demonic beast figures that emerged from the void. "All taken in?" Bai Ji murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. Immortal Shen Nu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and said in a deep voice, "Chen Fei, how on earth did you do that?" Chen Fei smiled faintly. "I'm ashamed to say that I was almost exterminated and killed by a few Mahayana stage demons, but at the critical moment, thanks to this 10,000 elephant illusion heavenly diagram. In the diagram, I am the heavenly Tao, and demonic beasts below the Mahayana stage cannot resist." So, a complex look flashed across the eyes of Fairy Shen Nu, both relieved and worried. "Chen Fei, it's been a hard day's work. Your strength and means have truly exceeded my imagination, but I'm afraid this matter isn't over yet. We must find out the real reason why the seal collapsed as soon as possible." Chen Fei nodded. "Don't worry, Palace Master, I will continue to trace. However, now that the demonic beasts within the Forbidden Land have been cleared, we can breathe a sigh of relief for now." Immortal Shen Nu nodded her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, her tone firm. "No matter what, we can't take this lightly. The situation of the 6 great sects is still critical. We must find a solution as soon as possible." Chen Fei nodded solemnly. "Palace Master needn't be anxious. Just leave this to me." Chapter 57, Riding the Dragon to the Rescue. Chen Fei bid farewell to Fairy Shen, Bai Ji, and Lu Ruyan, urging them that they could provide some assistance to the 6 great clans, before flying back to the location of the Rift Deep within the Forbidden Land on his own. In the cracks, the original steady stream of demonic beasts had become scarce, with only a few scattered ones still struggling to climb out. Chen Fei lifted his hand and waved it, and the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram unfolded, easily incorporating these few demonic beasts into the diagram. He stood at the edge of the crack, gazing deep into the dark hole, feeling a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. Fei, let's go inside, Chen Fei said in a low voice. Long Xiaofei transformed into his Jiaolong body, his huge body hovering beside Chen Fei. Chen Fei leaped up and rode on the dragon's back, flying towards the depths of the crack. As soon as he entered the crack, Chen Fei felt a piercing coldness come over him. The space around them was extremely vast, as if they had entered a frigid hell. Icebergs towered into the clouds, great rivers froze into ice, and the whole world was covered with ice and snow, white as if there was no end. Here, surprisingly, it's a separate space. Chen Fei was shocked in his heart as he swept his gaze across the surroundings and realized that the aura here was extremely dense, even several times stronger than the cultivation sanctuary of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace. Long Xiaofei let out a low growl, a hint of excitement in his voice. Master, the aura here is too rich. No wonder those demonic beasts are so powerful. Chen Fei nodded his head and pondered in his heart. No wonder the demonic beasts here are all so powerful. So they were cultivated in this environment. He harnessed Long Xiaofei and flew around this frigid world, realizing that this was actually a closed space, surrounded by endless icebergs and ice walls, with no exit at all. And those demonic beasts that originally inhabited this place had almost all rushed out, leaving only some weaker existences. Chen Fei did not hesitate and immediately activated the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram to include all the remaining demonic beasts in the diagram. As the last demonic beast was subdued, this cold ice world was completely quiet. This is a good place for cultivation. It seems that this place should be specially used to imprison demonic beasts, and the richness of the spiritual qi should also be designed to make these demonic beasts constantly strong. Chen Fei stood at the top of an iceberg, feeling the rich spiritual qi around him, and couldn't help but feel a trace of fondness in his heart. However, he knew that now was not the time to practice. The situation in the six great sects was still critical, and he had to go back as soon as possible to report on the situation here. Chen Fei harnessed Long Xiaofei and quickly flew out of the rift, returning to the outskirts of the Forbidden Land. Fairy Shen, Bai Ji, and Lu Ruyan were still waiting at the same spot, and when they saw him return, they rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Chen Fei, what's going on inside? Immortal Xian Nu spoke in an urgent tone. Chen Fei recounted in detail what he had seen and heard in the cold ice world and concluded, it's a closed space there, and the aura is extremely dense. No wonder those demonic beasts are so powerful. However, now that all the demonic beasts inside have been subdued by me, there won't be any new ones pouring out for a while. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Xian Nu fairy as she listened. Surprisingly, there is such a place. It seems we must go and find out for ourselves. Just then, a sharp fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a summoning talisman flew in front of Fairy Xian. She raised her hand to receive the talisman and injected her spiritual energy into it, and her face changed drastically. Not good. The six major clans have sent out distress messages. Their situation is critical to the extreme. There are Mahayana stage demonic beasts attacking their clans. The disciples are dying and injured, and the clan formations are not going to last much longer. Chen Fei sniffed and frowned. Is the situation even that serious? Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head, her tone heavy. We must act immediately, or else I'm afraid the six great clans will all be wiped out. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said decisively, Palace Master, you go ahead and explore the situation in the cold ice world, while Bai Ji and I ride the dragon to the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land to rescue the first clan. Let's split up and solve the problem as soon as possible. Immortal Xian Nu nodded her head. Good. You guys must be careful. If there is any danger, immediately summon me. Chen Fei nodded, then looked at Bai Ji. Bai Ji, let's go. Without hesitation, Bai Ji leaped onto the dragon's back, and Chen Fei harnessed the dragon Xiaofei, transforming into a stream of light as he sped off in the direction of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land, Tianxian Sect. At this moment, the Tianxian Sect was in a desperate situation. The sect formation was shaking under the impact of countless demonic beasts. The disciples were heavily killed and injured, and even the elders at the god transformation stage were injured. And the most desperate thing was that a Mahayana stage giant ape demonic beast was frantically attacking the grand formation, causing it to tremble violently with every swing of its fist. Patriarch, the grand formation won't last much longer, an elder shouted with an anxious face. Tianxian Sect Patriarch Xiang Zhenran's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that Tianxian Sect really be destroyed here? Right at this moment, An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a blazing flame descended from the sky, straight towards the great ape at the Mahayana stage. Boom! The flames collided with the giant ape's fist, erupting into a deafening roar. The giant ape was forced back a few steps and let out an angry roar. Real Xiang looked up and saw a huge auger dragon hovering in the air, and on the back of the dragon stood a white-clothed youth and a green-clothed woman, precisely Chen Fei and Bai Ji. It's Chen Fei from the Nine Heavenly Mysteries Palace. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of Xiang Jinran. Chen Fei stood on the back of the dragon, his gaze coldly looking at the giant ape below as he whispered, "Fei, go all out." Long Xiaofei let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and his huge body swooped down, his mouth spewing out a blazing fire of dragon's breath, straight towards the giant ape. Chen Fei, on the other hand, held the Yin Yang Xian flame sword, and the flames on the sword transformed into a fire dragon that blasted at the giant ape along with Long Xiaofei's attack. Roar! The great ape let out a mournful hiss. Chapter 58, Mr. Chen's Great Kindness. The Xian Tian sect will never forget it. Roar! The giant ape let out an earth-shattering roar. Its huge body hardened against the combined attacks of Chen Fei and Long Xiaofei. Its fur was scorched black by the flames, but the ferocious light in its eyes was even fiercer, only to see it violently pounding its chest, and between its two fists waving, it transformed into countless fist shadows, bombarding towards Chen Fei and Long Xiaofei like a raging storm. Not good. This is the full power strike of a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Chen Fei's face changed, and he immediately harnessed Long Xiaofei to fly higher into the air, avoiding the terrifying fist shadow. He knew that with his current strength, facing off against the attack of a Mahayana stage demonic beast was tantamount to seeking death. Without hesitation, he offered the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram, which instantly unfolded and transformed into a huge heaven and earth shadow, enveloping all the demonic beasts below. Collect! Chen Fei let out a low gulp, and the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram erupted with a powerful suction force, frantically sucking the demonic beasts below into it. Even the giant ape demonic beast at the Mahayana stage was bound by the power of the diagram scroll and struggled to be caught up in it. The disciples of the Xian Tian sect were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Xiang Jinran was even more filled with shock as he muttered, What kind of tactic is this? Surprisingly, even a Mahayana stage demonic beast can be subdued. Mr. Chen, could it be the reincarnation of an immortal? Chen Fei ignored the shock of the crowd as he flashed and flew directly into the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. In the world of the scrolls, he was the heavenly Tao, and everything was under his control. As soon as that Mahayana stage giant ape demon beast entered the tutelary world, it realized that it was as if it was plunged into an endless void. The surrounding scenery was constantly changing. Mountains and rivers, sun, moon and stars. It was as if everything was under Chen Fei's control. Chen Fei stood in the void with a cold face. Gorilla, watch the move. He raised his hand and waved it, and the spiritual energy in the sky and earth instantly condensed, transforming into countless paths of powerful flames that swept towards the giant ape demonic beast. Under the scorching heat of the devastating flames, the giant ape let out a mournful hiss. He tried to resist, but the power was deadlocked, making its resistance seem so feeble. Boom! In the end, a giant dragon of flames wrestled him frantically to the ground, and after rubbing him for a full 10 minutes or so, he was completely honest. Chen Fei did not stop and continued to activate the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram, subduing the other demonic beasts that had just been included within the scroll one by one as well. Yuaning stage, transforming into a god stage. The stage, multiplication stage, all cleanup makes obedient, no longer in the figure fighting nonsense. It was not until this was accomplished that Chen Fei stopped moving. He stood in the void and looked at the vibrant world within the scroll. Sure enough, in Tuli, I am the absolute heaven's way. It's a pity that fool, Hua Wuhan, didn't know how to use it until he died. Subsequently, Chen Fei put away the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram and returned to the real world with a flash of his body. Long Xiaofei had been waiting outside for a long time, and when he saw him come out, he immediately flew to his side. Chen Fei harnessed Long Xiaofei and flew straight towards the depths of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. He wanted to see if the Forbidden Land here was like the Forbidden Land of the Nine Heavens Xian Nui Palace, hiding in independent space. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xian Tian sect were still immersed in shock. Real Xiang looked at Chen Fei's departing back and muttered, Mr. Chen, it really is an immortal's means. Our Xian Tian sect's crisis was easily resolved by him alone. A disciple shouted excitedly, Patriarch, our clan is saved. The demonic beasts were all collected by Mr. Chen. Real Xiang came back to his senses and ordered in a hurry, quickly, pass down the order that all disciples gather immediately to repair the sect's grand formation. Also, Send someone to the Nine Heavens Xian Nu Palace to express our gratitude to Fairy Xian Nu. The disciples of the Xian Tian sect moved to action, their faces filled with joy after the robbery. They looked in the direction Chen Fei had left, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Mr. Chen, truly a lifesaver for our Xian Tian sect, an elder lamented. Zhang Zhenjin nodded and bowed deeply. For the great favor of Mr. Chen, the entire Xian Tian sect will never forget it. The other side. Chen Fei had already flown into the depths of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. He stood on Long Xiaofei's back, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings, meticulously observing everything below. Chapter 59, The Demon Flower in the Forbidden Land of Cloud Mountain. Inside the Cloud Mountain Sanctuary, the demonic aura rushed to the sky, and countless demonic beasts rampaged across the country. Chen Fei harnessed Long Xiaofei, and as soon as he entered the depths of the Forbidden Land, he was shocked by the sights before him. On the ground, the corpses of ordinary demonic beasts were everywhere, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. In the distance, dozens of great demons at the peak of the harmonization stage were frantically attacking a pig demon that had just broken through to the Mahayana stage, fighting in a destructive manner that caused the earth to tremble violently with every attack. Chen Fei was truly a bit surprised too. It's so fragrant. The number of demonic beasts here is more than the Forbidden Land of the Nine Heavenly Mystical Palace. It's a great deal of money. It's all forehead drops. He didn't hesitate and immediately offered up the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram. The scroll unfolded and transformed into a huge heaven and earth shadow, enveloping all the demonic beasts below. Collect! Chen Fei let out a low gulp, and the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram erupted with a powerful suction force, frantically sucking the demonic beasts below into it. Although those Mahayana stage demonic beasts were powerful, they were still unable to resist in front of the power of the scrolls, and were caught up in them. Chen Fei stood on Long Xiaofei's back, his gaze cold as he watched the demonic beasts below being taken in one by one. His movements were crisp and clean, without the slightest delay. In a short moment, most of the demonic beasts within the Forbidden Land were cleared. However, just then, a huge green demonic flower from the bottom of a valley violently rushed out. 10 vines such as an infinitely extending giant hand grabbed at Chen Fei. Very appalling. It seemed that the manifestation illusory heavenly figure's frantic action to collect the demonic creature had annoyed it, and its rhizome was as thick as a giant tree. Its petals took on a deep green color, and there was a ghostly light flickering in the stamen, as if it was a giant eye. Demon flowers again. Chen Fei immediately harnessed Long Xiaofei and began to dodge. The green demonic flower emitted a low and eerie sound. Its petals slowly opened, once again bursting out countless fine filamentous red vines like poisonous snakes sweeping towards Chen Fei. The red vines were filled with demonic flowers, their petals opening up to reveal sharp teeth, as if they wanted to devour Chen Fei. Fei, watch out! Chen Fei let out a low gulp and summoned the Yin Yang Xian flame sword, swinging out a giant dragon of flames that swooped down on the green demonic flower. The petals of the green demonic flower snapped together, deflecting the flames. However, Chen Fei's attack did not stop, as he flashed and rushed directly in front of the demonic flower, his long sword stabbing straight into the stamen. Seek death! The green demonic flower roared, and a green light erupted from its stamen, pushing straight at Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not dodge or avoid. The Yin Yang Xian fire sword in his hand swung violently, splitting the green light. At the same time, Long Xiaofei also spewed out a blazing dragon breath, burning the demon flower's rhizome to a scorched black color. The green demonic flower let out a mournful scream, its petals shaking madly, and pollen pouring down like a torrential downpour. Chen Fei hurriedly activated the Yin Yang mirror, and the mirror's light flourished, isolating the pollen. Go to hell! A hint of determination flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. The Yin and Yang mirrors descended a dow of shocking thunder, an indiscriminate and chaotic bombardment, and then began to frantically freeze the surrounding 100 miles of land. Under the addition of lightning and cold ice, the demonic flower was devastated, but it was still resisting. The resistance to blows was much more powerful than the demon flower in the Xian Women's Palace's Forbidden Land. Kiddo, kinda resistant to beatings. Go! The Yin Yang Xian fire sword and Yin Yang Xian water sword were thrown out together by Chen Fei, and the dual swords instantly manifested thousands of fire and ice swords. Give the demon flower to rainstorm pair flower needle like ice and fire. Kill the demon flower all kinds of only wow chaotic scream. Miserable hiss. Boom. Accompanied by a fireball attack that Long Xiaofei had been brewing for a long time. A deafening boom was emitted from the root of the demonic flower. The green demonic flower gradually turned into ashes amidst the countless attacks. As the demon flower died, 5 green spirit fruits fell out from its remains. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, taking the spirit fruits into his hands. He carefully scrutinized the spirit fruits and found that they emitted a strange light, as if they contained some kind of powerful force. This spirit fruit, seems to be different from the previous psychedelic spirit fruit, Chen Fei whispered to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he finally swallowed a green spirit fruit. The spirit fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that surged into his body, seemingly reacting in some magical way with the red spirit fruit from before. Chen Fei only felt that there were more subtle sensations in his mind, as if he was able to manipulate the space around him. And so, he raised his hand and pointed, and the void was unexpectedly slashed open, revealing an endless black realm that resembled an alien space rift. However, the crack only lasted for 2 breaths of time before it quickly closed. Chen Fei looked at his fingers in shock and muttered, "This spirit fruit. Surprisingly, it gave me the ability to break through the void. It seems that these demonic flowers really are the nemesis of seals. With this ability, in the future, if you look at anyone who is not agreeable to you, you can directly cut open the void and throw him in, when it's really a good helper for killing, setting fire and destroying corpses." Ha ha ha. Happy, Chen Fei did not hesitate any longer, and immediately harnessed Long Xiaofei and flew into the ceiling cracks of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. Through the cracks, it was a world of yellow sand. The blazing heat distorted the air, and the sand dunes around them rose and fell as if there was no end in sight. However, the aura here was extremely dense, even several times stronger than the cold ice world. Chen Fei stood on Long Xiaofei's back, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as he secretly muttered in his heart. Although the environment here is harsh, the aura is so rich. No wonder, the demonic beasts here are so powerful. He harnessed Long Xiaofei and flew around this yellow sand world, realizing that it was likewise an enclosed space, surrounded by endless sand dunes. There was no exit at all, and those demonic beasts that originally inhabited this place had almost all rushed out, leaving only some weaker existences. Chen Fei did not hesitate and immediately activated the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram to include all the remaining demonic beasts in the diagram. As the last demonic beast was subdued, this yellow sand world was completely quiet. Although there's nothing special here, the richness of the aura far exceeds that of the outside world. Chen Fei stood on top of a sand dune, feeling the rich spiritual qi around him, and couldn't help but feel a trace of fondness in his heart. In the future, if you have the chance, you must stay for some time. It's absolutely refreshing to cultivate. However, just as he was about to leave, he clearly sensed a powerful soul-body aura coming from the distance. That aura was extremely ancient, as if it had spanned countless years, carrying a heart-pounding pressure. "Little friend, please stay." An old voice resounded in Chen Fei's ears, as if coming from the void. Chen Fei turned back violently, only to see an illusory soul body standing behind him, looking at him with a deep gaze. Chapter 60, Emperor Ling Tian. Chen Fei looked vigilantly at the illusory soul body in front of him, the Yin Yang Xin fire sword in his hand trembling slightly, ready to strike at any time. He asked in a hushed voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The old man smiled faintly, a hint of vicissitude in his gaze. "Little friend, don't need to be nervous. The old man doesn't have any malicious intentions. I am the great emperor of this continent 1,000 years ago, named Emperor Ling Tian." Ling Tian D? Chen Fei frowned slightly, half believing and half doubting in his heart. "You say you're a great emperor. Do you have any proof?" The old man sighed, a hint of emotion in his tone. "It is normal for little friend to have doubts. After all, 1,000 years is enough to turn all splendor into dust." However, everything the old man said is true. He paused and slowly recounted his past. 1,000 years ago, I was originally a cultivator on this continent. I was gifted since I was young, and I stepped into the foundation establishment stage at the age of 10, broke through the Jindan at the age of 20, and at the age of 50, I had already stepped into the Yuanying stage. At that time, I was spirited and thought that I was destined to become the peak existence of this continent. However, the path of immortal cultivation is far more difficult than I imagined. In order to break through the God transformation stage, I traveled all over the continent and went through countless life and death trials. Eventually, in an ancient relic, I obtained a crippled emperor-level gongfu. With this technique, I broke through all the way and finally stepped into the Mahayana stage at the age of 300. Becoming the strongest person in this continent. At that time, I was honored by the world as Emperor Ling Tian, commanding the continent and shaking the 4 directions. I thought that I had already stood at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world, and had even begun to touch the threshold of the immortal way. However, it wasn't until that day that I realized that I was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. The old man's voice gradually lowered, and a trace of pain and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Chen Fei couldn't help but ask as he listened intently, "That day? What happened?" The old man let out a bitter smile, his tone carrying an endless bleakness. "On that day, I met true immortals, clad in golden light. They descended from the sky, and with a wave of their hands, they collected all of my clan, my people. I fought with all my might, even burning the power of my origin, but I couldn't even shake a single finger of theirs. They told me that this continent is nothing more than their feeding ground, and that I and those so-called great emperors on this continent are nothing more than ants in their captivity. A feedlot? Griffin? Chen Fei looked at the old man in shock, his heart raising huge waves. The old man nodded, a deep mockery in his tone. Yes, what great emperors? What pinnacle? Is nothing but a joke. We think we can change our fate by working hard and practicing hard, but we don't know. We have already been played by fate. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. He asked in a low voice, Senior, what do you mean by this? Could it be that this continent is hiding some secret? Can you tell me? The old man looked at Chen Fei, a hint of relief flashing through his eyes. Little friend, if you are willing to listen, the old man is naturally willing to say. It's just that. It's been 1,000 years, and my soul body has long been exhausted from bitterly hiding in this yellow sand world. Could you please let me cool off a bit? The blazing heat here is too torturous for my soul body. Chen Fei sniffed and immediately nodded his head. Don't worry, Senior. I'll help you. He raised his hand and waved it, and the yin-yang mirror hovered in the air, its surface glowing brightly as it took the old man's soul body into it. Subsequently, Chen Fei also flew into the yin-yang mirror and stood face to face with the old man. The world within the yin-yang mirror was cool and comfortable, and the old man's soul body obviously relaxed a lot. He let out a long breath, a hint of gratitude in his tone. Thank you, little friend. It sure is much more comfortable here. Chen Fei smiled faintly, then couldn't wait to ask. Elder, can you tell me now? What secrets does this continent hide? The old man nodded and looked at Chen Fei with a deep gaze. Little friend, do you know why this continent is so rich in spiritual qi? Why are there so many forbidden places? Why are those demonic flowers able to hold open the seals and attract demonic beasts to go berserk? Chen Fei shook his head, his eyes filled with doubt. Please also ask Senior for clarification. The old man took a deep breath and said slowly. It all has to do with those immortals. They come from the upper realm. In fact, every immortal has one or even several lower realms as their private domain. They use this continent they control as their feeding ground. Every 1,000 years, they descend to harvest the powerful living beings on the continent, as well as the spiritual plants, to nourish themselves, or even the pets they keep. And the forbidden lands and seals here are nothing more than the graveyards of beings from the previous realm. This is also the reason why relics and secret books are often easy to find within forbidden lands. As for those demonic flowers, they are actually time-keeping seeds left behind by immortals. They have the effect of crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth's veins, which can crazily bring the spiritual energy of a side of the world and rapidly coalesce in a place of 1,000 miles in a radius. By the time the demonic flowers wither, it will also be the time when the immortals descend and harvest all the demonic beasts and cultivators from the god transformation stage to the Mahayana stage. At that time, all the strong people here will be collected as ripe fruits. Only some young juniors who don't know what's going on will be left, foolishly thinking that their predecessors have all ascended. All their lives they've been working hard to become someone else's fruit. Chen Fei was dumbfounded by what he heard, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. He had never imagined that this continent hid such a terrible truth. Senior, then is there no way to resist? Chen Fei asked in a low voice, a hint of resignation in his tone. The old man let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Resistance? How easy is it to talk about? The strength of those immortals far exceeds our imagination. Even the peak of the Mahayana stage powerhouses, in front of them are just ants. I am only lucky to have practiced a split soul body, hidden within the Forbidden Land and survived until now. If I had to say if there's any way to escape, I guess there are no absolutes. Unless what? Chen Fei asked eagerly. The old man looked at Chen Fei, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Unless you are able to break through the limitations of this heaven and earth and step into the true immortal way, becoming an existence equal to them. It's just that. This path, it's too difficult. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Senior, I'm willing to try. No matter what. I don't want to sit around and wait for death. The old man looked at Chen Fei, his eyes filled with relief. Little friend, if you have this heart, the old man will be satisfied. Only, this road is destined to be full of thorns. You have to think clearly. Chen Fei nodded, his tone firm. Don't worry, Senior. I'm already prepared. However, before that, there is one more thing I am curious about. What is it? The old man asked. Chapter 61, His Purpose. Chen Fei's gaze was deep as he slowly said, Elder, why did you live on in your soul body until now? Is it because you are filled with hatred? Otherwise, what supports you to live until now even after enduring 1,000 years of suffering? When the old man heard this, His originally calm soul body suddenly trembled violently, and a trace of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. His emotions instantly flared up, and his soul body erupted with terrifying might. The yellow sand around him was shaken and flew in all directions, and an oppressive rage filled the air. Hate, oh, more than hate. The old man's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if the anger that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had completely exploded at this moment. Those so-called immortals, they are not human at all. They are devils. They are. Chen Fei was infected by the old man's emotions and vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. He asked in a low voice, "Elder, what exactly happened?" The old man's soul body fluctuated violently, and his voice carried endless pain. "Back then, they descended on this continent and not only slaughtered my clan, but also my 2 daughters. My 2 daughters, captured alive." When he said this, the old man's voice almost choked, and his soul body trembled even more violently. "They cooked my daughter in front of me with fairy fire. Will my daughter eat it?" Eating it while smiling and saying the meat is tender and crispy. "They're not even human. They are devils. It's..." The old man's voice was filled with despair and anger, his soul body almost collapsing. Chen Fei was dumbfounded by what he heard, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. He never thought that those so-called immortals would do such cruel things. "I hate them! I hate them!" The old man's soul body roared madly, his voice carrying endless hatred. "I have survived until now, just so that one day, I can break them into pieces. I'll make them taste all the pain in the world. I'll make their souls fly away and they'll never be able to go back to life." Chen Fei was silent for a moment, his heart filled with shock and sympathy. Whispered, "Senior, your pain, I empathize with you. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely help you take revenge." The old man's emotions calmed down a little when he heard Chen Fei's words. He looked towards Chen Fei, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "Little friend, you are the person of destiny I have to wait for. The old man has lived for 1,000 years just to wait for someone like you. I can feel it. You are gifted and tough-minded, and more importantly, you have an unyielding heart. The old man hopes you can help me remodel my flesh." Remodeling the flesh? Chen Fei froze, then nodded solemnly. "Senior, I'm willing to help you. Just, what should I do?" The old man took a deep breath, a hint of exhaustion in his tone. It's a long story. My old soul body has been consumed for too long and can no longer support me. Now, I need to return to my host body. Little friend, please take me back to my original space." Chen Fei nodded his head and immediately took the old man's soul body and flew out of the yin-yang mirror, returning to the yellow sand world. The old man's soul body slowly floated towards the ground and burrowed under the yellow sand. A few moments later, an ancient jade pendant flew out from the yellow sand and hovered in front of Chen Fei. The jade pendant was engraved with complex runes and emitted a faint glow. "Little friend, from now on, please wear the old man." The old man's voice came from the jade pendant with a hint of fatigue in his tone. "Wait for the old man to recuperate for a few days before continuing to communicate with you." Chen Fei reached out and took the jade pendant, hanging it on his waist. "Don't worry, senior. I will wait for you to recover." The old man did not respond again, and the light on the jade pendant gradually dimmed. Chen Fei knew that the old man had fallen into a deep sleep. He stood in the world of yellow sand, his heart filled with complex emotions. The old man's experience made him feel angry and sad, and at the same time made him more determined to become an immortal. Those so-called immortals are so cruel. This continent must not be left to their mercy. Chen Fei whispered to himself. He harnessed Long Xiaofei and flew toward the outside of the Forbidden Land. Chapter 62, It's Chang'e. Chen Fei harnessed the dragon Xiaofei and flew out of the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land, heading straight to the 6 major sects' residences. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the 6 great sects were anxiously waiting for news. When they saw Chen Fei's figure, they gathered around. "How is the situation, Mr. Chen?" Real Xiang asked eagerly. Chen Fei stood on Long Xiaofei's back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone calm and firm. "Gentlemen, the demonic beast crisis in the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land has been lifted. All the demonic beasts have been subdued by me, and the seal has been temporarily stabilized. Everyone can rest assured." The elders and disciples of the 6 great sects revealed their surprise at the words. Real Xiang said excitedly, "Mr. Chen, you are truly the savior of our 6 clans. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid we would have been destroyed long ago." Chen Fei waved his hand, his tone calm. "You all don't have to be polite. The 6 great sects and the 9 heavenly mystical palace are already allies, and it is proper to support each other. However, now is not the time to relax. Although the seal of the Forbidden Land is temporarily solid, the problem behind it has not been completely solved. We must find out the truth as soon as possible in order to completely eliminate the hidden dangers." The elders of the 6 great sects nodded their heads and expressed their willingness to fully cooperate. Seeing this, Chen Fei's heart was a little bit more at ease. Then he excused himself and left, harnessing the dragon Xiaofei to fly back to the Nine Heavens Xiannu Palace. After returning to the Xiannu Palace, Chen Fei went straight to the main hall, wanting to inform the palace master about the situation in the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he realized that the palace master was not there. Ruyan Lu was standing in front of the hall, and when she saw Chen Fei, she hurriedly came forward to salute. Mr. Chen, you're back. There was a hint of delight in Ruyan Lu's tone. Chen Fei nodded and asked, "Where are Palace Master and Bai Ji? I have something important to report." Ruyan Lu sniffed, a trace of helplessness appearing on her face. Palace Master and Sister Bai Ji have gone to retreat within the Forbidden Cracks. They said that the aura there is rich and suitable for cultivation, as well as a better way to probe the seal. Chen Fei would understand. How long have they been there? Ruyan Lu thought for a moment and replied, "It has been 3 days. The Palace Master explained before she left that if you return, you can go directly to the Forbidden Land to find them." Chen Fei nodded his head and without saying anything more, he immediately harnessed the dragon Xiaofei and flew towards the Forbidden Crack. After entering the Forbidden Crack, Chen Fei quickly found the Palace Master and Bai Ji. They were sitting cross-legged on top of an ice mountain in the frigid ice world, their bodies enveloped in a dense aura, obviously cultivating. Chen Fei was just about to step forward when the Palace Master suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her gaze before she slowly stood up and walked towards Chen Fei. "Shifu, seeking a hug." The Palace Master's voice was soft and with a hint of pettiness, as if she was a different person. Chen Fei froze, then reacted. This was Su Qingyi's side waking up. Bai Ji also opened her eyes, and when she saw the Palace Master's behavior, her eyes widened in surprise. "Palace Master, you are?" Chen Fei let out a bitter smile and hurriedly went forward, gently hugging Su Qingyi and coaxing in a low voice, "Qingyi, why did you suddenly wake up?" Su Qingyi leaned into Chen Fei's arms with a hint of aggression in her tone. "I knew everything that had happened before and the existence of my cold, heartless other side, but she doesn't know that I, seen your brother. This space of the Forbidden Land, what is the situation here? Can you tell me?" Chen Fei's heart was shaken, not expecting Su Qingyi to already know about the existence of the Palace Master. He hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Qingyi, do you really know everything?" Su Qingyi nodded, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Yes, the Palace Master's memories, her emotions, her pain. I know all of them. Yet, she doesn't know of my existence. Chen Fei, can you tell me what is going on?" Chen Fei was silent for a moment, weighing in his mind whether or not to tell Su Qingyi the truth. He knew that this matter was of great importance, and once it was said, it might trigger unforeseen consequences. However, looking at Su Qingyi's expectant eyes, Chen Fei finally made up his mind. He whispered, "Qingyi, this matter is a long story. However, since you already know about the existence of the Palace Master, I'll tell you everything." When Su Qingyi heard this, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes and she hugged Chen Fei tightly. "Thank you, senior. Speak up." Chen Fei gently patted Su Qingyi's back, signaling her to release herself. Su Qingyi obediently took a step back, still with a hint of anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes. Bai Ji stood on the side, looking at the two with a puzzled face, obviously very puzzled by the situation in front of her. "My lord, what is going on here? Palace Master how did she suddenly become like this?" Chen Fei took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping between Su Qingyi and Bai Ji as he slowly said, "This matter is a long story. In fact, 2 souls exist within the Palace Master's body. One is the clear-hearted Palace Master that you all know, and the other is the flesh and blood side of the Palace Master, Su Qingyi. One person, split into 2 souls?" Bai Ji's eyes widened, full of shock. How is this possible?" Su Qingyi lowered her head, a hint of bitterness in her tone. "Yes, Sister Bai Ji, senior brother is right." Bai Ji didn't know what to say for a moment. She looked at Su Qingyi, then at Chen Fei, and finally sighed. No wonder the Palace Master sometimes acts a bit strange. So it's like this. Chapter 63, 10,000-fold Return. Su Qingyi lowered her head, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and looked up at Chen Fei, asking softly, "Senior brother, the matter of those demonic beasts, what in the world is going on? Why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear in the Forbidden Land?" Chen Fei was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and decided to tell them the truth. He said slowly, "Qingyi, Bai Ji, this matter is far more terrible than we can imagine. It's specifically like this. Those so-called immortals, they're not really immortals, but a group of marauders from the upper realms. They use this continent as a feeding ground, descending every 1,000 years to harvest the continent's aura and living power to nourish themselves." Su Qingyi and Bai Ji's faces instantly turned pale after hearing this. Baishi asked in a trembling voice. Then are we going to be used by them as sustenance as well? Chen Fei nodded, his tone heavy. Yes, if we can't make a difference, the end result is to be harvested by them. A hint of despair flashed in Su Qingyi's eyes as she murmured in a low voice. Is there nothing we can do? Chen Fei looked at them, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. For today's solution, the only way is to quickly cultivate, break through the cultivation level, and become a true immortal. Only then will we be able to escape and even take revenge. Become an immortal? Bai Ji let out a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness in her tone. That's too difficult. The rules of this continent are controlled by immortals. It's difficult for us to even break through to the Mahayana stage, let alone becoming an immortal. Su Qingyi also lowered her head, her eyes filled with loss. Yeah, becoming an immortal. That's almost impossible. Right at this moment, a system beep suddenly sounded in Chen Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the 10,000 times return phrase. 10,000 times return if the host gifts any resources, including pills, techniques, spirit fruits, etc. to others, the system will return 10,000 times the equivalent resources. After Chen Fei heard the system's explanation, a flash of ecstasy instantly flashed across his eyes. He couldn't help but laugh and whisper to himself, there is a way. Now, there really is a way. Su Qingyi and Bai Ji were startled by his reaction, and Bai Ji couldn't help but ask, Gongzi, what's wrong with you? What has a solution? Chen Fei raised his head, his eyes filled with a confident glow. Qingyi, Bai Ji, from now on, I'm going to help you cultivate into immortality. Cultivating into an immortal? The two women exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of incredulity. Su Qingyi asked suspiciously, how can you help us? Seeing your brother become an immortal? That's not something you can just talk about. Chen Fei smiled mysteriously and took out 2 red spirit fruits from his arms, handing them over. This is the spirit fruit I obtained in the Cloud Mountain Forbidden Land. By eating it, you will be able to gain the ability to tear through the void, and your strength will increase dramatically. Su Qingyi and Bai Ji received the spirit fruit, their eyes filled with surprise. Bai Ji hesitated. This spirit fruit is really that magical? Chen Fei nodded. Trust me and eat it. The two women glanced at each other and ultimately chose to trust Chen Fei and swallowed the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit melted in their mouths and turned into a stream of warmth that surged into their bodies. In the next moment, they only felt that there were more subtle sensations in their minds, as if they were able to manipulate the space around them. Su Qingyi raised her hand and pointed, and the void was unexpectedly slashed open, revealing the entrance to an alien space. Although the crack only lasted for 2 breaths of time, the scene was enough to shock them. This is the ability to tear through the void? Bai Ji's eyes widened with incredulity. Su Qingyi also said excitedly, Chen Fei, this spirit fruit is too amazing. I feel like my strength has increased by a huge margin. Chen Fei smiled, secretly feeling the power of the system in his heart. Just then, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! The host gifted 2 void spirit fruits, triggering the 10,000 times return, gaining 20,000 void spirit fruits. Chen Fei's heart was ecstatic. So much, that shall not be eaten to vomit. Cannot finish? But he didn't show it. Instead he said to the 2 girls, this is just the beginning. Next, I will give you more resources to help you break through your cultivation quickly. After saying this, Chen Fei suddenly had a bold decision. Chapter 64, 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit Pill. Chen Fei looked at Su Qingyi and Bai Ji and said in a solemn tone, now, you all begin to meditate and cultivate, consolidating the ability to tear the void that you just obtained. After you guys finish cultivating, I will give you a big surprise. Although the 2 women were doubtful in their minds, they were full of trust in Chen Fei and immediately sat down on their knees and began to turn their spiritual energy to cultivate. Seeing this, Chen Fei smiled faintly, then raised his hand and waved it, and the yin-yang mirror hovered in the air. With a flash, he flew into the world within the yin-yang mirror. After entering the yin-yang mirror, Chen Fei immediately took out the ancient jade pendant. He took a deep breath and slowly poured his soul power into the jade pendant. The majestic soul force surged inside the jade pendant like a river. Chen Fei only felt a wave of weakness and his face instantly turned pale. Little friend, what are you? Ling Tiandi's surprised voice came from the jade pendant. In the next moment, Emperor Ling Tian's soul awakened from the jade pendant and transformed into an illusory figure that hovered in front of Chen Fei. He looked at Chen Fei's pale face, his eyes filled with emotion. Little friend, you actually used your own soul force to help me recover. This favor, old me remembers it. Chen Fei forced a smile and was just about to speak when the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The host gifted Ling Tiandi's soul power, triggering the 10,000 times return and gaining 10,000 times soul power. Ding! gaining 1,000 years of daily cultivation. Current cultivation level, peak harmonization realm. As the system's voice fell, Chen Fei only felt a majestic soul power surge into his body, and his originally weak body instantly recovered, even stronger than before. His face turned from pale to rosy, and his entire mental outlook was renewed, as if he had been transformed. When Emperor Ling Tian saw this scene, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His soul figure circled around Chen Fei several times, his tone filled with incredulity. Little friend, you are. What's going on? How did your soul power suddenly become so powerful? Chen Fei smiled, his tone relaxed. Senior, don't be surprised. This is my secret. In the future, but whenever you need soul power, just tell me and I will help you recover. A trace of gratitude flashed in Emperor Ling Tian's eyes as he heard this. Little friend, you are truly a valuable person to old me. Since that's the case, old me won't ask too many questions. What favor do you need from me? Just say it. Chen Fei nodded his head and raised his hand, and the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram hovered in the air. He said, pointing to the scroll, Senior, I have collected an endless number of demonic beasts within my 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram, all of which exist within the Forbidden Land. Each of these demonic beasts is more powerful than the other, so I would like to ask if there's any way to utilize their blood and refine it into a potion that strengthens oneself? A glint flashed in Emperor Ling Tian's eyes as he listened. There is. Of course there is. Moreover, there are many methods of refining pills with the blood of demonic beasts, especially in the devil's way. However, Old Me can teach you an extremely unique method of alchemy called the 10,000 Beast Blood Spirit Pill. This kind of elixir uses the blood of demonic beasts as a guide, fuses the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and is able to significantly increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body and spiritual cultivation. With your current realm, you are completely capable of refining the strongest mortal pills. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with excitement as he listened. 10,000 Beast Blood Spirit Pill? That name sounds powerful. Senior, quickly teach me. Emperor Ling Tian nodded his head and raised his hand, a ray of spiritual energy surging into Chen Fei's brow. Chen Fei only felt that there were more subtle alchemy techniques in his mind, as if he had a whole new understanding of the way of alchemy. The key to the refining method of the 10,000 Beast Blood Spirit Pill lies in the refining of the blood of the demonic beasts and the fusion of the spiritual energy. You need to extract the blood of the demonic beast first, then use a special technique to condense the essence of it into an elixir. Finally, then use the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth as a guide to push the power of the elixir to the extreme. Ling Tiandi explained in detail. Chen Fei was thrilled as he felt the information in his mind. This method is too good. This way, these demonic beasts can be turned into an inexhaustible pool of resources. Emperor Ling Tian smiled, a hint of emotion in his tone. Little friend, your chance and enlightenment are both extremely outstanding. I believe that as long as you persevere, one day you will be able to break the limits of this heaven and earth and step into the true immortal path. Chen Fei nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Senior. I will live up to my expectations. Right at this moment, the voices of Su Qingyi and Bai Ji came from outside the yin-yang mirror. Chen Fei, we're done cultivating. Chen Fei sniffed and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Senior, I'll go out first. When the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit Pill is refined, we'll talk in detail about molding a physical body for you. Emperor Ling Tian nodded his head. Good. Young friend, go ahead and get busy. Chen Fei's figure flashed and flew out of the yin-yang mirror. Su Qingyi and Bai Ji were standing outside, looking at him with anticipation. Senior brother, what is this surprise you speak of? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. Chen Fei smiled mysteriously as he raised his hand and waved it, and the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram unfolded. You'll find out soon enough. P.S. Like the book, brother? Remember to support the author. Free small gifts and positive feedback support on the good. Appreciate it. Thank you. Chapter 65, Breakthrough. Chen Fei stood in front of the 10,000 elements illusory sky diagram and said to Su Qingyi and Bai Ji, you guys continue to cultivate here, and when I come out, I'll give you a surprise. The two women nodded their heads, and although they were curious in their hearts, they did not ask more questions. Sitting on their knees and continuing to consolidate their cultivation, Chen Fei's figure flickered and flew into the 10,000 elephant illusory sky diagram. The world of the scrolls was vast and boundless, with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars all under his control. He stood in the void, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed demonic beasts below, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Begin. Chen Fei spoke to himself in a low voice, then raised his hand and waved it, and the spiritual energy in heaven and earth instantly condensed and transformed into countless stern sword chi, sweeping towards the demonic beasts below. Roar! The demonic beasts let out mournful hisses and tried to resist, but under Chen Fei's absolute control, their struggles seemed so powerless. Chen Fei flicked his fingers, and a spiritual energy transformed into chains, firmly binding the demonic beasts. Deprived of essence blood, Chen Fei let out a low gulp, and with a stroke of his finger, the bodies of the demonic beasts were instantly sliced open, and blood gushed out like a waterfall, gathering into a river of blood that was suspended in the air. Countless demonic beasts struggled frantically, attempting to attack Chen Fei, but before their attacks could even come close, they were crushed by the power of the rules of the Toho world. Chen Fei stood in the void, like a god, indifferently watching all of this. Refine the essence. Chen Fei once again drank lowly. His hands formed seals, and the blood in the blood river began to boil. Impurities were removed, and only the purest essence blood remained. These essence blood emitted a rich energy fluctuation, as if it contained endless power. Chen Fei raised his hand and his essence blood condensed into a blood bead that hovered in front of him. He took a deep breath and began to follow the 10,000 beasts blood spirit pill refining method taught by Emperor Ling Tian, fusing the blood beads with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Congeal Dan. Chen Fei's hands snapped together, and the blood beads and aura instantly fused, transforming into a prototype of a pill. The surface of the elixir flickered with a scarlet glow, as if it contained a raging power. However, just as the elixir was about to take shape, a violent vibration suddenly came from the world outside the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram. In the sky above the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens Shin Nui Palace, dark clouds covered the sky and thunderstorms rolled in. Boom! A thick thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly blasted into the cracks of the Forbidden Land. Immediately afterward, as if the lightning had found its target, it actually penetrated the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram and directly bombarded the pills within the world of the scroll. Heavenly tribulation? Chen Fei's face changed, not expecting that refining the 10,000 beast blood spirit pill would attract a heavenly tribulation. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the yin-yang mirror, which shone brightly and transformed into a light shield blocking the top of the elixir. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation far exceeded his imagination. The light shield was instantly shattered, and the lightning directly bombarded the elixir. Boom 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 dash. The thunderbolts bombarded one after another, and under the quenching of the thunderbolts, golden lines gradually emerged on the surface of the elixir, emitting a dazzling light. Chen Fei clenched his teeth and hardened himself against the bombardment of lightning, his hands constantly forming seals and pushing the power of the elixir to the extreme. Give me into. Chen Fei let out a low roar as his hands snapped together, and the pill finally took shape. 3 golden pills were suspended in the air, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. 10,000 beast golden pill. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. Each of these 3 pills contained endless power, and by consuming one could instantly break through to the Mahayana stage. Just then, the power of the heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated and the dark clouds dispersed. Chen Fei let out a long sigh of relief as he raised his hand and took the 3 10,000 beasts golden pills into his palm. With a flash, he flew out of the 10,000 elements illusory sky map. Su Qingyi and Bai Ji were standing outside, looking at the sky with shock on their faces. Chen Fei, the heavenly calamity just now, was it you who attracted it? Bai Ji couldn't help but ask. Chen Fei smiled and handed them the 10,000 beasts golden pill in his hand. This is the 10,000 beasts golden pill. If you eat one, you will instantly break through to the Mahayana stage. You guys take it now. Su Qingyi and Bai Ji received the elixir, their eyes filled with shock. Bai Ji hesitated. This elixir, is it really that magical? Chen Fei nodded. Trust me, eat it. The 2 women glanced at each other and ultimately chose to trust Chen Fei and swallowed the elixir. The elixir melted in their mouths and turned into a majestic energy that surged into their bodies. At the next moment, Su Qingyi and Bai Ji's bodies shook violently, and dazzling light erupted around them. P.S. Like the book, brother? Remember to support the author. Free small gifts and positive feedback support on the good. Appreciate it. Thank you. Chapter 66, Not Worthy of Being My Woman. After Su Qingyi and Bai Ji took the 10,000 beasts gold pill, they immediately felt a majestic medicinal power explode in their bodies, rapidly spreading to all their limbs and bones. This elixir is too strong. Bai Ji couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and then immediately sat down on her knees and began to transform her spiritual energy in preparation for a breakthrough. Su Qingyi also felt the surging power within her body, and a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. However, she did not say much and similarly sat down on her knees and began to channel the medicinal power to impact the realm barrier. Chen Fei stood on the sidelines, looking at them with a grave gaze. Just then, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! The host gifted 2 10,000 beasts golden pills, triggering the 10,000 times return, gaining 20,000 10,000 beasts golden pills. Chen Fei's heart shook and he almost cried out in shock. 20,000 10,000 beast golden pills. This meant that he possessed enough resources to raise an army of Mahayana stage powerhouses. This system is truly heaven-defying, Chen Fei secretly lamented in his heart. However, before he had time to think about it in detail, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and thunderstorms rolled in. Bai Ji and Su Qingyi's breakthrough. Surprisingly, they attracted the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Boom! A thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, heading straight for Bai Ji. Bai Ji was in the process of breaking through the harmonization stage at this time, and it was obvious that she was a bit overwhelmed when faced with the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. Seeing this, Chen Fei immediately raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang Xian water sword and Yin Yang Xian fire sword flew out at the same time, hovering above Bai Ji's head. The two swords intertwined and turned into a water and fire barrier, blocking the lightning. Bai Ji, focus on the breakthrough and leave the thunderbolt to me. Chen Fei let out a low gulp. Bai Ji nodded her head, closing her eyes and concentrating, striking the realm with all her might. At the same time, a Mahayana stage thunderbolt descended above Su Qingyi's head. Chen Fei did not dare to be careless and immediately summoned the 10,000 elephant illusory heavenly diagram and the Yin Yang mirror, which hovered above Su Qingyi's head. Boom boom dash. Thunderbolts bombarded the 10,000 elephant illusion heavenly diagram and the Yin Yang mirror one after another, and the two magic treasures gradually surfaced on their surfaces under the quenching of the thunderbolt, emitting a dazzling light. Chen Fei stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the two women, ready to help at any time. Bai Ji's breakthrough was the toughest. Her cultivation had skyrocketed all the way from the transformation stage to the peak of the harmonization stage, but the medicinal power had already been depleted. Seeing this, Chen Fei immediately took out a 10,000 times returned 10,000 beasts gold pill and handed it to Bai Ji. Bai Ji, take another one. Bai Ji took the elixir and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, her body once again erupted with majestic energy, and her cultivation quickly broke through to the Mahayana stage. Boom! The thunder tribulation of the Mahayana stage descended and was even more powerful than before. Chen Fei immediately threw out the Yin Yang Xian water sword and the Yin Yang Xian fire sword once again, and the two swords, under the tempering of the thunderbolt, even gradually merged and transformed into a brand new sword, the Yin Yang water and fire Xian sword. The body of this sword flickered with the light of water and fire, and the sword was covered with lightning patterns, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. On the other side, Su Qingyi's breakthrough had been completed. She slowly opened her eyes, the pressure of a Mahayana stage powerhouse emanating from her body. Her eyes filled with shock. Senior brother, this elixir, how did you do it? Chen Fei smiled, his tone relaxed. It's all because of getting some chance. Now that you've just made a breakthrough, your cultivation realm isn't quite stable yet, so continue to meditate and cultivate for a bit. Bai Ji's side will continue to break through next as well. Su Qingyi nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. Okay, I hear you. She sat down on her knees and began to consolidate her cultivation. Chen Fei, on the other hand, turned his gaze to Bai Ji. At this time, Bai Ji is fully impacting the Mahayana stage. Chen Fei raised his hand and waved it, and the Yin Yang water and fire Xian sword hovered above Bai Ji's head to help her resist the lightning tribulation. Boom boom dash. Thunderbolts bombarded the Yin Yang water fire Xian sword one after another, and the thunder patterns on the sword body became clearer and clearer, emitting a dazzling light. Chen Fei's heart was filled with joy as he felt the terrifying power contained in the sword. Finally, after the last thunderbolt descended, Bai Ji's breakthrough was complete. She slowly opened her eyes, the pressure of a Mahayana stage powerhouse radiating from her body, her eyes filled with excitement. My lord, I've broken through to the Mahayana stage. Chen Fei nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Bai Ji, not bad, worthy of being my woman. Chapter 67, Her Release. After Bai Ji broke through to the Mahayana stage, the aura around her body became incomparably powerful, and a confident light flashed in her eyes. Chen Fei looked at her and couldn't help but flirt. Now my dear Miss White is already more powerful than me, and the Palace Master has also broken through to the Mahayana stage. I can't say for sure. You two will still have to cover me when you become immortals in the future. Bai Ji sniffed, her pretty face slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head. Gongzi is joking. This is all due to the chance given by Gongzi. Without Gongzi, there would be no Bai Ji's present. After she finished speaking, her gaze turned to Su Qingyi, who was meditating and cultivating at the side, and she asked softly, My lord, is she stabilizing her cultivation, Palace Master? Chen Fei nodded. Yes, after the Palace Master made a breakthrough to the Mahayana stage, the medicinal power of the pills had been consumed, so he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. And after you broke through to the Mahayana stage, the medicinal power is still abundant. So even if you don't cultivate, your cultivation is still relatively stable now. Just then, Su Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. Her aura instantly changed. From gentle girl to majestic palace master. Immortal Shen Nu felt the surging power within her body, and her eyes were filled with incredulity. How did I somehow, just like a dream, break through my cultivation? Chen Fei, how did this happen? Bai Ji, who was on the side, said excitedly, Palace Master, congratulations, you've broken through to the Mahayana stage. It's all because of Gongzi. After hearing this, Immortal Shen Nu once again revealed a look of surprise. She looked towards Chen Fei, her eyes filled with doubt. Chen Fei, what the hell is going on? Chen Fei pondered for a moment and decided to tell her the truth. Palace Master, this is actually all done for you by your other side. There's something I think it's better to tell you. When I think about it, you asked me to go to your inner world and slay the demons of the heart with you. In fact, the heart demon has not been completely annihilated, but has been separated from you. You can't feel her existence, but she can feel you and is still physically present. Sometimes she will wake up in your body and manifest herself directly, but you don't have to worry. Now she's not your demon anymore, but the person you were when you were 18. She represents just the character of Su Qingyi when she was 18. Fairy Shen Nu couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing these words. She was silent for a long time before she let out a long sigh. Well, maybe that makes sense. I was cutting down my heart demons, and the whole thing became mindless, and it still felt a bit unrealistic. I didn't expect it to be like this. However, the end result is good. At least the real heart demon did disappear. The other me. That's me too. Chen Fei nodded. Yes, the other you is also you, and a very good one at that. Immortal Shen Nu took a deep breath and continued to ask, then how exactly did I break through to the Mahayana stage? Also, how come it feels like the aura on Bai Ji is also different and very powerful? Bai Ji explained with a smile. It's the Duke who gave us 2 pills that are very powerful, one of which can break through to the Mahayana stage. Chen Fei raised his hand and a 10,000 beasts golden pill was suspended in the air. Immortal Shen Nu took the elixir and scrutinized it, her eyes filled with shock. This elixir is too magical. It's not even too much to call it an immortal elixir. It actually contains the power of the heavenly tribulation inside. No wonder it can allow one to break through to the Mahayana stage. However, after the Mahayana stage, generally no one dares to go to the tribulation. Basically 9 deaths in one life. Chen Fei nodded, his tone grave. Palace Master, the truth of this world is that after the Mahayana stage it is necessary to cross the tribulation to become an immortal. If one fails to become an immortal, they will become a feeder for the immortals. Bai Ji explained in detail to the Shen Nu fairy what happened. Palace Master, here's the thing. After hearing this, Immortal Shen Nu sucked in a breath of cool air, and her face became incomparably serious. Then we must become immortals. We must fight against those so-called immortals. Chen Fei nodded solemnly. That's right, we have to do this. So next, it's best for us to directly retreat here. Don't wander outside without reaching the immortal realm. Only after we become immortals, we can train more immortals out at the same time and set up a new immortal sect. In this way, when disaster strikes, we'll be able to directly lead countless immortals against those who want to harvest us. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the Shen Nu fairy. Good idea. I'm all for it. Bai Ji also nodded in favor. Gongzi is right. We must become stronger as soon as possible. Right at this moment, Lu Ruyan's voice came from beyond the space rift. Mr. Chen, Palace Master, Sister Bai Ji, are you guys in there? Chen Fei sniffed and frowned slightly. Ruyan Lu, why is she here? P.S. Like the book, brother. Remember to support the author. Free small gifts and positive feedback support on the good. Appreciate it. Thank you.